and welcome to Mash and Metal. Well, until I come up with a different name for whatever we're doing tonight. Um, as you can probably see by the title, tonight will not be at all like the shows that I normally do. I probably won't have anybody on panel for at least a while. I'll definitely have people on once I'm done kind of going through some of the things I want to get through because I would love to hear from others and just get their perspectives on things, and also, how this day affected them. Maybe they even have family members that were lost this day. I'm intentionally not saying the words, at least for a little while, because of YouTube's algorithm, and I don't want the little community note underneath of this video. Because honestly, I feel like the official narrative is fairly disrespectful. So I will intentionally not be saying the thing for a little bit, but we all know why we're here. I also will not be drinking at all tonight because I think it's too important to make sure that the words get out right, and that I'm not slurring my words or forgetting things. So for me, this day happened when I was just about to turn 19. And it was kind of a pivotal point in my life. I had just moved out of my home with my parents about 2 years earlier. So it was kind of figuring out how to be on my own and getting into politics and kind of figuring out the world. And then, the events of the day we're talking about happened. And like most of you, I imagine I watched it all live. We basically just shut down for the day. I was doing landscaping at the time, and I remember the customer called me in because she's like, something's going on in New York. And, we watched the second plane hit live, and then, of course, the Pennsylvania situation, and then the Pentagon. And, and we just kind of sat there watching TV. We didn't finish the job that day. We actually came back the next day to finish. And as the day progressed and things got crazier, I don't know, like even day of, things felt off. Like as information was coming out, things weren't fitting. And, granted, I probably am a person that naturally questions things. It's just kind of my base default setting. And to say that, I want to be really clear that as we get more into the meat of things tonight, I hope that everyone understands that my thoughts on the day in question are not at all to disrespect the lives lost that day. I hope that it doesn't come across that way. I'm going to do my best to make sure that that's not the way it comes across tonight. In fact, my personal opinion, I think that the official narrative, which I believe to be a lie, is in fact disrespectful to the people that died that day. So that's kind of where I'm at. And as we get farther into things, I think you'll understand better where I'm at. I'm intentionally not doing anything for a few minutes because generally YouTube kind of watches things most at the beginning of live streams and tries to pick up on topics. So in order to stall a little further, I'll go through some chat here briefly before we get into kind of the meat of tonight's subject. And we're also going to talk about the Charlie Kirk situation. Actually, I'll probably do that a little bit first. Just again to kind of stall getting into the other stuff. But Ben here first saying, let's go. Appreciate that, Ben. Thank you. Great show last night. I kind of needed that. Just kind of blow off some steam. It's been an intense week for sure. 9/11 is always a tough week, but especially tough this week. Eric Gunderson, cheers, buddy. Good to see you. Saying thank you for doing this. Yeah, man. yeah, I hope that I do this justice. I'm going to do my best to do so. And so, yeah, hopefully you guys will hang out tonight. I realize that this is quite different than what we normally do, and will be less fun for sure than what we normally do. Less jokes tonight. But hopefully you guys will hang out, and hopefully, I can do this in a way that is enjoyable and present it in a way that hopefully makes sense. I've tried to think through this, and I'm probably going to go through it chronologically once we get into it. Again, I hope I do it justice. Thomas Anderson also here. Cheers, Thomas. Good to see you. Chris Jenkins also here. Cheers. Good to see you as well. Uncle Larry, I'm saying cheers. Again, I'm not drinking tonight, but just good to see you guys. Uncle Larry saying good evening. Great Shot is also here. Cheers, man. Let's see here. Chris Jenkins already got to him. Against my odds. Cheers, everybody's. What's up, man? Good to see you. Prayers for the family. Yeah, man. I'm not sure if you mean 9/11 victims or Charlie Kirk, but both are applicable for sure. CJP, cheers, man. James Morgan, yeah, cheers. Good to see all you guys hanging out tonight. Really appreciate it. Appreciate the support, even though I know I'm doing something completely different than normal. I think first I'd like to at least briefly talk about the Charlie Kirk thing, and I'm not even going to get political. I just have some questions, and maybe some of you guys in chat do too. I hate to be the conspiracy guy, but I don't know, that there's things already not adding up there. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I know that news is ever changing, and I've been busy today with the family, so maybe new information has come out and I'm just not aware of it. But to my understanding, the firearm in question was found in the woods adjacent to the college that was supposedly used in the shooting. My only issue with that is that in all of the video that we have of this person in question, the supposed shooter, you never see him carrying a firearm when he is making his way up to the rooftop, and you never see him carrying it when he is leaving the rooftop, jumping off the building. So I don't know. I'm really curious about how, because again, the firearm in question, at least according to the official reports that I've heard, is a Mauser 98, and this is not a gun that you could break down quickly. And it's the biggest issue in my mind is that the stock itself is quite long. So even if you were to break it down, where are you hiding that at? You certainly couldn't hide it in a backpack, which is what he had. He had kind of a small or medium-sized backpack on his back. I don't know how you would go about fitting this firearm into this backpack in any kind of way that makes any sense at all. So then my question is, where was the gun? Was it already on the rooftop? Did he leave it there? And then if he did leave it there, how did it end up in the woods? I don't know. Just me just kind of spitballing. I don't think things are strange things. But well, so again, I know that has been the story, AZ. Maybe that's true. The thing is, we have pictures of him. He's not exactly wearing loose pants. It feels like you would notice a long rifle in someone's pants. This is not something that you're going to hide easily. One leg would be noticeably a different shape than the other leg. And in all the photos I have seen, that is not what I'm seeing. I'm not seeing a person that has a long rifle in their pants. No pun intended, but could be two people. I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at, Lee, is that what I'm seeing with my eyes and what I'm being told is not adding up. So So something is amiss. You know, again, whether we ever, hopefully we get more information. I hope so. But so far, what we're being told just doesn't quite add up. So, and again, how did the firearm get into the woods? Because at least in all the video I've seen, you don't see him carrying a firearm. You see him with his backpack when he jumps off the roof. Well, but see, that's the thing, though. So just for anyone that's not familiar, I'll bring up a picture of a Mauser 98. This is not a gun that breaks down well at all, which, again, is another weird thing about this whole situation, is why choose a Mauser if your intention is to break it down? So, yeah, let's see here. This is probably the best for anyone that's not familiar. And again, folks, we will get into the main topic at hand here shortly, so don't think I'm not going to. I'm just kind of stalling for algorithm reasons. But yeah, so here you go. Well, you guys can see the various pictures on screen here. I mean, the biggest issue with the Mauser is that, as you can see, the stock of the gun is nearly as long, actually longer than the barrel itself. So even if you were to remove the barrel from the stock, you still have a very long piece of wood that you would have to contend with in some kind of way that probably isn't going to fit into a backpack. Even this more modern version here, here, let's see if we can. Well, this is a whole. That's not going to work anyway. But I think you guys can see it anyway. I don't know. It just there seems to be a lot of problems with the story that we have right now. I mean, you know, that stock is probably somewhere around 4 feet long. I don't know. It's just it's not really adding up. But yeah, I mean that's kind of, it's hard to say. Yeah. Again, like if your goal is to have a weapon that you break down and then reassemble on the rooftop, a Mauser would be the last weapon I would choose. There's nothing about this that is simple to break down. It's not quick. It's not easy. You would also, I mean, my bigger question, if that is the narrative, that he supposedly broke down this firearm and then reassembled it on the rooftop, you would have lots of zeroing issues. Like there's almost no chance that the gun is still zeroed after you've taken it apart and reassembled it. And then, I mean, the shot he made is not a crazy shot. They think he was more like 150 yards from Charlie. So it's not a super difficult shot, but still, if your gun is not zeroed, you're probably going to miss, even, you know, at that distance. So I don't know. There's a lot of problems with the idea that he broke down a gun and then reassembled it on a rooftop probably pretty quickly, and then takes one shot and hits his target. Unfortunately, I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, so, you know, if that's the case, then, I mean, you can get synthetic stocks for Mausers. I had a really hard time finding an official picture. Has the FBI released an official picture of the actual weapon in question? If somebody has that, feel free to drop it in the chat. But regardless, it's not going to be, again, you would have zeroing issues if you're reassembling a gun on the fly quickly while being nervous. It seems unlikely. But, you know, anyway. But I don't want to spend a whole lot more time on that because although Charlie's passing is tragic, it realistically, and not to diminish it at all, but it's not as tragic as 9/11. So, um, but still, prayers to Charlie's family. Just has to be absolutely devastating for them. I can't imagine what that would be like watching your husband get shot in front of you with your children there. Yeah, just horrible. But yeah, possibly, yeah. But see, that's the thing, though, James. We don't see him with that. In all of the footage we have of him, we don't see him with a banner. So again, it's just things are not adding up real well. But like I said, maybe we'll get more information. Hopefully, we do. But let's get into the main topic now. I think we've hopefully thrown. Okay, well, Ben has an official. Let me mute this. Okay. Well, wait a second. So interesting. Let me share this. Are we sure this is the official from the FBI, Ben? I've seen this picture. I'm not sure it's official. So, and also, I'm not entirely sure that that's a Mauser. Nerdpost.com. I mean, it is a bolt action rifle. I don't think the bolt assembly does not look like a Mauser. So, but anyway, I don't want to spend a ton of time on this tonight. Hopefully we get more information as in the upcoming days. But I can't say for certain, but this gun here does not look like a Mauser to me. The bolt configuration looks different. Okay. I mean, that's strange, though. If they're just using it as a general term, that would be strange because a Mauser is a very specific gun. Why? I mean, if you're going to just use a general term, you would just say something like long rifle. Anyway, again, I want to get into 9/11 stuff, but let's see here. I've been into firearms for over 50 years, growing up on a farm, Michigan, and shooting literally thousands of rounds. And I was surprised about the accuracy of that weapon. Well, yeah, I mean, especially if you had just broke it down and reassembled it on the fly while being nervous under pressure, yeah, it seems unlikely that you're going to be that accurate, especially since we know, it was only one shot fired. So it's not like he missed once and then adjusted. He was accurate on his first shot, unfortunately. So only thing that I can think of that would make sense is if he had it stashed ahead of time, maybe while scoping out a location, maybe someone else ditched the weapon. Well, see, that's kind of what makes more sense to me, Chris, is that I think the gun had to have been on the rooftop already. And then someone else must have grabbed it for him after the fact, because you do not see him running with the firearm. And he didn't have time to break it down again because he basically starts running as soon as the shot is fired. So somebody, again, my question is, how did the gun get to the woods? Because he isn't carrying it. So I don't know. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, that again, without looking at the gun in person, I can't say for certain that's not a Mauser, but it doesn't look like one to me. Yeah, there's like I said, I have a lot of questions about the official story right now. Did they check the gutter? I can't say. I haven't heard anything about that, James. But anyway, I had to at least mention that because it's been on my brain today, and maybe some of you have questions as well. I hope you do. Don't ever trust the government. And with that, we're going to segue into not trusting the government. So I'm going to try and do this chronologically as we go through the events of 9/11 and kind of what led up to it. And hopefully you guys are interested in this. I hope so. I'm going to try and do it justice, and again, I want to be really clear that I absolutely am not at all trying to disrespect anyone that died that day or the men and women that served overseas and the wars that followed. Actually, quite the opposite. In fact, this day makes me incredibly angry to talk about because I feel like we were lied to. And I feel like a lot of people, well, I don't feel like, we know factually that a small group of people made a lot of money because of 9/11. That's just a fact. Now, why that happened or how that came about, we can debate, but a small group of people, people in power, made a lot of money because of 9/11 in various ways, whether it be through oil or the opium that they had control over after, essentially taking over Afghanistan. Well, I wouldn't say taking over Afghanistan. We never really, Afghanistan was a mess. Ask anybody that was there. But I mean, we did have control over the opium fields. Obviously, everyone is aware of all the stuff in Iraq with the oil. That's probably what has gotten the most attention, and certainly worth looking into. But then just all the money that was made off of the war machine itself by the typical people, BlackRock and Bilderberg Group, and the Bushes and the Clintons and all the normal suspects. These people became very wealthy because of the events that followed. So because I think a lot of people, when we talk about the conspiracy of 9/11, if that's what you want to call it, I don't really like that term, because I think when you use that term, when you use a term like conspiracy theory, then people are dismissive of it. They tend to just kind of like dismiss it outright because it's like, oh, well, you're just a crazy person with your crazy ideas. But I mean, to me, there are so many things that are worth questioning about 9/11 that I don't even know if calling it a conspiracy does it justice at this point. That's real quick. I'll get back to some chat. Chris Jenkins, the guy with the beard celebrating, it seemed like he knew what was going on, so maybe others did too. Very possible. Yeah, I'm here. Respect the fallen. RIP. Also ask if Saudi spy was involved. And well, see, that's the thing, James, is that, I mean, the biggest problem with 9/11 is that there's a lot of different angles to this and a lot of major questions. So I guess we'll go ahead and start getting into it. I tried to kind of send myself an email with links that were of use. So I guess we'll start with Operation Northwood. Now, so this was a proposed operation by the CIA in the 1960s, early 60s, 1962 specifically. And this fella here, I'm going to be using Instagram a lot, primarily because Reels are kind of a fast way to get a decent amount of information. Otherwise, we'd be here literally days talking about all the various things that are kind of pertinent to 9/11. So this fella here, He kind of briefly talks about Operation Northwood. I hope that you guys can see this okay. For those watching on phones, I apologize. This may be quite small. But if nothing else, hopefully you can at least hear the audio. I realize that, Instagram isn't the best for sharing this way because of the small screen, but it's too useful because it forces people to get a lot of information into a short amount of time, which is kind of what we need tonight. So I'm going to let this guy talk for a little bit, and then we'll talk about what he says.
This was a proposal, fact.
Again, he's talking about Operation Northwood.
Hijack a commercial airliner and replace it with what? With a drone. Good idea. That was an idea that they had to help justify a war in 1962. Table that. That's a good idea. There was a lot of real twisted ideas in Operation Northwoods. Bomb a cruise ship, hijack so good plan. They found a use for it, I believe, in 2001, finally.
All right, so I'm going to pause him there. Bring me back up here. So again, these were plans that the CIA was trying to get going in 1962. They were already formulating plans to essentially what the documents state is that their goal was to swap commercial airlines out with drone planes that looked like commercial airlines, and then use these drone planes to then enact false flag terrorist attacks. Now, at the time, these were primarily geared towards everything that was going on in Cuba. They were trying to obviously overthrow Fidel Castro and all the things that were going on with that. And Kennedy turned down the Operation Northwood operation because he thought it was basically a step too far, which I would agree. And so one of possibly many reasons that Kennedy is not with us, there's a lot more, but that's a whole other ball of wax to get into. So Operation Northwood was just basically a variety of ideas that were coming out of the CIA in the early 60s to set up false flag operations, to basically have controlled terrorist attacks, to basically move things in a way politically that they saw fit. Now, of course, the official narrative is that, at least according to the CIA, is that they never went forward with any of this because Kennedy turned it down. But as we know, the CIA tends to kind of operate in its own interest quite often. So, now, can I say for certain that they went forward and continued these things? No, I can't. But I'm only bringing it up because, again, this was in 62, and they did have 40 years to perfect this if this was an idea that they really wanted to work on. Is really the main reason I'm bringing it up. Just so many unanswered questions about 9/11 all these years later, for sure. Now, so, just something to consider about, potential ways that it could have been carried out on 9/11. Next, we'll bring up this here. Another kind of important, let me pause him here. I will change what I'm sharing. This is kind of another interesting piece of context about 9/11. I'll just let the man talk here, and then you'll see exactly what's going on. But it's essentially, the short of it is the Port Authorities of New York privatized the Twin Towers shortly before 9/11. So and this is the man here on screen that would end up owning the lease for the Twin Towers.
Pleasure of working pretty much with every prime minister of Israel from Yitzhak Shamir forward. I said to myself, wouldn't it be fantastic if I could own the Twin Towers? We got very, very lucky. The governor of New York, George Pataki, decided one day that maybe it would be good to privatize the ownership of the World Trade Center. So I got a call from the governor's office, and they said, would you ever consider owning the World Trade Center? It was very, very good for the family, very good for us, and we were very, very fortunate. On the morning of 9/11, I'm getting ready, getting dressed to go to the dermatologist. I have light-colored hair, light skin. The sun is a disaster for me. I can't take the sun. She said, okay, but you're going to the dermatologist, you're going this morning, and you're not going downtown. We got very, very lucky. And I had an obligation to collect the insurance proceeds from the policies. A new governor was just elected. Elliot Spitzer, an old friend who I knew well. I said, Elliot, if you don't help me, I'll never collect from the insurance companies. And guess what? He listened and he said, you know what? You're entitled. I'm going to get you the money. And in 6 months, he got me the $4.5 billion. We got very, very lucky. I had the...
Okay. So let's go over what. So this man, for those that do not know, his name is Larry Silverstein. He's a wealthy man, obviously. So he was the man that owned the lease for the Twin Towers when they were hit on 9/11. Couple interesting things about the whole situation leading up to 9/11 and his acquisition of that. So Larry Silverstein, he gets the lease for the Twin Towers. And then he fairly quickly after that gets, as he stated there, $4.3 billion insurance against, and he wanted to include in that policy terrorist attacks, which is not a common thing to have done. Now, granted, some of the reason that he wanted that was because the towers had been hit by terrorist attacks in the past. Fair enough. That said, though, he did, as he states there, come away with $4.3 billion out of this. What's important to note about his acquisition of the towers and him getting the money is that in the time that he owned the towers, he found out that the towers were full of asbestos. And for them to redo the towers to get them up to code and get rid of all the asbestos in the buildings would have cost more than the buildings were worth. So there was no smart way to basically get rid of the asbestos that would have made any kind of financial sense. It would have been a tremendous loss for Larry Silverstein if he were to actually bring the buildings up to code. So what do you do? I mean, I want you guys to just use your brains and think logically. If you had a building and it was full of asbestos and you say, okay, the building's worth this, but it's going to cost me, say, twice as much to get rid of all the asbestos, what do you do with that building? I mean, the answer is pretty clear. We know what happens to buildings that are basically, not financially viable to invest in. So just something to keep in mind as we go forward. Also, too, I want you to remember what he says early on, that he had relationships with the prime ministers of Israel. He says all of them. That will be pertinent as we move forward. I do want to say, before we go any farther, I want to be really clear on this, because especially these days, it is a contentious topic. I want to be really clear. Actually, I'm going to make myself bigger so you can see my face here. I want to be really clear when I'm going forward and talking about the Israeli government, because we will be talking about it some, as well as the Saudi government and our own government. Just like I have tremendous issues with our government, that doesn't relate. I mean, just like, when our government does something terrible overseas, should the American people be blamed for that? No. Likewise, if the Israeli government was involved in 9/11, that has nothing to do with the Jewish people. I want to be really clear on that going forward, just so we're all clear. I have no issues with the Jewish people, because I believe that governments are evil, and that the citizens that they're being governed by, the citizens that the government is governing, is usually in the dark about what their government's doing. So just so we're clear, because I know, especially right now, everyone wants to pick a side with the Palestine-Israel thing, and I'm not going to get into that tonight. But I want to be clear that, I don't think the Jewish people themselves have anything to do with 9/11 or a lot of the nonsense that's going on in the news today. But anyway, just wanted to be clear on that before we go forward. Let's see here. Only read a couple more comments before we get to the next thing. Yeah, the underwriters would cover a portion for damages. Yeah. Well, wasn't that convenient for him? I imagine that he didn't share any of the money with the family. No, he did not. Contract the Saudis to fly planes in. Well, here's the thing, Josh. There are so many angles. We're gonna get to it, but there's a lot of angles to this. And also, again, as he says in his own words, it is of note that Larry Silverstein went to the office in the Twin Towers every day that he owned that lease, except for 9/11, because he says he had a dermatologist appointment. Maybe he did. It's convenient. I know that. It's really convenient that that's the day he doesn't make it to work. But, it is what it is. Moving along, our next point here. So I'm not going to go through this whole thing. If anyone is interested, I will certainly share the link. This is about John O'Neill. And again, I'm trying to, these are all things leading up to 9/11. But I think it's important, especially if maybe you aren't aware of these things. I think it's important that people know that there was a whole lot of setup for this. It's easier to control and manipulate people than it is to make them happy. The path of least resistance always wins. This is the problem with government. That is a fact. As a fact, Woods. This is a very long, I guess you would say, documentary. It's a frontline piece, is what it is, on John O'Neill. And we're only going to watch a few minutes of this, but at least then you'll understand who John O'Neill was. So I'll go ahead and let it play.
The night before he died, he had said to me, "We're due, and we're due for something big."
His name was John O'Neill. And long before the world knew about Osama bin Laden, FBI agent O'Neill was obsessed with him.
He was among the first people to see the bin Laden threat.
He warned of Al-Qaeda.
He said that we're at war with these people.
He warned of the threat to the United States.
And we better not take them for granted, because they are here to hurt us.
But people at FBI headquarters thought John O'Neill was too much of a maverick, and they stopped listening to him.
You could be flagged as a problem and your career could pretty much be over.
Last summer, O'Neill left the FBI and took a new job as head of security at the World Trade Center.
Of all the places to go to work. and of all the ways that you could lose your life.
Tonight, Frontline investigates the internal power struggle at the heart of the FBI's failure on September 11th.
Now, I want to give what they just said a little bit of context here. Frontline says that John O'Neill left the FBI. That is sort of true. Essentially, he was pushed out, though. Basically, the people in the FBI were tired of him continually bringing up this Osama bin Laden guy and how there was a real threat brewing. And they basically just didn't want to pay attention to what he was saying. What their reasoning may be, I'll let you guys decide. But they basically pushed him out of the FBI because he kept pushing this narrative that they did not want to acknowledge. And so he leaves the FBI, I believe, in June of 2001. And I mean, honestly, what are the chances that the man that keeps talking about this Osama bin Laden guy and how he's a threat to America and how there is a terrorist attack coming, what are the chances that it just so works out that he gets a job as head of security at the Twin Towers and then dies during 9/11, effectively silencing him? You know, I don't know, 1 in a billion, maybe. You know, so you know, whether or not the FBI had a hand in the working out of that job acquisition, I can't say. But it's suspicious. I know that. And that's going to be kind of the theme of the night. You know, if it was just like one thing, like one kind of red flag, like, that doesn't really make sense. Then, you know, there probably wouldn't be much of a case here. But the problem with 9/11 is that there's literally dozens of these things that make you just kind of scratch your head and like, well, wait a second, that's not really adding up. Or how did that happen that way? That's kind of strange. So, you know, and that, again, as we go through the evening, I think you'll see that there's a lot of problems. Well, the mosques were getting infiltrated worldwide by radical Islam. It was a matter of time. True. Yeah. I'm not going to get into Islam tonight, but yeah, true. Ernest, cheers, buddy. Good to see you, man. Yeah. So now we're going to get into day of stuff. Yeah. So, but again, I honestly, if anyone has the time and you're interested, just look up The Man Who Knew on Frontline. It's a PBS special. And it's all about John O'Neill and the information that he was trying to get the FBI to acknowledge before 9/11 happened. Pretty interesting stuff. So just in case anyone was of the belief that we didn't know anything beforehand, we did. Mark, Northwest Bourbon, cheers, buddy. Good to see you, man. Hope you were doing well. Yeah. Let's see here at Northwest Bourbon. Everybody cheersing Mark, as you should. And Mark, again, man, I kind of said this on Ben's show last night, but I either need to stay up later or we got to get you moved time zones. I really disappointed I couldn't stay up and hang with you and Vince Thursday night, but great show, man. And for those that don't know what I'm talking about, Mark had a distiller's perspective with Vince of Horse Soldier Thursday night, which was great. If you guys missed it, certainly go check it out. I'm especially excited about that because Horse Soldier is opening a distillery in Somerset, Kentucky, which is just like 30 minutes from me. I'm actually hoping that once they're up and running, or maybe before that, that I can somehow find a way to work with them. That would be incredible. Not looking to get rich. I'd love to work in whiskey if at all possible. And I think that from everything I've seen from them, they seem like great guys. Seems like they'd be good to work with. So anyway, Yeah, but that aside, we'll talk about that another time. But yeah, for anyone that missed Mark's show, go check it out. I'm a firm believer that they believe everyone is so naive that if you throw a narrative at us, we'll not think about it. Think about what is really happening. That's a fair assessment, Chris. I would pretty much agree with that sentiment. Yeah, I think that our government and governments in general think that their citizens are incredibly dumb. In fairness, I would say that that's true of most of the population, unfortunately. Most of the population is fine with just kind of going along with the status quo and not really questioning anything. But then there's the rest of us. But anyway, yeah, again, The Man Who Knew is all about John O'Neill, former member of the FBI, and his knowledge of a upcoming terrorist attack. Should be noted as well that Alex Jones literally talks about potential terrorist attacks before 9/11 happened. So apparently, well, not apparently, a lot of people had pretty good ideas about what was coming. So again, like don't let anyone ever fool you into thinking that they didn't know this was coming. All right, moving along though to actually we're not to day of yet. Because one more thing of note before we move along, and that is Donald Rumsfeld's announcement of $2.3 trillion with a T, trillion dollars missing or unaccounted for is probably more accurate from the DOD. So, of course, that's the Department of Defense. There was $2.3 trillion of funds that were not accounted for, could not be found or traced. And that was announced on 9/10, the day before 9/11. Just so happens that most of the records for that were in the 3 buildings that went down that day and the branch, I should say, the part of the Pentagon that was struck on 9/11, which made it pretty even harder to find out where that money went since, a lot of the paper records were gone. So, but, as we know, the DOD has never been properly audited and probably never will. Just kind of a blank check to spend our tax money. Anyway, but just another thing of note that's interesting before 9/11 even happened, and just potentially more reason, I guess you would say, for those in power to, make something like this happen. Yeah. So let's see. Where were we? We went well past even Mark staying on backstage. Oh, there you go. Awesome. There is a 12-year horse soldier at a store. I know nothing about it except they're asking $600 for it. Okay. Well, get in touch with Mark. Mark knows a lot about him. So yeah, I'd talk with Mark. He could probably get you more info on that. Coverworks Distilling. Not sure what that's about. The Pentagon thing is very strange. It is very strange. There's a lot of very strange things about 9/11, but yes, that is one of them. Alex called 9/11 in February or March, exactly how it happened, and allegedly who did it or who they would blame. Very true, Josh. Very true. Yeah. So there you go. So there you go. Mark with the info already. All right, so let's move along now to day of stuff. All right, we'll start with we'll start with this here. And this is actually before the suspicious activity before the planes hit the towers. For those of you that maybe are not aware that this happened, see here, I'm clicking on the wrong things. So, for those that can't see it, I'll just read it aloud. Where were the interceptors on 9/11 is what this little blurb here says. Approximately 100 times per year, fighter jets routinely scramble to investigate situations over U.S. airspace. the response time is usually less than 20 minutes. Now, we have some military guys here, so they can probably back up the factualness of this, I guess you would say. Yet nearly 2 hours passed on September 11th without a single interception. Now, it is of note that some of these planes were off course for like hours, well, over an hour at a time in some cases, depending on the flight we're talking about. Some were off course for, the time periods they were off course varies obviously by the flight we're talking about. But some were off course for over an hour. And again, zero planes were intercepted, as we know, on 9/11. And then the smaller text here reads, coincidentally, vast numbers of fighters had been sent far afield to take part in war games exercises, which included mock scenarios of hijacked aircraft being used as missiles to target buildings. So they were literally doing mock drills of what happened that day. Not until the morning's events had ended were those operations eventually called off. So even after the first plane hits the building, they are still doing these kind of mock drills. I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine, okay, so especially after the first plane hits the North Tower, it seems like that'd be the time, like, okay, maybe we pause the drills and we focus on a potential threat in America, and get to doing that. I don't know. It's hard for. This has always been one of the strangest things of 9/11 is that how were none of the planes intercepted, when generally our military is pretty good at doing that. Well, that's the thing. Even if they didn't have missiles, they didn't even attempt to intercept them. So at least if there was an attempt, then I would feel a little better, but there was not even an attempt to intercept any of the planes that day. And then for the war games to not be called off until basically all the events of 9/11 had happened, I don't know what you do with that. It's suspicious, as most of the things are this day. Anyway, so just another thing to think about as far as suspicious activity. Moving along. Now we're going to get into the actual attacks, and I hope, I apologize that we will be watching the attacks again. So for anyone that doesn't want to see that, feel free to check out for a few minutes or whatever. If you don't want to see the planes hitting the buildings, I completely understand that. So just fair warning before I bring this up. I understand this is not pleasant to watch at all, but needs to be talked about. So this particular thing here is talking about the speeds in which we know that these planes were traveling at. And I'll let this man kind of talk about why that matters and why it's suspicious.
The towers were not passenger planes at all, but were instead military planes specifically reinforced and powered to be able to reach that kind of speed near sea level. A regular passenger jet can fly up to 500 miles an hour when it's at 30,000 feet, where the air is very rarefied. As the altitude gets lower, however, the airplane must decrease its speed accordingly. Otherwise, it would destroy itself due to the increased air resistance. The problem here is that the plane that hit the second tower has been clocked by radars at over 500 miles an hour, even though it was flying near sea level. This is technically impossible. To find out more about this, an independent researcher has called Boeing Corporation. Here, the question is, What did the Boeing representative reply when she was asked whether a 767 can fly at over 500 miles an hour near sea level? She laughed. She said it's possible, but you need a highly trained pilot to do it. She said it depends on the weather conditions. You can listen to the answer yourself.
It has to do with the maximum speed of a 767-200 at 700 feet altitude.
Or 200?
Yeah, 767-200, yeah. Like I had asked some people, and they assumed it would be about 250 miles an hour or something.
That sounds pretty likely because at 35,000 feet, it's 530 miles.
So there's no way that it could be going 500 miles an hour at 700 feet altitude then.
Not a chance. Not that fast.
She laughed. She said, not a chance. And yet, in the day of miracles, we are told that this also happened, is that the planes that hit the towers were not passenger planes at all.
All right, so there it's repeating. So again, for anyone that missed that, yeah, so this is a man on the phone talking to a Boeing representative about the model plane that hit the tower. And she says it's impossible for that plane to be flying at that speed at that altitude. So again, you know, do what you will with this information. But, and again, these are things that anyone can research and find online. And I hope that you do. It's just another question. So what happened then? What did we see that day? Because if a Boeing 767-200 can't do that, then what hit the building? Something did. We know something hit the building. We all saw it happen. My question is, what was it? So, you know, and how did that come about? Whatever that plane was, how was it doing that? Who was piloting it? Hard to say, Josh. Yeah, and Josh, I just covered the Rumsfeld thing just a few minutes ago, but yes, very, very suspicious as well. That yeah, $2.3 trillion is unaccounted for from the DoD and basically never talked about again, at least not in depth. It was hardly mentioned after 9/11. So yeah, but yeah, back to topic at hand right now. Yeah, the planes themselves and the speeds they were traveling at again. And again, we're not guessing about the speeds. We know how fast they were going because of radar. So this is not like speculation. We know how fast they were traveling. So how did it happen? How were these planes traveling at these speeds? That is the question here. Moving along to our next thing here. And that is the damage to the towers from the planes. Now, you know, this has probably been talked about the most of all of the things we're going to go over tonight. Let's see here. It's already started. Let's do it again. Pause. There we go. Okay. Sorry, folks. I have to constantly keep switching back and forth between things I'm sharing. So that's the brief breaks you're getting here, but here we go. We got it now. So this is talking about the damage that the planes themselves caused and what would be probable, I guess.
But the largest aircraft flying today, at least commercially, the 747 fully loaded, is on the order of 300 tons. So if you think about a 300-ton element crashing into a building that's been designed to carry 13,000 tons, you can see that an aircraft crashing into the World Trade Center would probably not do anything.
We designed the buildings to take the impact of the Boeing 707 hitting the building at any location.
But the plane...
I want to pause there real quick before we move on, because I think that's a point that gets missed by a lot of people. These buildings were designed to take the impact of a Boeing 707, which is a larger aircraft. Just for those that do not know, I actually worked at an airport for a while. So the 707 is larger than the 767s that actually hit the towers that day. So these buildings were built with that in mind. They were built because of their height, they were built to withstand the impact of the largest plane of the time, which was the 707, which again is not what hit the towers. 767s, which are smaller planes, is what hit the towers. So, so just keep that in mind as we
had already hit. And what I noticed was the lights were still on in the lobby. That led me to believe that the plane never got to the core columns, because the feeds for all these transformers feeding all the light and power in the towers were adjacent to the core columns.
Okay, so another really important part of this day. So for anyone that didn't get that, or maybe didn't quite hear the audio, that man, so this was day of, after the planes had hit, the lights are still on in the lobby. And what he is saying is that all of the electricity, the electrical wires that feed the entire building go down through. So for those that don't know how the towers were built, there's basically two structures. There's the center column, which is basically just a column of steel that was in the center of the building. That's what the elevator shafts were in. A lot of things were in that. So all your electrical wires, all your gas lines, all that was in this giant center column, which is basically just a giant box of steel. And that's where all of the major stuff in the building was. And then you had your outside metal frame that was, away from that, which is, and then in between, this is where all your office buildings are. So what he's saying is that center column, that major structural component, the most important component in the building, had not been compromised in any significant way anyway, because they still had electricity down at the ground floor. And if those cables had been cut, obviously you would not have electricity down at the ground floor. That's what he just said. So again, things to keep in mind about the buildings and what happens later.
Aircraft and those fires could not cause those buildings to come down in that way.
The idea that airplanes could have destabilized the buildings never made much sense to me. The Twin Towers were like a solid iron rod coming out of the ground, supported by another steel building surrounding it. Let's use another metaphor to clarify what I mean. Let's assume a stop sign is like one of the towers. The post is the core, and the thin shield of the sign is the trade center's outer mesh. If you shot a bullet through the stop sign, the bullet would go through the outer shell.
But the largest aircraft flying today, at least commercially.
Anyway, so you guys actually got to see there, hopefully, the way that the towers were built. And actually, we'll show more of that as we go through the night. But I mean, you can see the massive amount of steel that was in the center of these buildings. It was a tremendous amount of steel. If anyone is, I was hoping we had some Air Force guys here, or somebody that is worked with in aviation fields. But so when I was at the airport, I remember I actually loaded planes for a while. And I remember I worked for United Airlines, and we had a plane come in, and it had, I'll take this down for now. It had hit well, they weren't sure exactly what it was, but it was either a goose or a crane or something like that. Fairly decent sized bird, not massive, but and it completely caved in the nose cone and this was, I forget which model it was, but it was roughly the size of the planes in question on 9/11. And that was just one bird completely just crushed this nose cone. And in fact, that the following flight was delayed for like 5 hours because they had to get the nose cone replaced, and also had damaged some components that were behind the nose cone. So those had to be replaced. So massive delay. And that was one bird. So imagine, because these are aluminum structures. They're not steel. There's very little steel in these planes. They try and keep them as light as possible because, the heavier you are, the more fuel it takes to move you. So if a bird can do that, what would flying into a steel structure do? And then how far would the plane make it, when you're coming into a structure that solid? And I understand that, you know, speed especially can make crazy things happen. So I'm not saying that zero damage would be done, but, you know, I think that the amount of damage that the planes did is maybe exaggerated, I guess is what I'm trying to get to. There's no news in the truth and no truth in the news. For sure, Josh. We would be shocked at what goes on in the federal government that we don't or will never know about. Also true, Neo. Good to have you here, Neo. We are living in the Matrix. You're fairly light by the sun, for sure, James. All right, so we'll move along to the next thing here, but and we're going to talk about the structures a lot tonight. I think it's important that we do, because I think it's understated how strong these buildings were. So next we're going to talk about these are eyewitness accounts, and there are way more than I'm going to play tonight. These are just some of them. And so what we're going to go through here kind of quickly is just eyewitness accounts of people hearing explosions unrelated to the planes hitting the buildings. So, yeah. So here we go. I believe I'm sharing. Yes. Okay, we're good.
Explosives were planted in these buildings. Even the FBI was initially admitting this.
Federal agencies that were down there do believe that there was some sort of explosive device somewhere else besides the planes hitting. I spoke with some.
Now, again, so now I understand this is initial reporting. And so, I mean, as we know, initial reporting is not always true. But why would the FBI suspect that there was explosive devices planted in the buildings, other than the planes hitting the buildings? Why would they think that? What would lead them to that conclusion that day? I guess is kind of my question. Why did they have that thought at all? I mean, I think we all know why, but again, this was coming from the FBI day of.
Police officials moments ago, Chris, and they told me that they have reason to believe that one of the explosions at the World Trade Center, aside from the ones that may have been caused by the impact of the plane with the building, may have been caused by a van that was parked in the building that may have had some type of explosive device in it. So their fear is that there may have been explosive device planted either in the building or in the adjacent area.
Apparently what appears to happen was that at the same time two planes hit the building, that the FBI most likely thinks that there was a car or truck packed with explosives underneath the buildings, which also exploded at the same time and brought both of them down.
Now, that's the first time we're hearing that. So 2 planes and explosives that were in the building. Is that correct?
That is the working theory at this point. That is still unconfirmed, but that is what the FBI is going on.
Of course it was their working theory. Literally every person in the building said there were detonations going off.
It sounded like gunfire, you know, bang, 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 bang. And then all of a sudden, 3 big explosions.
About 50 consecutive bangs, and it fell down like a waterfall.
Tower number 1, the second tower collapsed. It was the exact same series of detonations.
All of a sudden, I looked up, and about 20 stories below, that's what it looked like to me, about 75 flights up, below the fire, I saw from the corner, boom, 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 boom.
Explosives were planted in these buildings.
I mean, so that last eyewitness account there, I think that's probably the most telling. And when you watch the collapses in slow motion, depending on the angle of the video that you're watching, you can actually see that happening. And again, I hope that you guys will research this on your own time and watch these videos. But there's tons of videos of the towers collapsing in slow motion, and you can see these explosions that are well below where the collapse is at. So, you know, say the collapse is starting 20 floors up here, and you have explosions going off 20 floors below. What is causing these explosions down here? Because the theory that was put forward is that the floors collapsing over and over and over again is what brought the buildings down. But why would you have explosions sometimes 20 floors below where the collapse is taking place if it's just floors sandwiching? And again, we have more eyewitness testimony. That's just one of many. I'm going to play another one here in just a second. There again, like, these are easy to find. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of eyewitness accounts of hearing explosions. Here we go. Here's another one here.
Further evidence from that day of an explosion on the B1 basement and lobby of Tower 1 that occurred, according to workers inside the building, simultaneously with the first plane, with some saying that the basement actually detonated first.
I went straight to the North Tower, to the basement number 1 of the North Tower. The building has 6 sub-levels of basement, B1, B2, all the way down to B6. And at 8:46, while we're on this basement, all of a sudden we hear boom, an explosion, very loud, very powerful, that lifted us up. The walls cracked, the false ceiling fell on top of us, the sprinkler system got activated, water started spewing everywhere. The fax machine fell on the floor, screaming, everybody's screaming. I thought one of the generators blew out from the mechanical room.
Now, again, this man was in basement level 1. So nowhere near where the planes hit. And his eyewitness testimony says that the explosion came from below and actually shoved him upwards off of the floor. So, you know, how do you explain that if there's no explosives planted in the building? You know, I'll let this continue.
Because he lifted us up. And when I went to verbalize it 6 to 7 seconds after, we hear all the way on the top of the building. 2 different events.
The explosion came from, I believe, at first we believed that it came from the mechanical room. And then we heard a series of other explosions that sounded up on the above levels of the building, to where we then realized that there was something wrong. The amount of explosions I've heard from 8:46 to the time we get out was so many, at least 10. It was just like multiple explosions, to where I felt like there was different grenades. That's what it sounded like. It was just different grenades being set off, like, in the building. It was like, you know, there was one major explosion, and then there was different explosions throughout that period of time until we got out.
I was down in the basement, came down, all of a sudden the elevator blew up, smoke. I dragged the guy out, his skin was hanging off, and I dragged him out, and I helped him out to the ambulance.
Also, further evidence from that day of an explosion on the B1.
Okay, it's repeating now. But yeah, so we got another one to play here. I'll take this down, get another one up. But I mean, literally, if you investigate this on your own time, you will see that there are hundreds of eyewitness testimonies talking about explosions. No shortage.
I was supposed to be there at 8 o'clock in the morning every day. I called my supervisor because I was not going to work. I was going to take a sick day. Made it there at 8:30 in the morning. Go straight to the lobby, down to the basement. The building has 6 sub-levels of basement, B1, B2, all the way down to B6. Basement 6, basement 5, all the way up to basement 1 were all Port Authority areas. Some of them have parking for tenants, some of them have storage. B1 office, B1 level is where they have the support office for my company, the cleaning company, American Building Maintenance. So I was talking to the supervisor, and at 8:46 we hear boom! An explosion so hard that pushed us upwards in the air, upwards. And it came out from below us, from the mechanical room that was right below us. And it was so loud and so powerful that all the walls cracked, the false ceiling fell on top of us, the sprinkler system got activated, and everybody started screaming so loud because they didn't know what was going on. And the first thing I'm going to say is that a generator just blew up on the B2 level, the level below me. And everybody's screaming. And when I'm going to verbalize it, 6 to 7 seconds after, we hear, bah! The impact all the way on the top of the building of the plane. Two different events separated by almost 7 seconds.
So again, the explosion in the basement happens before the first plane hits. Now, this is a man that worked in the basement of the North Tower. Why would he make that up? What reasoning would this man have to make up this story? I can't think of any reasonable explanation why he would say that an explosion happened below him in basement level 2 before the first plane hit. I mean, what would he gain from that? Anyway.
Separated by time. And now, I work in the building for 20 years. I know the difference of a sound coming from the top and one from the bottom. So when everybody started, what the heck is going on? A person comes running into the office saying, explosion, explosion. His hands extended, all the skin pulled from under his armpits, on both arms, hanging. And we thought it was clothing. It was part of his clothes. Until he gets closer, he was coming like this, like a zombie. Explosion, explosion. And when I looked at him, I realized it was his skin, like when you take off a glove and you let it hanging. And when I get to see his face, all this part was hanging of his face. And everybody started screaming in horror. And I say, don't move. The guy was a black guy named Felipe David. Worked for a company called Aramark. That morning, I was supposed to be there at 8 o'clock in the morning every day.
It's repeating now. Yeah, Larry Three Rivers, exactly. When we're going to get to the Pentagon, that's a whole bunch more issues. Yeah, how was a giant round hole in the Pentagon made by a plane? That plane would have been demolished before it got through, and still no footage of that except one still shot that shows nothing. Yeah, I mean, we do have one video in fairness, and potentially another one. There is potentially another one out there. It's hard to verify, especially these days with AI and everything, if the second video is real, especially from the angle that it's at. The angle is very high, almost like it was shot from a plane. So I don't know if the second video is real or not. I thought about sharing that tonight, but I don't know that it's accurate. So I'm doing my best to show things that I know are true, not just speculation. But what's interesting about the Pentagon, and we'll definitely get to that later tonight, is that even at the time, one of the most secure buildings in the world, literally probably hundreds of cameras, even at that time, back in 2001. And for whatever reason, we only have one video, one grainy video of a plane hitting the Pentagon. There's never been any more than one video released, to my knowledge. So if someone has some official video out there that you have to share, please feel free to. But to my knowledge, there's only one official video that's ever been released. So if we assume that is the case, they could have been planted if the plans by Al-Qaeda got found out. Well, so I will speculate later, James, as to what I think actually happened that day. But for now, I'm going to just try to stick to the facts. Because, you know, the problem is that because we don't really have all the facts, because I mean, my personal belief is that they were being intentionally hidden from us. It's hard to say exactly what happened because we're not being told. But I mean, again, as we go through this tonight, I think it seems more and more clear as we go through this that what we were told cannot be the truth. So this is W himself talking about, this was the 5th anniversary of 9/11. This is, yeah. W.
Pause to mark the 5th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. The information that the Central Intelligence Agency has obtained by questioning men like Khalek Sheikh Mohammed has provided valuable information and has helped disrupt terrorist plots, including strikes within the United States. For example, Khalek Sheikh Mohammed described the design of planned attacks on buildings inside the U.S. and how operatives were directed to carry them out. That is valuable information for those of us who have the responsibility to protect the American people. He told us the operatives have been instructed to ensure that the explosives went off at a point that was high enough to prevent people trapped above from escaping. He told us the operatives have been instructed to ensure that the explosives went off at a point that was high enough to prevent people trapped above from escaping.
Yeah.
The explosives.
Yeah. So again, that's out of the president's own mouth. So, yeah. Well, you want to say that one more time, George? I tell you, sometimes they just throw it in your face, you know? Yeah, something. And one more. This is eyewitness testimony from firemen day of. You know, these were guys doing their best to try and save people. They were in the buildings, obviously. And this is their testimony.
We're getting our gear on and making our way to the stairway. There was a heavy-duty explosion.
The whole building just collapsed on us inside the lobby.
Is that a secondary explosion?
Yes, it was.
That was the...
Yeah, definitely secondary explosion.
I heard a second explosion and another rumble.
An hour later than that, we had that big explosion from much, much lower.
It just went boom. It was like a bomb went off. And another explosion came right from it, just everyone flying.
There were numerous secondary explosions taking place in that building. There were continuous explosions.
No, the first explosion, and there was a second explosion in the same building. There were two explosions.
Okay. Federal agencies that were down there do believe that there was some sort of explosive device somewhere else besides the planes hitting.
There was another explosion that took place in one of the towers here. So obviously, according to his theory, he thinks that there were actually devices that were planted in the building.
There was a secondary explosion, probably a device either planted before or on the aircraft that did not explode until an hour later.
Then there was secondary explosions and then the subsequent collapses.
That the FBI most likely thinks that there was a car or truck packed with explosives underneath the buildings, which also exploded at the same time and brought both of them down.
Now, that's the first time we're hearing that. So 2 planes and explosives that were in the building. Is that correct?
That is the working theory at this point.
I heard a noise like a sonic boom almost, and then a blast. The building swayed, it shook a little bit. I saw papers fly out of the middle of the building. When we were just about to come out of the building, there was another blast, and all the lights went out, and this is what happened then. A huge explosion now waiting to bring on all of us.
It sounded like gunfire, bang, 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 and then all of a sudden 3 big explosions.
About 50 consecutive bangs, and it fell down like a waterfall.
And we heard the noise associated with an implosion.
We heard a very loud blast, an explosion. We looked up, and the building literally began to collapse before us.
We heard a loud explosion, and at that point, Building 2 was collapsing.
At that point, we heard a large boom. I looked up and just saw the building coming at us.
Do you know if it was an explosion or if it was a building collapse?
To me, it sounded like an explosion.
There was another major explosion. The building itself, literally the top of it came down.
All of a sudden you hear explosion, and you could see the building starting to collapse.
Huge explosion that we all heard and felt.
We understand now there has been a secondary explosion on Tower 2.
According to the Associated Press, another building that has either been attacked or exploded.
The tower, rather, that has collapsed, that we are told, collapsed because of a third
explosion.
As we would
see, I mean, again, how, and what's so frustrating to me about this is that NIST, which had, they were the ones that were given the task of making the official report for 9/11. They never mentioned these explosives or explosions in their report. The official report says that the plane's impact and the jet fuel and the fires that those caused is what caused the structures to fail. They never acknowledge explosions of any kind, even though, as you guys have seen tonight and probably well before tonight, literally dozens and dozens of people, even official statements from the FBI and news reporting, talks about explosions over and over and over again, day of. Why was this not in the official report? Why was this not part of the official narrative that we got as the American people from our government? It's so frustrating to me that, and you guys, we can speculate all night about who may have planned the explosions, how they got there in the first place, but you can't have that many people talking about experiencing it. I mean, some people were nearly killed by these explosions. You saw the one man, he's holding his hand that's all bloody and he's covered in like ash and dust, and he says that the secondary explosion is what caused that to him. It was not the impact of the plane. So, I just, it's so frustrating to me that none of that was included in the official report. They have since ruled out the possibility of explosives being used, citing the lack of evidence or audible blasts. Right. Yeah. Yeah. No one heard anything. You didn't. I know you thought you heard explosions, but you didn't. I know you think you did, but your ears are playing tricks on you. And also that guy was covered in blood. No, that wasn't an explosion. I know you thought it was. I know that you felt like, yeah. I know you felt like you just lived through an explosion, but nope, that was your imagination. Your imagination playing tricks on you. And the man that was in the B1 basement that felt an explosion from below also lies. That didn't happen. He didn't experience an explosion, or a man that had his skin hanging from his arms. Nope, none of that happened. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. All right. So now we'll get into the Pentagon. We'll circle back to the Twin Towers, certainly. But I mean, the Pentagon is also a major problem, obviously. Yeah, we were kind of talking about it a little bit already. Get this going here. Now, well, so, all right. So this is, I actually will play it. I forgot that I included this in the email to myself. This is the second potential video. Again, I cannot say that this is legit. I don't know what this is supposed to be from. Maybe this is potentially from a helicopter. I can't say exactly what this video is from, but so take it for whatever. But then I hope you guys can see it okay. I'll take myself off screen and make it as big as possible. But this is supposedly a second angle of the missile hitting the Pentagon. Now, again, is this real? Don't know. It looks fairly legit, but with technology, it's hard to say these days. I know one thing: whatever that is, doesn't look much like a plane. If this is in fact a legit video, so just take that for whatever. Maybe it's legit, maybe it's not. Hard to say. But just it's there, so I thought I would share it. Now, this is day of stuff, them covering the various attacks, and of course, this is specifically focused on the Pentagon. I'm gonna let this play while I hit the head. So, yeah.
My close-up inspection, there's no evidence
of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual side of the building that's crashed in. And as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, a fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around, which would indicate that the entire plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon.
After realizing the blatant contradiction of Jamie McIntyre's statements on September 11th and the statements that he had made on Kira Phillips's interview, we decided to put out a news release on May 18th. In this news release, we quoted Jamie McIntyre's statement on September 11th and the statements that he had made on Kira Phillips's news broadcast. As a result, I received a phone call from CNN's Headline News. I was invited to be a guest on the Glenn Beck program, which is aired daily on that channel. They had asked me to come on the program to discuss some of the controversies and conspiracy theories about what had happened at the Pentagon on September 11th. Now, realizing that despite the fact that they were very friendly and professional on the telephone, this was not going to be a very friendly interview. Let's take a look at this interview, and you decide whether this is journalism or propaganda.
Conspiracy theories, sure, they're fun. They help us keep that dream alive that someday we really will walk on the moon, and that next Christmas, your stocking could be stuffed with an Elvis comeback album. Actually, some aren't so fun. Ever since 9/11, a bunch of theorists, otherwise known as people with active imaginations, no common sense, and...
For those that can't see the screen well, this is a young Glenn Beck. Something to keep in mind when you're viewing these people on your televisions today. Don't forget who they were.
a lot of time on their hands, have insisted that explosives inside the World Trade Center brought the towers down, that all the victims in the first plane really didn't die because there were no passengers, and that no plane ever hit the Pentagon.
Ask yourself this question. Does this sound like an introduction for an investigative piece of journalism with an honest desire to get to the truth? Or does this sound more like an ad hominem hit piece with a design to discredit and ridicule the messenger rather than address the issues and the evidence presented?
There's a documentary you can't get off of or you can get off of a website, but for some reason, they're not letting you buy it at Blockbuster. And now available is a director's cut that insists all of it is a hoax. Dave Von Kleist, you produced it.
From my close-up inspection.
All right, so that's the end of that clip. But yeah, you know that's what's also suspicious to me about this is that, you know, we literally could not talk about anything but the official narrative after the official narrative was out. Anything that went against that, any kind of questioning was dismissed out of hand. It's just like, oh, you're crazy. You know, why are you even bringing this up? That doesn't fit the official narrative. You know, and when have we seen that before recently? You remember when when people were questioning various things during COVID? If anybody had any questions, nope, just dismiss it. In fact, some doctors that were questioning COVID lost their jobs because they were questioning the methods that were being pushed on the American people. So I'm just saying, like, you know, pattern recognition, I guess. They keep doing the same things to us. Okay, now we played that already. Oh, sorry. I believe. Yeah, okay. Let's move on to the next one. Here we go. So this is the only, to my knowledge, this is the only official video that I know of that was released to the public of the plane hitting the Pentagon, or so they say. Here you go. Let's see if you can make it out. Now, does that look big enough to be a plane? I'll wait till it circles back because it's going to be on a loop here. We'll pause it right as the plane comes into frame here. And you tell me if this looks like it could be Hopefully I can catch it. Yeah, they're ready. Okay, so there you go. It's paused. So right behind this kind of yellow, I'm assuming this is a security checkpoint here, like a guard station. To the right of that kind of yellowish pillar there is the plane. Now, I understand so the Pentagon is a 6-story building, I guess? I don't know how many of you have been around a Boeing 767, but they're pretty tall. Yeah. This to me, now again, this is flying, so either it is incredibly close to the ground, which would take some piloting skills, especially at the speed they're traveling, that would be absolutely remarkable for men that had trained on only Cessnas before this. They had never flown commercial planes ever in their lives. And these men somehow, genius level piloting here, flying nearly on the ground with a commercial airline at high speeds. And, I don't know if anyone has ever been near the Pentagon. It's not exactly just like an open field. There would be a lot of there'd be a lot of obstacles to avoid. So the only way you could do it is you'd have to really come down quite quickly and then tip the nose back up and then fly basically flat at high speeds directly into the Pentagon. Now, the idea that some guys that had only trained on Cessnas somehow flew this plane perfectly into the Pentagon is, I guess, if you can believe it, then I guess. I've never been able to. And I remember when I first saw this video, I was like, that doesn't look right at all. Because when I'd heard the news that the Pentagon had been hit, I thought, surely they had to have flown into the top. But then when this is the video that gets released and they're flying, it looks to be just feet off of the ground. And they fly at high speeds, just feet off the ground directly into the Pentagon. I was like, that feels fishy. Like, how could guys that have never flown commercial airlines do this? I don't know, folks. I don't know. I don't know how you get minorly trained pilots to get this done. Just very, very suspicious. And it also doesn't hurt that the part of the Pentagon they hit just happened to have the documents that were related to the DOD $2.3 trillion missing funds. Just happened to be destroyed, coincidentally. It all worked out well, I guess, for the people that wanted to hide it. Gets my odds. Cheers, buddy. Appreciate you hanging out. Thank you for supporting this. I know it's different than what we normally do. Why would they fly into the Pentagon and not the White House? Excellent question. Great shot. And it's a question worth asking. If these were terrorists and the only goal was to just hurt America and, draw a lot of attention to themselves and Islam, it does feel like the White House is the more likely target than the Pentagon. And especially when you add on to that it just happened to hit the section of the Pentagon that housed the documents that were being investigated at the time. Again, there's just so many strange coincidences that happened on 9/11 that, at some point you have to be like, well, this is just bullshit. We're clearly being lied to. One coincidence, sure. Two, okay, maybe. Three, I guess, but it's starting to get fishy. But when you have a dozen or 24, or really we have more than that, then it's like, well, we're just being lied to. And I'm going to bring this back up earlier. This is the guy that I had earlier talking about Operation Northwoods. He talks more about kind of the plane situation here. So I'll let him talk for a while.
And I'm going to show you why I believe that very, very, very firmly, and why what they say happened with these alleged hijackers, impossible. Absolutely, unequivocally impossible. Not just because the hijackers seem to be ghosts and don't exist, but even the stories that we were told about their ability to fly a plane would not allow them to do what these airplanes did. It's fucking impossible. Let me show you how. You, as a human being, you understand, you felt the difference between moving on the ground and moving underwater. Big, big difference, right? So if you were to strap a rocket to a human and send him rocketing underwater at 100 miles per hour for a couple miles, you would see that rocket, when it stopped, the human would be hardly recognizable, okay? Because the force and resistance of the water would obliterate that person strapped to the rocket. It would, I mean, it would be a dangle of limbs if it was still connected at all. This is also the reason why, you know, if you jump from a bridge that's too high, when you hit the water, you might as well have jumped onto concrete. That the resistance is great, and the thicker the medium, the greater the resistance. All right. So the same thing applies to airplanes, my friends, and pilots will tell you this. At 30,000 feet, the air is very thin. All right, and an airplane can easily and safely travel at speeds of upward of 500 miles per hour. That's why they gain the altitude they do and can go as fast as they do. Thin air means that there isn't much resistance to worry about. However, as soon as that plane begins to reduce its altitude, it also has to reduce its speed for the reasons I was just telling you, okay? Atmosphere gets thicker as you get closer to sea level. This is not something that is like, okay, sometimes it is. No, this is an always thing. This is a hard, fast rule. It's an absolute. It's a necessity. You have to reduce speed as you approach sea level, or the structural integrity of the airplane will not withstand the resistance. It will, in fact, fall the fuck apart. Okay? It's called the flutter effect, and every pilot knows it, because in order to get through school, they have to learn to be sensitive to it, and you'll crash every simulation that you come in too hot. Okay? Below 10,000 feet, altitude speeds are around 250 miles per hour. That is the recommendation. Now, each airplane has a specific maximum operating velocity. It's called a VMO. And the rule is never. It should never be exceeded at low altitudes. And never means never for a reason. All right. If the VMO of the plane is exceeded,
I want to pause there for just a second, just kind of go over what he's saying there. So I hope that maybe we have some vets or, you know, guys that are familiar with planes to just kind of corroborate this. But I mean, again, it's things that you can easily investigate on your own. Just quick Google searches will kind of tell you these things. So, I mean, the information's out there pretty easily accessible. And I think we just kind of know this intuitively that, you know, planes reduce their speed when they're coming back down into the airport because they have to. You know, I have a little bit of experience with that because of working at the airport. But so I don't know that I have a video of this, but there was pilots that day of and day after and kind of in the following weeks tried to recreate the events of 9/11 in flight sims. One man especially he was a teacher, and he had all of his students attempt to do it, and they all failed specifically to recreate the flight path of Flight 175, which is the one that hit the South Tower, which is the one we have the most information on as far as radar tracking and all that. We know that it was exceeding 500 miles an hour at nearly sea level, roughly 700 feet above. And again, we went over that kind of earlier, but I'm just kind of reiterating. And 0 of his flight students could recreate that in a flight sim. Every time they tried to, it would rip the plane apart. When they quickly started to descend, as Flight 175 did that day, it would rip the wings off every single time. That's what happened. Because the plane came down like this. It came down like this and then turns hard banks and then flies into the building. This was not just like a drop down and fly straight in. And again, you can look this up online. You can see the flight pattern of Flight 175. It's very well documented. The short of it is, a commercial airliner could not make that flight pattern, or recreate that flight pattern at those speeds. It would tear the plane apart. And that's exactly what this man is talking about. So again, the question is, what hit the buildings? Because we know that a commercial airliner could not do that. So then what was it? What was it that hit the buildings? We know something is. We have video of it. We have video of something hitting the building. Some plane definitely hits the buildings. We know that. But my question has been for years now, what it actually was, because we know that a commercial airliner cannot do it. And also of note, and again, I hope that we have somebody here with some experience to corroborate this, but again, quick Google search will tell you this. When you are exceeding these speeds, alarms will be going off in the flight cabin that are warning you to say, hey, you need to slow down. You're going to tear the plane apart. So even if somehow they managed against all odds to make these incredible air maneuvers that would even experienced pilots would have a very hard time doing, even if they did that miraculously, truly miraculously. These are unexperienced pilots that had only flown Cessnas for a short period of time and realistically had very little flight experience. And then they jump in the cockpit of a commercial airliner and fly them in almost mythical, magical ways that don't really make any sense as far as physics go. And then perfectly fly them into 3 different buildings this day. If you do it once, then okay, man, you just got really lucky. But to do it 3 times, is, then it's like, okay, well, how did these inexperienced pilots with alarms going off, they're in a high stress situation, they have very little experience flying, 0 experience flying large aircraft. How did they do it 3 times in a row? And again, the flight patterns of all 3 planes are very well documented. You can look up how all 3 planes traveled that day, their speeds, the information's out there. Pretty easy to look up. Did they ever find the black boxes from the planes? To my knowledge, they have not. They did find a passport, though, funny enough. Okay, anyone could hit the Pentagon. Well, true, but we just kind of went over the Pentagon stuff, Dustin, so you kind of missed it. But not in the way that it was hit. I agree, if they had just flown into the roof, then yeah, easy enough. But that's not what happened, at least not from the official video. I think YouTube is blocking some of my comments. It is possible. I would not doubt that at all. I would not doubt that there's certain words that YouTube does not allow. That would not surprise me whatsoever. Anyway, we'll keep moving along here. Where was I? I think this is our next clip that we want. Yes. Okay. So let's close this one down now. Share this. There we go. and get our sound going.
After the strike, government agents picked up debris and carried it off. Shortly thereafter, the entire lawn was covered with dirt and gravel, so that any remaining forensic evidence was literally covered up. Also, the videos from security cameras on the nearby Citgo gas station and Sheraton Hotel, which would show what really hit the Pentagon, were immediately confiscated by agents of the FBI, and the Department of Justice has to this day refused to release them. If these videos would prove that the Pentagon was really hit by a 757, most of us would assume the government would release them. Shortly after the strike, government agents picked up debris and carried it off. Shortly thereafter, the entire lawn was covered with dirt and gravel, so that any remaining forensic evidence was literally covered up. Also, the videos from...
I'm just repeating now, but yeah, worth noting. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Flight 93 went down. You know, and there we could honestly have a long discussion about just the Flight 93 thing. You know, what the target was, hard to say. It could have been the White House. It could have been Building 7. That's always been my contention, is that the goal was to actually hit Building 7 to just make it more believable that that building would also fall that day. But, you know, obviously it did not make it there, unfortunately. Well, I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, people died either way. Yeah, it's Flight 93 is a strange one. Very little evidence of a plane being there either. The official narrative is that it basically embedded itself so far into the ground that they couldn't recover anything, including engines. But anyway, back to this, the whole Pentagon situation. Again, I mean, probably, if not the most secure building in the world at the time, got to be like top 10. And for whatever reason, we still to this day only have one official video of the plane hitting the Pentagon. Just always, and you know, we just watched that a few minutes ago. Very grainy, very far away, hard to make out what you're actually looking at there. Doesn't look much like a plane flying in. You know, again, it's hard to tell, but it's so strange to me that we do not have more video when there apparently was more video evidence available. Yeah, that's what we were told anyway, James. Yeah. I hope that's true. I hope that, I mean, it's hard, again, it's hard to feel about. I mean, if that is the truth, well, yeah, we could have a long conversation about the phone calls too. At the time, making phone calls from that high in the air was pretty problematic. But maybe it happened as we were told. You know, I mean, it's hard to say because not much else that day is true. But anyway, I'm going to keep moving along here. This is probably the funniest thing I will play tonight, although not really funny, but just something to consider. We were talking about the black boxes a second ago. This is the magical passport. Yeah. Oh, I'm muted.
Amazing coincidence that even though everything from the plane was destroyed in an incredible burning inferno, his passport, magically floated safely to the ground. Was it singed at all?
Yeah.
Was it even singed?
I have a show called Doom Scrolling where we just watch all these conspiracy videos, and one of them, Passport Man, where they made a superhero just out of passports.
I mean,
the FBI tells NBC News it was some distance from Ground Zero that a civilian found a passport lying on the street belonging to one of the suspected hijackers.
Sir,
We found the passport belonging to one of the hijackers, blocks away from the attack.
Excellent work, Special Agent. Free the 5 dancers at once.
Sir, what if someone just planted the passport there?
Heck! Nonsense, you fool. We must invade the entire Middle East.
The indestructible passport is gone. Someone took it.
Who is Passport Man? Did he steal and then reverse engineer the indestructible passport of one of the hijackers?
If they made buildings out of passport paper, maybe they'd still be standing. Now I've got to make sure this never gets used the wrong way again.
There you go. The amazing Passport Man. Yeah. I don't know. We didn't really recover anything from the planes, except for a passport. Hard to explain how that exactly happened. Yeah, it did somehow, though. Again, magic. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know how a lot of things that day happened. But it's curious, that's for sure. It's very curious how the passport survived an inferno that melted steel. But somehow it did. Yeah, I've never known what to do with that information. It feels like our government thinks that we're idiots. That's what it feels like. But we're gonna move on. That was just kind of something kind of lighthearted, I guess. Not really in the midst of all this, but yeah. We'll move on to Building 7. If there was a smoking gun, a grassy knoll of 9/11, it's Building 7. This of all the things that don't make sense on 9/11, I think this makes the least sense of anything that happened that day. Well, other than maybe the passport thing. Yeah, you know, I remember watching this building collapse live, and you know, the thing is, they were showing Building 7 off and on throughout the day, so we have really good footage of Building 7 in its various states through the day, working up to the collapse. So we know how many fires were in it. We know where they were. We know how intense they were. You know, it's pretty well documented. It's, again, you know, you can do more research on this in your own time, but we know the state of Building 7 before it collapsed. My take is the terrorist cell had been infiltrated by Mossad. The repercussions were factored. It's possible. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing, James. There are so many moving pieces with this, which, you know, we can get into. Well, my plan is once we go through a few more things here, I'm going to open the panel up and bring some folks on. Then we can kind of talk about speculation and what, you know, we think possibly happened. But, you know, that's why I've been trying to show a video for all of this, because I wanted to present as many facts as possible first. And then we can talk more speculation. But, yeah, and absolutely, James, that's the thing is, you know, the powers that be are certainly playing some kind of game. But this one I'm about to play here is specifically about Building 7. So
if you were told it was something else, you wouldn't believe it, would you? This is called visual identification based on experience. This building is about to be destroyed in what is called a controlled demolition. Buildings do not do this spontaneously. Here is another example of a controlled demolition. The initial charges are spaced about 1 second apart. And you can see that each section begins falling separately. Successful demolitions require that all structural support columns collapse at virtually the same time. If they don't, or if something else goes wrong, the result will look something like this. This is World Trade Center 7 just before it collapsed on September the 11th, 2001. It had not been hit by an aircraft. It had been damaged by falling debris and fire. But by 5:20 p.m., most of the fires have been extinguished. Although the building was 47 stories high, it doesn't fall sideways, nor collapse unevenly. For this to have happened, all of the building's vertical supports must have given way at almost exactly the same time. Yet the Federal Emergency Management Agency reported that the collapse was due primarily to fire. But what does it look like to you? As at July 2007, there is no final report on the collapse of World Trade Center 7, but the National Institute of Standards and Technology still rules out a controlled demolition. So the question is, do you believe what you can see with your own eyes, or do you believe what you are told?
Apple. Yeah. You know, again, I think this is probably a video that we've all seen at least a few times in our life. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to play another one here. This is more talking about Building 7 itself and its collapse.
Collapsed symmetrically, meaning that it came straight down, having an almost perfectly horizontal roof line. In order for this symmetrical collapse to occur, all 82 of the steel columns supporting the building had to fail simultaneously. It is difficult to imagine how this symmetry could have resulted without explosives. Perhaps people may think that if the building had been entirely engulfed by fire, so that the fire was symmetrical, all 82 of its columns might have failed simultaneously, producing a symmetrical collapse. History teaches, however, that it is impossible for fire to cause a steel frame building to collapse. It would have been even more obviously impossible.
I hope you guys are seeing this here. I know the picture is small. So this is the Windsor Hotel after a fire. Pretty significant structure here. And you can see the level of damage that's been done by fire. I mean, literally, it's just a shell of itself. Essentially, everything that could be burned by fire has been burned in this picture. And as you can see, this building is still standing. Yeah, so, and what this man just said is really important. Until 9/11, we had never had a steel frame structure, superstructure like the World Trade Centers or Building 7 collapse due to fire. Never. It never happened before. And the thing is, other buildings have been hit by planes since 9/11. They didn't collapse either. In fact, there was one fairly recently, I want to say in, I think it's like South Africa. I'd have to look it up, but just a few years back. So, you know, again, it's just a lot of mysterious things that happened only on 9/11.
For the fires of Building 7, being on only a few floors, to have produced a symmetrical collapse. To believe these asymmetrical fires produced a symmetrical collapse would be to believe in a miracle. The fire also could not explain the sudden onset of Building 7's collapse. Even if we believe that the fire could have caused the steel to lose its strength, the fire would have weakened the steel gradually, causing it to start sagging. But they did not. One moment, the building was perfectly immobile. The next moment, as videos show, it was coming down at full speed. As Australian scientist Frank Legge has observed, there is no sign of a slow start that would be expected if collapse was caused by the gradual softening of the steel. These two characteristics of Building 7's collapse, the symmetrical pattern and the sudden onset, are characteristics of a controlled implosion in which incendiaries and explosives are used to slice the building's steel support columns so as to cause the building to come straight down. The reason to implode a building, rather than simply causing it to fall over sideways, is to avoid damaging nearby buildings. Engineering an implosion, in the words of a controlled demolition website, is by far the trickiest type of explosive project, which only a handful of blasting. Building 7 collapsed symmetrically.
All right, one more thing to play here, and I'm going to say a few things, and I'm going to open the panel up, and if anyone wants to hop on and talk about it, your thoughts, feel free to join me in that. Last video on Building 7, I think we've covered the major things. Obviously, there's tons more to talk about. I mean, honestly, we could spend days talking about all the problems with 9/11. But for sake of time, I'll stop here. I feel like we've kind of covered all the major things. I also say a few more things after this, but yeah.
Third time today. It's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down.
I turned in time to see what looked like a skyscraper implosion. Looked like it had been done by a demolition crew. The whole thing just collapsing down on itself.
It was almost as if it were a planned implosion. It just pancaked.
This is control.
Well, what happened? Why do we freeze? Interesting. I'm not sure what's happened. I guess you guys can still hear me. It looks like I still have internet, but for whatever reason, looks like Instagram has frozen. Let me try and reload this. Well, Instagram, I guess, is having issues. At least I got through pretty much all of it, and that just talks more about the collapse of Building 7, which I think most of you are familiar with, and we kind of have already covered in a couple other videos there. Anyway, just a couple more things I want to say before I open the panel up and have some people on and get their thoughts, and also I want to hopefully have some folks hop on and just kind of talk about their experiences with 9/11, their thoughts, how it may have affected them, their families, things like that. A lot of people have asked me why I spend so much time talking about this, especially if you're friends with me, then you know that this is a subject I bring up quite often. So why does it matter to me, I guess, is the question I'm answering. And I think it's a thing that stuck with me because, I mean, first off, 3,000 of our fellow citizens died that day, obviously, over 3,000. And then untold number that were affected by all of the chemicals they breathed in that day. I mean, there's entire lawsuits and funds that have been started specifically for first responders, the policemen, the firemen, that have gotten all kinds of diseases, primarily various cancers, because of their efforts trying to save people that day. So just within the local area of New York, far more than just 3,000 people, 3,000 lives were affected. Then on top of that, you add all of the men and women that went overseas and served in the wars that followed. Over 7,000 of our military personnel died in those wars. Yeah. And then on top of that, 146,000 Iraqis died in the bombing and the war that followed 9/11. 46,000 of those were civilians. And I forget the numbers, but I think it's somewhere in the 60,000 range of Afghanis that died. And sure, you know, some of these we can just throw them if you like, if it makes you feel better, we can just throw them in the category of bad people. And sure, some of them are bad people, undisputedly. Lot of bad folks over there. For anyone that's hung out with me any period of time, you know I have pretty harsh critic. I'm a pretty harsh critic of Islam. I think anybody that's talked with me any period of time knows that. I'm not a fan, to say the least. But I still think that you have to acknowledge when innocent people die, regardless of where they may live on this planet. I don't think you can just write them off because they live in another country. At least I'm not able to. So if you have that ability, then I guess whatever. But I've never been able to do that. So the point I'm trying to make is that far more than just 3,000 people died because of this. And, you know, that's why I just titled this evening very simply, Never Forget. And none of us ever should. Regardless of how you feel about it or how you think that the day's events played out, one thing is certain, that hundreds of thousands of people died because of 9/11. Unequivocally. That's just a fact. So yeah, I'm never going to forget. And also, I'm frustrated by the fact that I don't think we've been told the truth. I think that we have been lied to immensely by our government. And it'd be nice to know the truth. It'd be nice to know why our men and women were sent over there. I think we all have a lot of feelings about the wars that followed. I think a lot of us feel like a lot of it was unnecessary and drug out, and also that the goals that we were told initially were probably not true, or at least exaggerated. I mean, I think the weapons of mass destruction topic alone has been talked about to a point where it's almost a meme at this point. And sure, there was some chemical warfare that was found in Iraq. I don't know if that justifies basically 150,000 people dying over there. And, I mean, Saddam, not a good person, obviously, but still, you can't just say, well, because of Saddam or because of various other negative factors in the area that what happened there is okay. And then I think really what bothers me the most is it feels like to me that the men and women of our military were used for a lie. So, yeah. Give me a second. Anyway, I'm gonna share the link. People can hop on, and we'll talk about it. I'm still here, James. Just give me a second here. And honestly, folks, I would be really curious about how you feel about it, about how you feel about the way that our military was used after 9/11. And again, I want to be really clear that I have incredible respect for the men and women of our military. So it really hurts me to think that potentially 7,000 of them died for something that was not entirely true. Yeah, I think that's probably what bothers me more than any of it, is that if we were not told the truth and our men and women were sent over there for even a little bit of a lie, I'm not happy with it. So, I mean, because we all know, I think we all have friends that have been affected by the wars that followed 9/11. I imagine. I mean, I know that I do. I've had many over the years. And I'm sure that you do too. I'm sure some of you I know were there. You were the men and women I'm talking about. And your life was directly affected by that. Your family's lives were. So, yeah, that's why it matters. That's why it matters. So, yeah, we should never forget, never let this go. Never stop talking about it, regardless of where you're at on this. Even if you believe the complete official story, if that's where you're at, if you don't believe any of the things I've said tonight, even if everything that they told us is true, I still think that even a reasonable person would say that we were at least manipulated when it comes to specifically the war in Iraq. I don't know how there's any way around that. Yeah, so I'm obviously not at all happy about the events that followed 9/11, or obviously the day of. So if anyone wants to hop on, I know it's kind of a heavy night. I apologize for not being entertaining as I generally try to be. But you know, it's a serious topic. So I hope that I hope you guys that watched tonight, first off, thank you for watching. And I hope that I did it some justice. I tried to you know, just present facts as much as I could. So, you know, yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you guys will hang out a little bit now and we'll just kind of talk. And especially if you have anything to say related to 9/11, then love to have you join me and hang out. I believe the link is there now, right? I pinned it, I think. Yeah, it's there. But yeah, never forget, people. And I guess I will have a pour of something now, maybe. I've been kind of on a dry week this week, honestly. Not really because of 9/11, just for other reasons. Well, very honestly, I've been drinking too much. So yeah. So trying to cut back. But then my son came into town yesterday, so we did a little bit of drinking last night. And then also with Ben. Let's see here. The odds on a quick win were high. are we talking about Afghanistan or Iraq, James? But yeah, I mean, I think that's what we were told going in for sure. Why they never let the Iraqi police themselves was an issue. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been my thought with the Middle East in general. I honestly feel like we need to just kind of stay out of that. I don't think we're ever going to change anything over there. Also, cheers, Joe. What's up, man? Sorry, I kind of missed you there for a second. For those that missed it, Joe hung out with us Thursday night, where we kind of went over this a little less in depth, I guess you would say. Yeah, well, that was a good time. Good hangout there on the Whiskey 6. Yeah. So thank you, Joe, for hanging with us. The factions were always going to vent. Not sure exactly what you mean by that, James, but I think I do. But yeah. Yeah, you know, and for whatever it's worth, you know, again, not that I am a fan of Saddam Hussein. I think he was a very bad person. But I think that at least he understood the people that he was trying to govern. And the Sunnis and the Shias, you know, and he at least kind of kept them under control. I mean, you know, it's such a mess that it's hard to talk about this in a way that really makes sense. But I mean, I think we can all agree that Iraq is worse now than it was. I don't think that there's been any decline in problems in Iraq since we have inserted ourselves in their problems. It doesn't feel like we've made anything better. I don't know. Yeah, the whole Middle East situation is just such a mess. Well, yes, for sure. Yeah, I mean, very clearly Saddam was cruel. I think we all can recognize that. But I think when you're dealing, I'm going to try and be careful how I word this. Well, I'm just going to say it the way I was going to say it. Some people only understand cruelty. And that seems to be the case in that region, especially when you're dealing with terrorists. I think cruelty is probably the only thing they do understand. So, you know, sorry if that doesn't really sound good, but I mean, that's just been my observation. Yeah, Afghanistan, certainly. I mean, that's the thing is I don't know that we've improved anything over there. I know a lot of people made a lot of money. I know that. I know a small group of people made a lot of money. I know that's true. I don't know that we made anything better, though. I hope so. I hope somewhere there that at least there's a small area that's somehow better for all the money and lives we spent. I hope so. I hope that somebody has been affected positively there. I haven't seen it, but I'm hopeful that that's true for somebody. Many young people I've talked to just don't seem to care about what happened on 9/11. Well, yeah, because they weren't alive to experience it. They didn't see it happen like we did. You know, I think that's true of so many things. Like there's so many things in history that I feel like people lack, I guess, respect for. It's probably the best word. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, plus, I mean, young people these days just don't seem to care about much of anything. At least that's what I observe. Nothing to apologize for. You're talking about what should and needs to be vigorously talked about and debated. Well, thank you, Eric. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, you know, and I don't know, man. It's so frustrating to me that all these years later, we don't have better answers. And I mean, honestly, I don't know that we ever will. I mean, we've gotten little, especially like on the weapons of mass destruction thing, we've gotten a little better information as to what the intelligence actually was and how it was exaggerated. But, you know, still, is it enough to kind of make everything that happened over there okay? I don't know. I can't get behind that. I can't see a way that it was justified. Yeah, Kuwait. That's the thing, Ernest. So, you know, I mean, Ernest is one of the people that was there. He knows. You know, and I've known guys that were over there, and their job was to guard the poppy fields in Afghanistan. Why didn't we just burn them? I mean, there's so many things. I mean, the reason is obvious. The reason we didn't burn them is because why burn them when you can make money? You know, I mean, it gave us control over the opium flow. I don't know. It's just that everything surrounding 9/11 is just so frustrating and irritating, and yeah, it's been a week, I tell you. It's been a week. You know, and I'm in several different group chats, and one of them we were speculating whether or not, you know, and I hate to say this, so I want to be really clear that what I'm about to say, I am not in any way trying to disrespect Charlie Kirk or his life or his family, but it seemed interesting timing-wise that he would be assassinated the day before 9/11's anniversary, and then that's been basically all the news has been about. There has been very little mention of 9/11 on 9/11's anniversary or since. It was kind of just a blip on Fox News, and most of it was Charlie Kirk, and, you know, understandably so. It's just, you know, again, for me, it's like more pattern recognition. It's like these demonic people keep doing this sick stuff to distract us from things. And so eventually it's like, are you doing it again? Is this another thing that you're doing to keep our minds off of things? I don't know. And I hope not. Hey, Mark, what's up, buddy?
Yep. It's a distraction.
It just, I don't know, man. When you see it over and over again, it's like, you know.
Yeah.
Like I said,
yeah, like you say, it's constant, you know. Oh, don't look at this. Look at this. You know.
Yeah.
Y'all get preoccupied with this. We're showing you this now. Don't worry about, you know, what's going on over here behind the curtain.
And you know, and fun fact, because it did not get covered at all because of Charlie Kirk's death. And I mean, fair enough. I mean, that situation deserved to be the main topic of the news. But very quietly, the Senate nearly, I guess it wasn't a bill, I can't think of the right word, but they were trying to push forward getting the Epstein files out, and it nearly passed. It didn't by a small margin, but that got almost zero coverage. If you really dig deep, you can find brief news articles on it, but same day he was shot, by the way, that 9/10. Yeah. So, you know, again, I don't trust these people. And so, and it keeps feeling like they do things to distract us and get our minds off of the things that they don't want to talk about. Whether it be the Epstein files or 9/11 or COVID or a myriad of other things. They just keep doing things. It's like, oh, chase the carrot. Don't look at this thing over here.
Mm-hmm. It's bird flu now. Look out.
Yeah. And again, I mean, it's over and over and over again. I mean, they just, you know, and going back to the Epstein thing, watching the president of the United States, the one that kind of ran on the platform that he was going to expose all this stuff, then say to the American people, you're still talking about the Epstein files? Yeah, we are, because you kept talking about them.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Yeah.
Show us the list. Show us flight logs, you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Something, you know, and what's her name? Whatever his wife's name is, you know. I'm sure she has a wealth of information on her too.
Yeah.
But, you know, she's being kept quiet.
Yeah, well, I mean, fair point, Ernest. I mean, if I'm honest, you know, and again, I want to be really clear about what I'm saying. The governments of Israel and the UAE benefited tremendously by our presence in the Middle East. They always have.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think that makes their citizens evil. I want to be really clear. But I think the governments over there are. And they benefited tremendously by our presence over there.
Most governments are corrupt, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, proving things is a little difficult. You know, people that in the know that can prove stuff usually wind up disappearing.
Yep. That's true. And that's the other thing, is that another pattern recognition here is that even if you don't want to believe any of the conspiracy theory stuff, you have to at least recognize that whistleblowers keep mysteriously dying, regardless of what topic we're talking about, whether it be 9/11, the Epstein thing, or COVID, or I mean, you know, back in the 80s with the whole Contra situation and the whole potential CIA helping get drugs into the country. Anytime somebody's like, hey, wait a second, there's some people over here doing some nefarious shit that work for the government, they just die.
And then immediately disappeared and forgotten about.
Cheers, Joe. Cheers, Ernest.
Cheers. Cheers.
I should pick my mic over here. There we go. How's that?
Yeah, that's better.
Cheers.
I think one of my comments earlier that I posted, I think YouTube probably just shadow deleted. It was about the explosions. You know, people were saying, you know, I heard an explosion. You know,
yeah.
I've worked around people, you know, doing that. You know, like in Kentucky at the Lock Project. You know, we were doing controlled explosions there, and I was helping them with that stuff. And you can set up. We had, you know, numerous holes with explosions in it, and then they're set off at like microsecond apart. So it kind of sounds like an explosion, but it's like a long kind of explosion. And that's what it is. Yeah. That's how you take a building down, is you control explosions and all the support pillars at the same time, but like microseconds apart. So that's why the building collapses from the middle down and goes into one spot versus, you know, if you blew it up on one side, it's going to tip over and the whole thing would just fall over, you know?
Yeah. Well, in one of the videos, there was someone that you played, Sean, where the guy said it was like gunshots.
Yeah.
Pop, 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 pop. I'm like, that sounds more like a controlled.
That's a controlled explosion. Exactly what that is. That's how that Building 7 looks.
Or a series of shattering beams.
Yeah. You pop the main supports, it comes down.
I don't know what we're talking about here, Joe. You set your timer for 1 hour.
Yep. I'm going to give you 1 hour. I set my timer for 1 hour.
Okay. I didn't ask for an hour, so I don't know what you mean, but
no, I have to go in an hour. I'm gonna hang out with y'all for an hour.
Okay, I got you.
I'm not whatever's going on an hour from now. When I dip out and I'm like, peace, y'all, I gotta go. That's not because of whatever the conversation is. It's because I gotta go.
I got you. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
So yeah, like, you know, a series of pops could just be a bunch of shattering beams, and people who've never heard that before, they don't know what that sounds like.
Yeah. So for those that missed Thursday, Joe is not of any of the conspiracy beliefs, right?
I am of none conspiracy. Very few conspiracies.
Yeah. Is there any? Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll frame it. Is there any conspiracies you are a fan of, Joe?
I used to be a big fan of conspiracies back, you know, back when they were innocent and you could just like idly, curiously look into conspiracies and not have the almighty algorithm feed garbage directly into your brain pocket. Back then, now if you idly look into something like, I don't know, something. If you look up MK Ultra, which was a legitimate thing, a legitimate like undercover operation conspiracy thing, an actual undercover operation. If you look that up, then all of a sudden the algorithm just starts shoveling garbage into your feed and just, oh, you thought that was the thing? Here's the thing. Here's another thing. Here's another thing. Here's another thing.
That's true. It can.
I did a show once on the origins of the flat Earth theory, the modern flat Earth theory, and how it keeps coming back and keep coming back and keep coming back. And I accidentally did one search, not in safe search mode, and it wrecked my entire my Facebook feed, my YouTube feed, my search feed. It wrecked everything for like 3 months until I could root that crap out. Just because I was idly curious about the origins of this absolute nonsense.
Yeah. Fun fact. One of the biggest promoters, I guess, or proponents of flat Earth in the modern day is Islam, funny enough. Yeah. So I don't know if everybody remembers, but for those of you that are basketball fans, Kyrie Irving, for a while, who is a basketball player, for those who don't know, was promoting flat Earth about 10 years ago or so, right around the time that he was getting real big into Islam. So,
why would
coincidences
you
abound
to believe that there is
that one's not a coincidence. There's actually a lot of Muslims that believe.
Well, you could also say the same thing about Christians with their silly little 6,000-year-old Earth living under the dome of the firmament and all of the citations. I don't want to get into the fucking flat Earth nonsense. God, that is the biggest dumb pile of crap on the planet.
It's something.
It is a giant pile of crap.
James says he thinks you lost weight, Joe.
I have. Thank you for noticing.
Okay, there you go.
I'm actually down about 25 pounds from the beginning of the year.
Okay. Nice, yeah.
I'm up 5 from the beginning of this month, but I'm down 25 from the beginning. Still net 25 from the beginning of the year.
There you go. Okay. I believe the Epstein list would shake up the world so much that is why it will never truly be released. But yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, all of the demonic pedophiles are at the top. So,
yep.
They're not going to tell on themselves. Why would they do that?
There's just way too many. I think that's why when they really got into the list, they're like, oh shit, I know.
You're like, oh, my name's on there too. Okay, well, no, we can't.
I know this guy, and I know this guy.
I'm not on the list.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, yeah, you're not powerful enough, Joe.
I'm probably not on the list. I don't think any of those people. I don't know any of those people, so I don't think any of them know me.
Okay. We sacked our ambassador in the U.S. for his links to Epstein. What?
Okay. James Morgan, I am assuming, is not in the U.S. Where you at, James?
Yeah.
Is he UK?
He's UK.
He is. Yeah, he's UK.
I remember seeing that Thursday, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good. I'm glad some positive has come out of that because very little has been done.
Well, there was Prince Andrew too. He was with his association.
Yeah.
There's plenty of people that we absolutely 100% know were associated with Epstein, and there's plenty of people who we absolutely 100% don't care were associated with Epstein.
I don't know. There's
plenty of people that were associated. We were like, oh, Prince Andrew can't be a prince anymore. But, other people, who cares? Let them keep doing what they're doing.
I mean, honestly, though, is that enough? I mean, so here's my thing is like my thought. And I said this on the Whiskey 6 when we initially talked about the Epstein thing. I don't care who's on it. I mean, and what I mean by that is that regardless of political affiliation, if you're on that list and it can be confirmed that you were raping young girls, I want you hung in the public square for the whole world to see. I don't care. I don't care who you are.
Absolutely.
Whether it be the president. Well, I probably shouldn't say the next sentence. That might get the FBI at my front door. But
well, see, there's a lot of people who say that, but yet like 75 million people still voted for him. So of those 75 million people, some of them still voted for him and knew 100% that he was on the list before they voted for him. We knew this. We knew this 5 years ago, but nobody gave a shit.
I don't know that 75 million people knew that.
Not all 75 million people, but at least a few.
I would say
million.
actually, as I said earlier in the night, I think that very few people actually investigate things. I think that most people are very happy with just watching whatever's on the news. And I know that because I work for a lot of these people. And they just, whether it be MSNBC and CNN, Fox, whatever their thing is, they just watch that, and that's the truth. That's what the thing is. And they never investigate anything. They never dig deeper.
Yeah, I think most of them just don't care.
Who blew the whistle on Epstein?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know the answer to that question.
I'm not even sure who did it initially. I know that Trump talked about it a lot, but I couldn't tell you who was the first person to bring it to light. I know that
I read this story.
What was it?
It was a couple of unrelated things.
It was an attorney in South Florida. I want to say it was one of the ones that first.
Jim Acosta, or is that?
That sounds right.
The one who became the labor secretary. He was the original prosecutor.
I think so. I know
that's not who blew the whistle.
That's true.
They got onto his. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I don't want to. Y'all gonna wreck my. I don't want to wreck my algorithm again. I'll go in safe mode.
So yeah, now most of you know that I moved to Kentucky from Florida. So when this was happening, what was it, 2013? I want to say 2011, 2013, somewhere around that time. Like this was all over the news in Florida because it was like a local thing,
right?
And so, but as far as who brought it to the attention of the public first, I couldn't say, Ernest.
Plea deal.
I don't remember hearing anything about the JFK
the parents
file.
of a 14-year-old girl reported to police in Palm Beach. So it was the parents of a 14-year-old girl.
Okay. Well, there you go. That makes sense.
He got nailed by the parents of one of his victims.
That tracks. Yeah, that seems like a thing that would happen.
But I had read somewhere else.
I would also feel that would, if it was based on very powerful people, that would go away real quick.
Well, see, that's the thing, though, is it did go away.
Somebody else with enough stature and power themselves.
It kind of did.
Now,
what Epstein actually got charged with out of that case was almost nothing.
Yeah,
I think what he actually served was like something like 18 months of.
He served 13 months of an 18-month sentence.
Okay,
because of his plea deal that he got in 05.
And he was allowed to be out during the day on work release. So he was only
like that.
He was only in jail at night. For those 13 months. So yeah, he definitely. When the accusation is raping an underage girl, it feels like 13 months on a work release is pretty light sentence considering.
Yeah, he was rearrested in 2019 after a second investigation by a Miami Herald reporter. There was a second investigation after he got out on the first really lenient plea deal, and then he was rearrested in 2019, and then he was arrested July 6th, and then August 10th he was murked.
Potentially.
Yeah. He absolutely, definitely, without question, committed suicide. Here's the tapes.
Yeah,
Joe,
right.
nothing.
Zero other things happened. He's definitely not potentially alive, and is actually a Mossad agent.
Look over there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't worry about it, folks. Move along. Richie Z, the legend in the house. What's up, buddy?
Here's Richie Z.
Now that is one of those things that kind of looks suspicious.
Okay, so we agree on this conspiracy.
Like I'm willing to accept that there's more to the Epstein suicide,
Absolutely.
then there's more facts to the matter. I'm willing to accept he could have committed suicide, but there's enough smoke that it looks. I mean, when they release, like, here's the video footage to show that nothing happened that night, and it's like a camera pointing that way, and he's over there, and it's like, this is all the footage we have from the 19 cameras that we have in the. Like, seriously?
Convenient that we only have one working camera of the 19, much like the Pentagon when it was hit by the plane.
Exactly.
Really? Seriously? Like, here's the camera that we had in the parking lot. That's the best we got. Like,
really? And again, as I said earlier in the night, it's just pattern recognition for me, folks. It's like, this is how come every time there's a problem, you never have a good shot of it?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, again, we only have one working camera, and
the more that you know, the less, or the more likely you are to find yourself not alive anymore.
Running off a bridge or something.
It is funny how many people that are whistleblowers commit suicide. It just happens all the time. They just become suicidal as soon as they blow the whistle on something, and it's just suicide. Oh no, again, or a heart attack. Tons of heart attacks going on from whistleblowers. I guess maybe the stress gets to them. I don't know.
I mean, heart attacks in America is not really the whistleblowers tend to be at the age where you drop dead. It's not that. I mean, I could drop dead in the morning, and it's not because I'm a whistleblower. It's because I'm 50 and carrying too much weight on my frame. We are in America, the cholesterol capital of the world. I mean, come on.
But I mean, there's also a lot of suicides. A lot of suicides.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a person up here that, like, if it was like, yep, massive coronary, like, all of us would not be. None of us, like, if you heard that I had a massive coronary on Tuesday next week, you wouldn't be shocked. I mean, look at me. There's a reason I started running. My wife could come home from work and find me face down in my Cheerios. There's a reason I've started running again.
There you go. Yeah.
I don't want to drown in a bowl of Cheerios. That would suck. Fruit Loops, at least.
Yeah, and Richie, thank you for hanging out, man. Appreciate it.
Or something.
Eric Gunderson saying it used to be that knowledge is power, but now it seems knowledge is potentially fatal. Yeah, you're not kidding, man.
Yeah. The more you know, the more you should keep your mouth shut.
Yep.
Yeah. And again, just for the record, so everyone knows, I'm not suicidal. Just thought I'd say that. Just so it's clear.
I have been, but not right now.
There you go. Yeah. Not today, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you hear about me going suicidal and killing myself, don't believe that bullshit.
Yeah.
Somebody killed me.
Yeah. Like Epstein.
I ain't that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or he's not dead at all. There is that potential theory out there as well.
Oh yeah, he's on the island with Elvis
and Tupac.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we got.
That was a fun conspiracy theory back when I was a kid, that Elvis faked his death and was to get out of the spotlight and da 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 da.
So
that was a fun conspiracy theory.
So if Mark's dead, it was AI, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, the Elvis one is particularly funny because if you're going to fake your own death, why would you do it on the toilet?
Right, you do it in a cool way, like rescuing nuns out of a bus when it all blows up and catches fire. That's the right way to do it.
Legitimately, that's how I might die tonight.
On the toilet.
Yep.
I thought you meant rescuing nuns out of a flaming bus. Oh.
Definitely not.
No, Jonathan's not doing that.
I mean,
when I pick my death, it's going to be on a hiking trip on the Pacific Coast, Pacific Crest Trail. Trying to do a through hike, and then I'll just like leave my tattered clothes and some bear spray on it. And then I'm gonna, dip out to, I don't know,
Tahiti,
Canada or something. Just disappear into the wilderness.
Canada's talking about joining the U.S. now, at least parts of it.
Yeah,
Alberta and
honestly, there's going to be a lot of people who go with me, So
after the food poisoning I went through this past week, I could have seen myself dying on the toilet.
I've had enough rye whiskey tonight where I might shit my pants.
Jeez.
Yeah, Richie, so you can.
Better rye whiskey, man. God damn.
That's what. So I was at a wedding tonight. And I was like, buddy, you must have some other whiskey or something else. And he goes, no, third time I asked him, he's like, well, we did a tasting earlier. And I'm like, break out that Sagamore.
The secret stuff.
Yeah. You just got to keep asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Richie, yes, you can definitely say that here. No issues. Yeah, I mean, I think regardless of how you feel politically, either way, an innocent man got shot. So
I honestly, I saw your stream and I was having a really good week until that happened, and I had some issues with my food and alcohol intake this week.
Me too, man. I was supposed to be on a dry week. It's not worked out.
Sean, I had my head down. I saw something on Instagram, and I was like angry. I cried a while. I talked to some friends. It was literally like somebody took like I mean, I don't really give a shit about my family, but it affected me for sure, in a way that I didn't think was possible.
Yeah, I get that, man. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I mean, I personally, I can't say that I followed the man that much, or he wasn't a person that I really kept track of a whole lot. But either way, just from a human standpoint, a father, a son, a husband got shot for talking. And I think that's probably what bothers me more than anything is regardless of who you are, if we're shutting down discussion in this country, then I have tremendous problem with that.
Same. I want to add something to that. He didn't hurt a soul, and he listened and asked questions and showed ignorant people, what they were saying and believing and thinking. And I respect him for that. And he did special work. And more so than all of that, I, like many people, say one thing and do a different thing the next day. He lived with conviction, and for most people, that's not true. And he got the ultimate sacrifice came from, like, even if you don't have his same belief systems, like, he woke up every day and he breathed, lived, and preached what he was. And I respect him for that. And it's a fucking embarrassment for what happened.
Well, he literally debated people in the public square.
Yeah.
Not
hatefully, by the way.
Can we at least honor the guy's life without lying about what he did? What he did was not a debate. He never debated anyone. A debate is a fair and free swapping of ideas where you actually listen and have a risk of being convinced. He had no risk of being convinced. He was presenting ideas that were workshopped and focus grouped and polished and practiced. He wasn't debating anyone. He was presenting an idea in a debate format.
Okay. I'll give you
That's
that.
what he was doing. He wasn't debating anyone. His beliefs that he was sharing at his turning point events were bought and paid for. It was a very well polished media presentation. It was an $85 million organization. He was the head of.
He's a very wealthy man.
It was very well funded and very well practiced. Yep. He was paid $325,000 a year to do what he did. He wasn't just some dude talking on campuses. He wasn't doing what we're doing. He was working to change the culture of the United States, not to reinforce our values, but to change the culture. And he was working at it for 12 years. I mean, we can honor what he did and respect what he did, and not lie about what he did. He was not in a open forum debate. He was presenting ideas in a faux debate format.
I think he did it in a respectful manner, and I think that the world wronged him. And I think that, like Sean said earlier, one of my biggest problems is the freedom of speech thing, and like, if somebody wants to poke fun and be happy he's dead, good for them, where people spend where people spend their hard-earned money is up to them. And I think that people have the right to say and think what they want. I don't want to control people's thoughts, and I don't like it. I don't agree with it. And I think that, my money and my time and my energy will be spent on the things that I want going forward. And regardless of the belief system, like, people who speak their mind shouldn't be given the ultimate punishment. Like, he's not a criminal. He's not a bad man.
Yeah. Again, even not talking about the man specifically, but as I said a second ago, I mean, what bothers me the most is that I am fearful that this will become the norm. I certainly hope not. And
it's been the norm for years, dude.
Well,
to an extent.
I think it's getting worse. I mean,
we can go back 80 years. It's been the norm.
Well, I mean, so are you saying that you don't think that rhetoric and what it leads to is getting more violent, Joe? I mean, what are you saying?
I don't think it's getting more violent. It may be getting more violent. I don't know. I mean, people could be using their very polished and skillful talents to make that less likely, but people haven't, and people don't.
How would they do that? How would they make it less likely? If
They could.
their convictions.
Well, for one perfect example is most of the country is in favor of reasonable, rational gun control legislation that keeps weapons out of the hands of people who are known to be dangerous. And there are people who have been among us who use their considerable talents and skills to fight against that, partly because they were heads of well-funded organizations that received a significant amount of money from organizations like the National Rifle Association.
Who makes the determination that people are dangerous?
Well, there's somebody. I mean, it's common sense. You know somebody. You know somebody who has guns that you're like, I don't want you having your guns around me.
I don't know a soul like that.
That's a lie. You know a toddler.
I mean,
I'm sure you know a toddler.
In fairness,
right? You probably know someone with Alzheimer's.
Really? A toddler?
Right?
I mean, Alzheimer's toddler. That's our.
We can honestly say toddlers shouldn't have guns, right? So somewhere between toddler and grown-ass man is a line where you probably should not be allowed to have a gun below that age.
So now toddlers are.
But there is an age.
Well, there is an age, but if you're given that gun by your parents, then that age kind of gets erased.
If you're 18 years
There's
old,
plenty of loopholes.
And a rich people fund and supply you with guns and a way to get rid of a gun. You know, that's a different story. You know? I think
if you're 18 and you cross state lines and you're given a gun, it's fine.
I think we're talking like, you know, micro and macro problems. I think the macro problems is, you know, people are condoning violence and
it's a few gun deaths a year is a small price to pay. People condone it and just kind of dismiss it and justify it.
And very clearly,
I
would say our bigger issue seems to be.
Yeah, but we try to minimize car deaths.
It
250,000
It seems to me that we have a bigger mental health issue than we do a gun issue. But
right.
I have a
it also
question.
seems that we don't do anything about that either.
When was the last? Hey, crowdsource this. What was the last biggest murder prior to Charlie Kirk?
Probably an hour before Charlie Kirk, when 4 people got shot in a Colorado school.
And there was a.
I don't know how many of those kids died, but there was a shooting in a school about an hour before then.
Who was the last public figure shot before him?
Public figure? That would have been the 3 Minnesota politicians, the state politicians in Minnesota.
Didn't hear much about that.
Yeah, I mean, so that's it. I mean, it's a hard question to answer. So I mean, it depends on.
I mean, if you want to talk about public ones, actual fact is probably just some guy that came home from work with having a shitty day and he killed his family the day before. But we don't report
That
those
happens all the time. Yeah,
that's the average. The average mass shooting is that.
Yeah.
Murder, suicide, kill your whole family. That's the average mass shooting.
I have such an emotional focus of hearing the world talk about George Floyd, and that's what comes to my mind.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah.
Geez, that was 2020.
Yeah, but that's how big that was in 2020.
Universal income with if your family member commits a crime one day when AI has taken over. Okay, he might block your account, and lawyers will have issues typing. I don't. What? You've lost me, James. What are we talking about?
I don't know what that conversation was. That's why I always have timestamps when I get behind in chat.
There you go, Richie. Yeah, definitely. Enjoy.
Like, what were we talking about 20 minutes ago?
Enjoy some nice pours.
40,000.
I mean, I had to come on and vent because this week has been like, you know, my life was in a better place a few days ago, and I'm just kind of I'm kind of like really disappointed in humanity, and you know, like I'm. In Massachusetts, this has been a whole, but I know it's going on everywhere. But there have been a bunch of teachers and government workers who have been like, you know, relieved of duty from stupid shit they've said, and it's like, I have a fundamental issue when my tax dollars pay for you to do a job. Shut up and go to work and do your fucking job and leave your opinions out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could apply to so many. I don't know if you want to call them public figures, but people that feel the need to voice their stupid opinions on various social media platforms.
Sean, I want anyone to voice whatever they want, but when you work in the public,
Yeah, I mean,
your job is to show up and do a job.
We can't have it both ways.
What I'm saying is, I mean, as I was just saying, I'm all for freedom of speech, but try to not be a dumbass if you can. Yeah. If you have any ability to try to not be a dumbass, then exercise.
Present company excluded.
I'm all for freedom of speech is not followed by a but.
Yeah.
I mean, you're either all for freedom of speech or you're not.
Well, I'm not
be
talking
about, like, I encourage people to be a dumbass. There's community.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, Joe. I'm not asking for anyone to shut down any kind of speech. I'm asking for people to censor themselves and not be idiots. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is like have some common sense and be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be an asshole today.
Yeah, I mean, like before the paint dried on the wall, there were memes out about what happened, and it was like, a family man died, left his wife and kids, and honestly, like every young person in the world shouldn't be desensitized to watching that fucking violence. That's terrible. It's terrible.
See, I agree. We should not live in a world where that happens. And the weird thing is, back in the early 2000s, I don't know if y'all remember this, but the late 90s and early 2000s, like campuses worked to have they were mocked as having safe spaces, and they worked to have community standards where the student organizations came out and forced to talk about and prevent people from speaking on campus with inflammatory rhetoric, and they worked on that, and they succeeded for many years. And then
the pandemic,
the backlash happened, and they said, no, we can't have safe spaces. Let anybody come. That Mayorkas dude, I think, what was his name? He had a Greek name. I can't remember what his name was, but he kept getting run off campuses every time he tried. The Charlie Kirk before Charlie Kirk, he kept getting run off campuses. I don't remember what that dude's name was. But they had community standards in effect, and they enforced them. And then, instead of saying, okay, we need a better message, they said we need a better messenger. And they fought against those community standards. And
I think my biggest problem,
fast forward 20 years.
My biggest problem with the world is people are so uninterested in bettering and enjoying their own lives that they have to focus on everyone else's, and it just creates this level of delusion in a path that they can go down that just isn't real, and that allows people to make poor decisions like this. It's like, the world really needs to refocus their energy and their love on themselves. It always starts with what we do in our own lives, and a lot of shit's backwards to me in this world, and watching the news is just so hard right now.
Well, Jonathan, to your point, man, I mean, that's what's so weird to me about, regardless of side we're talking about here, mass shootings or people, targeting specific people. They never seem to target the people that are causing the problems. And by that, I mean politicians. The Minnesota one is kind of an outlier. That's but outside of that, usually it's schools or shooting up a store or some public place. And I understand that people are frustrated, but I mean, rarely are they targeting the root of the problem. And so, like you said, John, it's just like people they get in their little social media bubbles, and it feels like
hang on now. You say they targeting the politicians, like the ones in Minnesota was part of, like, they rarely target the part of the problem. You're saying that they were part of the problem. What great sin did they commit? Voting for school lunches?
No, I think you're kind of miscategorizing what I'm saying there.
All right, I'll give you a chance to rephrase. You said, what I heard you say was they rarely target the problem, with the shooting in Minnesota being one of the exceptions.
Okay, so Well, yes. So
Did I hear that incorrectly?
That is an exception. What I'm saying is the problems are coming from politicians, right? I'm not advocating for people shooting politicians.
The core of my question is, how are those Minnesota politicians the problem? What did they do? What votes did they make that were part of the problem?
Joe, you're making a straw man. I'm not trying to make that point. You're making that.
You said they were the exception. Like, what was the exception? What did they? I'm legitimately curious. Like, what was their great sin? Were they weren't like advocating for treating trans kids as mentally ill. They weren't talking about stripping voting rights from their wives. I legitimately don't know what they did to draw the ire of the shooter.
Haven't got a clue myself.
Joe, again, you're making an argument that I'm not making. So,
okay, I misheard you.
So I'm not going to argue your point because I'm not on the other side of it. So I can't.
Fair. I misheard it.
Yeah. So anyway, what I was trying to say though is we're talking about mentally ill people when we're talking about anyone that picks up a gun decides to shoot somebody, right? Can we all agree on that?
Yeah. Logic leaves the mind to do that.
Somewhat.
So all I'm saying is
entirely.
I mean, my son's in the Army. I don't know if he's mentally ill.
Yeah, that's my point too. You know,
that's training.
Well, that's a different.
Yeah.
It feels like you're intentionally trying to miscategorize what I'm saying, Joe.
I don't agree that people who shoot people are necessarily mentally ill. I think sometimes they're very clear of mind and they're doing exactly what they want to do.
I agree.
Some of them.
Committing murder is not indicative of mental illness.
I mean,
not all the time, but
not
it
all
seems
the
like
time.
nowadays it's becoming more so. I mean, some of the people that would go in and shoot kids and things like that, you have to be off in the head to be able to do something like that, I would think.
Yeah, I mean,
when I was in the Air Force and they wanted me to go shoot somebody, while I was in it, it was attacking us or something, I would have done that. And I'm not going to be mentally ill because
I think there's exceptions to every rule. I think for the most part, the idea to shoot somebody who isn't, I don't even know what the right answer is. I just know that murder comes in a very specific choice, and I think a lot of people, there's a lot of delusion that creates the checkbox in their mind that makes that okay, and I think that social media, and I think a lot of the messages and the control that is automated in this world has really affected a lot of people from what reality actually is. And, military aside, and, if I identify with somebody who has purple hair or a murderer, aside, I think that for the most part, killing is bad. And,
I think
that
mental illness tag on people.
Yeah. I think part of our natural state as people is to be somewhat violent, and we have to create a lot of social and legal structures around us to prevent that from happening. We have entire religions created and designed to prevent us from being violent to each other. We have laws upon laws upon laws to prevent us from being violent to each other. I think violence is pretty natural to the human state.
I didn't like that bottle. I thought it was overfinished, buddy.
Yeah, but we continue to let these violent people go back out on the street, although they've been identified as having mental issues.
But we channel our violence into other directions. We do it through competitive athletic events or through being competitive in business and finance. We are being just socially competitive. We channel our violence in other directions.
There is some
I don't think violence is necessarily indicative of mental illness. I think that's just part of who we are.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But I think the excuse is made for some that it's a mental illness, so they're continued to go through the system and to be let out through the judicial system. And specifically, I'm thinking about the guy here in my city who stabbed a girl on light rail.
on the train.
Yeah.
I mean,
with the little inner voices get when you start listening to that inner voice instead of telling it to be quiet.
Yeah.
I mean, he was definitively mentally ill.
Yes.
Entirely likely. Yeah.
But still, he shouldn't have been arrested and convicted 14 times and still been able to be on that train.
I think that when we talk about society pushing the boundaries and creating aggression, there's a clear difference between, what we project in society and what the fucking law is.
Oh, sure. But I mean, just imagine if we didn't have the laws, we didn't have laws, we didn't have the church, and you were just a gaggle of 15 people on the street, and you saw another gaggle of 15 people on the street, and you were hungry and they had food. What would happen? You think they would just freely give you their food, or would there be a fight?
I mean, hypothetically, everything you're saying is accurate, but that's not the existence we live in.
Well, it's not the existence we live in because we have social structures to prevent that violence and prevent that natural state of who we are.
It's not
I don't think that's indicative just because you're hungry and you fight for food. It means you're mentally ill.
Conversation to why these values and laws don't have any effect anymore. Well, I mean, that's a whole nother conversation.
It's a whole nother conversation. Yeah.
We've been building these structures of laws for thousands of years.
I mean, also, Joe, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, also, we are the ones that come up with the laws. So, I mean, that's also within our nature. So, I mean, I think it's more complicated than we're just violent.
Yeah. I mean, we're not just violent, but we also have a civilizing. I mean, there's a balance. When we live in a group of people, we naturally try to create order and civilization.
I think the world's the world's so divided that there's a lot of justification for this behavior, and this is part of an undefined civil war in our country, and it saddens me greatly when you hear somebody who has a voice that's been silenced permanently, and I don't like it. I was at a wedding tonight and I was talking to a friend's wife, and some people think I'm funny, some people think I'm an asshole, and I said, what I say about 50%.
I think you're both, honestly, but
honestly, like if I was going to define myself as a person, that would be accurate.
In fairness, I consider myself a funny asshole, so
Sean, I say 50% of the things I think, and one of the reasons why is because the world's not ready to hear what I have to say.
There you go. Continue, buddy. Sorry.
A lot less than what I think.
You might continue with what you were saying, Jonathan. I'm sorry.
I'm just but that's what it is. There was a time years ago where my father-in-law was like, "Well, what's wrong?" And I says, I feel muted, and he laughed because he knows how much I like to talk, and I don't get to say the things I want because what I say is going to offend a lot of people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But also in a civil society, when you live in a community, you self-police and you abide by community standards. That's what we do.
Some of us do.
We don't paint our house neon pink because it violates community
and what
standards.
Soft-minded libs think are two different things.
All right, because it's soft-minded libs that set community standards, not people who don't want you walking around calling black people the N-word. We couch what we say because we don't want to piss off society. But yeah, it's just soft-minded libs that block out the N-word.
What state do you live in when you're done? What state do you live in?
I live in Texas.
I live in Massachusetts. So, before you come cast a stone at what I'm telling you,
you're the one talking about soft-minded libs. I'm just talking about society in general and community standards.
They're very different places.
Sure. Houston is a very different place than Texas.
That's fair. Yeah,
we're
I got a buddy.
We're hostage in this state. Nope. What's up? My wife's like right here off camera.
Okay.
Hi.
Mwah.
Good night.
Love you, babe. I'll be home 19 minutes and 39 seconds.
John, what did you just pour?
This was one of the things that Ben sent me. I think you found these on sale, I want to say. I think they were marked down to like $15 a piece.
Wait, Ben found something on sale? Shut up.
He gets Joe's coupons.
No, Jonathan.
Independent Joe's like those damn coupons,
Versus these comment down there.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, I mean for $15,
for $15, that's even better. I paid like 20 or 25 for mine.
Yeah, Richie. I hope so. And that was part of our conversation on the Whiskey 6 the other night. I think it was primarily backstage, but I hope that we can do more. Let me get myself out of the solo here. I hope that we can do more open discussions about things because, I mean, honestly, and I've been pretty vocal about this for a long time. And as I said on the whiskeys, I'm just going to repeat myself, but as I said on the Whiskey 6 that night, I've always found that whiskey is a great thing to have a conversation over and not about.
I agree so much.
I'm not saying I'm never going to talk about whiskey again. It's just that I don't think that it needs to be the main topic of the night. I don't think there's enough to talk about there. And especially when we have major things like we have going on in life right now, whether in the political climate or otherwise, there's far more important things that are worth talking about.
My whiskey, Sean, my whiskey tastes a lot better without all this shit on my mind.
Well, I mean, and in fairness, that's why I drink, because this is what's going on in my head all the time. The only thing that slows it down, that slows down the shit train, is this liquid right here. Honestly, if I don't drink, my brain is fucking on fire all the time, just bullshit going through my head.
Damn, Sean,
it is hard to get people to think about how many dead Marty McFlys there are in the second Back to the Future movie without feeding them a little bit of alcohol.
It's true. That's a fact.
It just takes a little bit of alcohol to lubricate the muscle.
Thing I've ever heard.
Just to think about it. Think about it.
You sold me. That's
when Marty steps off the casino, and Doc's right there to catch him.
Yep.
How many times did Doc miss before he figured out what time Marty was up there to be able to get there at just the right time? There's got to be a pile of at least 5 or 6 dead Martys down there.
So there's a pile of dead Martys, without a doubt.
At least a pile of dead Martys there. And all of Back to the Future 3 could have been avoided by just shooting Marty when he showed up in the past and writing another letter and sending it to the future. There could have been like 9 Western Union dudes showing up saying, next time you come, bring an extra tank of gas.
And now we know what runs around in Joe's head all day.
Right.
I feel like
and then Marty getting the 9th guy showing up and say, what do you mean next time I come? How many times have I done this, Doc? And Doc in 1950 is like, I don't have any earthly idea. You got to go back in time to find out. And that would have been a much more amusing story, because then he shows up in 1856 and there's this just graveyard of Marty McFlys.
Are you drinking coffee or snorting cocaine? Like, you don't seem like you're drinking alcohol tonight.
Rye whiskey, baby.
Which rye whiskey is that?
Glad you asked. That is my double oak straight rye from the Old Humble Distilling Company.
There you go.
I don't know that. Very good. Is that their own stuff?
That is my own stuff.
A little slow. Well, okay. Never mind. Sorry, I'm very slow.
Wrong bottle.
Wrong thing. Yeah.
There it is.
There it is. Yeah. Okay.
Old Humble. Okay.
I just realized I hadn't even really looked at the label that closely. You guys realize this is Shelby Company billet, supposedly. Yeah. Peaky Blinders, one of my favorite shows of all time. Great watch if you haven't, but yeah.
I've seen clips. I haven't seen the whole show though.
Yeah, and this is good. I mean, especially for $15.
Oh yeah.
I drank some
nice light Irish.
Sagamore rye tonight.
I'm still just picturing Marty McFly showing up in 1856 and Doc going, "Did you bring the gas?" And him going, "What do you mean?" Writing another letter.
Yeah, Richie, I get where he's coming from, because like he can't control the chat and what will show up there every single week. It was hard to see, but it's easy to raise a glass and say it's a terrible tragedy when somebody gets murdered like that in front of their family. It's not right. So, but
well, I mean,
some channels, they just want to completely stay clear of anything,
because you don't know who you're going to invite in future days and weeks. And like I hated to hear him talk that way, but I also respect it. It's his channel, and he does it his way, and that's what's made him successful. So good for him.
Yeah, I mean, John, to your point, I think obviously outside of the whiskey tube space, there's a lot of people that just will not talk about these things because, whether it be financial reasons or family reasons or whatever the thing. I've never been of that sort. I've also always had a job that I never had to fear about being canceled from, so I can say whatever the hell I want to say. The only person that can fire me is me.
I don't have that. If I'm being honest, outside of this stream and this conversation, I don't even like certain things on Instagram, because all it does is show other people the things that they want to profile and judge me for. Like I have opinions up and down the board in both directions.
Yeah.
But people want to, pick and choose what they, their basis for their thought process.
Yes,
so it's all going to be neutral, and that hurts me, But I don't want to give up on those social platforms because that's how I run my business, And it's really a mind bender a little bit most days because I just want to be me, but me isn't good enough for the fucking world, unfortunately. That I make a living in and pay for my family and my life.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah.
Well, the reality is that some people thought Charlie Kirk was a piece of crap, and they're not all sad that he died. And it's not wrong to not. It's not wrong. It's not wrong to be, at least not be sad when terrible people die, because nobody here said, and remember, Jeffrey Epstein had kids and a wife too. We're glad Jeffrey Epstein is dead. He was a bad person. He did bad things.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, I
mean, he was convicted for bad things. It's pretty empirical that he did bad things.
I think it sucks
the
for
people
kids.
that don't like Charlie Kirk can say the same thing, that he was a bad person who did bad things, and they're not. Yeah, it is.
I think that's
that it was done on TV.
I think
that you could actually see it. It was pretty gross.
You're comparing raping young girls to having public discourse that you disagree.
Was he having a public discourse? Or was he just presenting a point of view that was bought and paid for by the well-funded donors that were supporting his organization?
Wait. I understand you don't agree with what he was saying. I mean, you made that pretty clear. But
I don't even agree that he was having a fair and open public discourse. That dude was not a debater. He was presenting something in the form of a debate.
Public discourse just means you're talking with other people. I mean,
we're talking with other people. He was talking at other people.
Okay, well,
I don't think so.
You don't. That's fair.
I think it's in the eye of the.
We can disagree on that.
I know. I mean, there are many times that he would take that mic and just put it down, listen to what they had to say, and then he would address them. So
that was part of the act. He was very good at it.
That's discourse.
Yeah. Well, he was very good at it. That was part of the act.
Well, I mean, regardless, Joe, comparing that to raping young girls feels a little bit extreme.
Okay, fine. Jeffrey Dahmer didn't rape any young girls. He ate people.
Again, far more extreme than talking. I don't know.
Oh, far more extreme than changing the culture of the United States so that you can, I mean, disagree with that all you want, but he was doing things that were leading to the coarsening of our culture.
I mean,
making it a less tolerant place, a less open place, a less accepting place.
But as a fan of him, I look at it like, challenging people's thinking versus trying to change it.
Sure. Well, but he was trying to change it. That was their whole purpose for being. That was part of the strategy that the Heritage Foundation put in place, not to get a better message, but to get a better messenger. That's what they did. That was his goal.
Okay.
And you could disagree with it, but that was their stated strategy.
He doesn't deserve to die for that.
I don't.
No, I wouldn't say he deserved to die. Absolutely not. But
my only contention is
he could have used his talents to make that less likely, but he didn't.
That's not fair.
I don't think so.
Well,
yeah.
One of his funders was the National Rifle Association, and he never spoke out against gun violence. It was as he said, a few gun deaths a year, et cetera, et cetera. We know the quote. We've seen it. We've heard it.
Well, there's a lot more to that quote. I mean, I've seen it taken out of context. Yeah.
Yes.
So when you put it into context, what makes it okay?
What he was
it's
saying,
our right to bear arms.
Yeah.
And a few deaths is the price we pay for the right to bear arms. What makes it okay to tell families of dead school children, hey, the blood of your children protects my right to have a gun? Sorry.
I don't think he said that.
I'll have sympathy, but not empathy.
You're adding more things to. I mean, he never said that.
Look. As much as
you live in Texas, do you have a gun?
Reasonable.
As much as I don't agree with most of what you're saying, I do appreciate the lengths and the places that you're going because it forces me to think, and I respect that in any form. I won't shoot anyone for it, but I respect it.
Well, appreciate it.
Joe, you live in Texas. Do you have a gun?
I have one right over here, as a matter of fact. I have one within arm's reach. Absolutely.
So Joe,
I mean, that's your Second Amendment right, and I pack a gun a lot of the time down here because we can. We have the right to pack a gun and to defend ourselves. And even in these safe spaces, my dad, when he was alive, he packed his gun in church. Because people are going into freaking churches and killing people, and he's like, I ain't putting up with that bullshit. Don't pack your gun in church. And he's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm packing my gun.
Absolutely.
Period.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what happens when your Second Amendment right clashes with the First Amendment right?
You have both. I mean, I'm not
do
going to
you?
shoot you for your First Amendment right.
Do you have both?
You can say whatever the hell you want to, even if
So
it
when
offends
is
me. I'm
when
not
is
gonna
Charlie
shoot
Kirk's
you
next
for it.
event?
How would it?
How do you have both?
So
when they clash, how do you have both?
What do you?
There's no
clash.
So there's no
Only
clash
clashes if you're
whatsoever
not
in the
paying
right to bear arms and speaking publicly and having a sniper take you out.
Why does one have to clash with the other?
Okay,
I don't know. Ask what happened on the 10th.
Joe,
This is where the law comes in.
We literally had a clash of two rights. We had
Joe,
a guy.
Joe, you're asking questions, but you're not allowing anyone to answer them. So I'm
Well,
not sure what
the
we're doing.
answer is how do they clash? And I'm asking. They clashed.
Joe, shut up for a second. Let him talk.
Yeah,
What?
Joe,
Once
it feels
you
like
use your Second Amendment right to bear arms,
Okay.
use that to murder someone, then you have broken a law.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Talking isn't breaking the law.
Yeah, murdering is not a right, as far as I know.
Yeah, bearing arms and shooting somebody to their death are two different things.
But you can't murder someone with a gun unless you exercise your right to bear arms.
The Second Amendment isn't to kill somebody. The Second Amendment is to bear arms.
That's
Okay, so the Second Amendment is just to walk around with a gun and not actually use it?
Well, but what's Charlie Kirk's view?
So
on
what's the point of having the
Charlie
gun
Kirk's
if you're
view
not
on
going to use it?
But that's interpretation. That's not what the law is.
The
Well,
law is
what was
absolutely
Kirk's
that.
view?
The Supreme Court has said you have a right to protect yourself with the gun. You have a right to shoot somebody. You have a right
You're
to
right. You're right.
kill.
You have a right to protect
So,
yourself, not
protect
shoot someone in the
yourself,
neck.
not just
Robinson protecting
Those are two
himself
different
from-
things. Those are two
Okay,
different
so
things.
you have a right to bear and use
to
the
defend
weapon.
yourself, to defend yourself, not to attack somebody.
Okay.
Joe is exercising both now. Yeah.
So when somebody shows up and is stealing my car and I defend my house and shoot them, I'm not defending myself.
Public speaking as a career in any format isn't stealing your car.
Okay, so what happens when the Second Amendment clashes with the First?
How does that happen?
It doesn't.
Yeah,
Do I need to show the video from September 10th?
Honestly, it's like provocation. It's a
clash.
choice to engage somebody in
Yeah,
violence.
it's a choice to be provocative with your speech too.
I think that's a losing battle in court every time.
It's a very losing battle, especially when it comes against the Second Amendment. You can't shout a bullet out of the air.
I can't even find a middle ground with that.
I know that's the challenge. Like that's the clash of
It
rights.
doesn't exist. It's an imagination.
As well.
That's the clash of rights because what happens when the Second Amendment runs into your voting rights, the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments, because that also happened and all through the 1870s. What happens when your rights clash? Which one holds supremacy?
Well, the law.
What's the name of your whiskey brand? Old Humble?
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
The city that we're located in, Humble, Texas.
Humble, Texas. I don't know Texas.
Humble with a U, not with an H.
The H is silent, but yeah.
Bro, Richie, buy all the.
Hey, I'm just learning.
Yeah, the H is there for zero reasons.
Yeah, the way the dude pronounced his name, the who founded the town, he was a Cockney. He didn't pronounce his H's.
Gotcha.
He was too humble to say the H.
There's no H's in that language.
But that becomes a legitimate question. What happens when your rights clash? You know, when your Second Amendment clashes with your
I
right to be
disagree with the way that you're
right for search and seizure.
I mean,
You know, when they present a warrant, but you have your Second Amendment, what happens? Well, obviously, the warrant supersedes, right?
Well,
Does
again, we have laws, Joe.
Yes. At some point, you forfeit.
But only if you abide by them.
At some point, you forfeit.
Agreed, but we still have laws. The law supersedes. You have a right to bear arms. You don't have a right to shoot a cop.
Rights supersede laws.
No. If you're a felon, you no
If
longer.
you use the law to violate a right, the law is determined to be unconstitutional. Your rights supersede laws.
Correct, but your rights don't give you the ability to usurp a law. They don't give you the
They
power.
do, though.
to use.
That's the reason why
you can't use the law to violate my right to free speech. You can't use the law to violate my right to open carry.
Correct.
You can't use the law to violate my right to.
I can't take your gun away from open carry, but if you shoot somebody, I can arrest your ass.
And then that's a felon, and then you do lose your gun rights.
Unless
if you're a felon,
also you're
protecting my property. Or
in Texas, you're probably
unless you've been provocating.
Yeah, I'll probably get off.
Unless you've been provocating.
I mean, but that becomes a legitimate question. Where does one right end and another right begin? Because we used to say your First Amendment rights end at where my fist begins, right?
There's no question here. Like, again, you can say whatever you want, and no one can legally shoot you. I can bring a gun to your speech. I still can't shoot you. I have a right to bear arms. I don't have a right to shoot you for speaking.
Yeah, we can argue all day, and you can have a gun on your back while we're arguing. But as soon as you pull that gun and shoot me, then
then that ends your right to argue with me.
Well, it ends my ability
I'll face the consequences.
It ends my ability to argue.
Consequences. Actions.
It literally takes your right away.
Thank you, Richie. I appreciate that. Yeah.
I mean, it literally takes your right away. You can't do it anymore. I'll face the consequences for what I did.
My dead corpse still has the right to do it. It just physically can't.
Yeah.
I'm not sure dead people have rights. Rights are for people, living people. I'm not sure. I'm not sure they are extended.
That's actually not true.
We just
That's a good question.
AI to your ass while you're dead. You can still talk.
My ass goes straight zombie on you, man. I still got motherfucking right.
Well, rights, no, but there's certainly laws against desecrating bodies. So.
Yeah, there's protection, legal protections, but do they have? I don't know. That's a part of the constitutional theory that I don't.
The undead might have their own constitution, Sean.
Yeah,
don't make any presumptions.
I don't think the dead care. They got more important things to deal with.
Honestly, for everything you've said tonight, for you to defend the dead like that and think they don't have their own constitution, that is a big fucking reach, buddy.
I got to say, I believe we have the undead walking around our cities already.
They are zombies.
Well, there's Joe Biden.
I mean, Donald Trump and Joe Biden are both still around, and they're both walking dead. Like, don't tell me either of those are actually.
You want to get kicked off the YouTubes? Just keep saying Trump's the undead. You know.
I haven't gotten deep enough into the Federalist Papers to hear the arguments about when rights clash against each other. When
you make a good point.
Like, how do you reconcile where they, in
his defense of the Second Amendment, kind of somewhat daring people to do something stupid. Now, normally that's one of those things that most of us just think is I don't know.
Yeah, but that's how it gets tested.
Because a normal human being hears it and goes, "Oh, that's funny." No one's thinking, "Oh, I'm just going to shoot this guy and see if he still thinks the Second Amendment's right."
Well, right.
That is
normal people don't think that.
I really can't think anything after that, so I don't know.
I mean, normal people don't think that. But then there's some people, they're like, look, this dude is salting my field. I had to shoot him. I had no choice.
So now we're back to the mental health issue.
Yeah. Or I think, the more I've talked with you, Joe, I think maybe a better way to frame it instead of mental illness is maybe a lack of morals or morality. I mean, I don't know how you want to frame it, but
I would go with a lack of civility. God damn it.
Well,
sure.
I mean, can't we? I mean, let's go back to like the fact
that's my timer.
I
told you I'd give you an hour. And no matter what was going on at the end of that hour, I was dipping.
Well, Joe,
whiskey, by the way,
it has been an hour.
Link.
OldHumbledistilling.com. Go visit our website. Follow us on all the socials.
I'm still waiting for my link, Joe.
He's got to go.
Oh, I owe you. That's right. I owe you a coupon.
Yeah, I've been waiting, man. It's been about.
I think I set up the discount code. I'll send you an email. I'm pretty sure I set up the discount. I think the discount code was Fat Turd.
You told me you set it up forever ago. I've never heard what it is.
All right, I'll send it to you.
Hey, can you make your next code?
Joe,
like something about
hanging out, man.
The next code, shooters.
Yeah.
But Joe, thanks for popping on, hanging out, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for the discourse.
Cheers, guys. I'm a firm believer in long tables and deep cups. We should always talk. Whiskey's a great excuse to have a conversation. Have a great night, guys.
Indeed. Cheers, people. Well,
see you now.
Cheers, you with an empty glass.
And Joe
Where's
is
my
giving-
damn button?
Hey, Sean.
Sorry.
Joe, well, 1 second, guys. Joe is giving me the perfect segue. Guys, I think I'm going to be doing more of this kind of thing and less of other stuff because I'm much more interested in people's thoughts and less interested these days about what a whiskey tastes like. I just don't care that much. I mean, like I obviously we will still talk about when somebody's sharing a new bottle. Obviously, we'll talk about it. I'm not going to like stop people from doing that. It's just as I said earlier. I think there's far too many more important things to be talking about to just talk about whiskey all the time. So,
Sean, you don't.
I agree.
You don't live in a pretend world. You live in a place where you want things to matter, and I think that there's some validation there, and if you ever like go to bed at night and have a hard time sleeping, or you wake up and you're having a tough day, just remember you're far more normal than that conversation.
I go to bed every night and have a hard time sleeping. So, yeah,
well,
I mean,
whiskey
but before anybody else says more things, I just want to say I hope that you guys will ride with me still, and I hope that more people will get involved in the discussions, and I hope that we can keep them civil. But I really want to tackle some tougher subjects, and I hope that we can do so in a way that is sensible and kind of share ideas and I don't know.
Tougher subject, you say?
Sean, keep it somewhat risky related because you're gonna have a weird crowd show up.
Well, I mean, if they do, they just won't be here for long. I mean, if we get idiots showing up that just want to stir the pot and create chaos, then they won't be here.
We just want to share
I'm
our
looking
feelings
for people that actually want to have an honest exchange of ideas. If
I've
that's
got a
what
wrench,
you
and I'm
wanna
not
do-
scared to use it.
I mean, if
it's hard to have civil conversations.
Hey, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
See, that's
There
the
you
thing,
go.
though. That's the problem, though, Dustin, is that the problem is that that's where we're at. The problem is that we've gotten to a place where we can't have civil conversations, and then you get shit like what happened Wednesday, and that's
Yeah.
completely unacceptable. So we need to. I mean, and I realize I'm just a small channel. I can't like change the world. I'm not even going to try to. But I mean,
Well, let's look at what Charlie Kirk did, though. I think he did do a good job of trying to have a civil conversation at the events he was at.
He showed people a lot of respect.
And then he weaponized it and destroyed those people through shorts and clips and posting it on the internet. And I don't know how you reconcile that. Like, the thing is, he was perfectly civil when he was having those conversations. He chose a small number of conversations that he could essentially nuke and destroy a young, simple-minded person with. And then he monetized it by putting it all over the internet in short clips where he made people look bad because they're not particularly set up to have that conversation. They're too emotional.
They're called brainwashed.
They weren't always young either. You had professors that came forward.
You're right, but those weren't the predominant. Those weren't the 20 million click viewed videos, though. They were the videos of the person.
Wait, Dustin. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean it didn't happen. That's an open forum for everybody. What they publicize is what they publicize.
But you're missing my point. My point is that he monetized and made his money by taking advantage.
I understand what you're saying, Dustin, and I actually agree. I mean, here's my issue is that it's happening on both sides. I don't agree with either side doing it. I mean, I actually, and as I said earlier in the night, I actually didn't watch a lot of Charlie Kirk. I mean, there's actually a lot of people that are doing similar things. Steven Crowder is another one kind of in the similar space. I think he's probably more egregious about making people look foolish. And
does he do the campus thing, though?
No, he's much more. For them, with Crowder, it's a one-sided thing.
Yeah. I don't see a lot of Crowder.
Anybody?
He's much more argumentative, and
he's crass and he's insulting.
Yeah. But I feel like Crowder. Again, I don't watch a lot of Crowder, but I feel like he mostly deals with like adults. And I know college gets technically adults.
He's done a lot of campus stuff like Charlie Kirk was doing.
I've never seen him on campus, so that's
but the whole point I'm getting at.
Changed my mind.
Yeah. the whole point I'm getting at, though, is that I've seen people on both sides of the aisle kind of have this kind of forum, or even if it isn't at campuses, the whole point is interview a person, make them look foolish, put it on the internet. And so that was kind of the point you were making, Dustin. And I disagree with that format fundamentally, because your goal is to make a person look stupid. And so if that's your goal, then I don't really like that.
It's not even necessarily goal. It's the fact that it's going to happen if you choose a asymmetry in the discussion as the majority of your discussions. If a professional debater constantly brings on people who are young, emotional, and want to argue, they're gonna win. They're gonna make the person look bad, and if you then clip farm it to make money, and the thing is, I'm guilty. I watched a lot of this guy making fun of people who wanted to argue about, stupid stuff like what is a woman, and
for sure,
it made me laugh. I'm at fault. I feel bad because
I'm not going to say I've watched none. I've watched some,
And the thing is, and the algorithm saw me doing it and kept feeding me this stuff, and it's funny to me, yes, because it's such a horrible argument. Because this whole you can change your gender and now you're a woman thing.
Yeah,
just biology. The thing is, I grew up, I guess, in the time where I didn't realize gender and sex were supposed to be different things. So sure,
me as well.
Gender, cool.
Show of hands who didn't realize that sex and gender were two different things.
So when I see a bathroom door, I guess now I know that means sex, because I'm sorry,
Dustin,
it's not what you self-identify as. It's
Dustin. I want to share with you a conversation I had with a friend of mine who's kind of split in different areas with her views. And for me, my political views revolve around capitalism. I believe that our country's culture is to chase money over human rights and the benefit of people personally, but whether that's delusional or not is fine.
A little extreme, but that's cool.
I think that part of the world wants the gay and the transgender movement to blossom, because there is, how do I say this, it's an economical decision and choice to grow that part of an economy. And I think that there's conservatives who have religious beliefs and family beliefs that contribute to the birth rate, which is the lowest it's been in 18 years in our country. And in business, they call it the fast dime or the slow nickel. To keep the economy going, there needs to be a birth rate. And if we support a certain way of life, that birth rate is going to continue to dwindle over time. And just from an economic standpoint, our whole entire government is built on credit. And if that bubble bursts, we lose the supremacy in the world, we lose the backstop currency in the world. So I think one party is trying to protect the birth rate and the actual growth of the economy, and the other people are trying to create a population to support its votes, which is short-sighted. That's only economically speaking. That's not socially. That's nothing else except from like a capitalist number view.
It's a tiny piece of the economic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of.
I can see where you're coming from, though.
I agree with the concept. I mean, Japan right now is.
That's exactly the example I was about to bring up, Dustin.
Yeah.
Japan.
And I'm not saying one's right or wrong. I'm just
No.
viewpoints as a capitalist.
If we're purely talking economics,
Purely economics.
Right.
Yeah.
Mind you, the alternative is we allow more immigration, which is what weirdly enough, I'm still lost, but Democrats, which I can't call left anymore, and I can't call Republicans right anymore.
I agree with that.
They no longer are. Like, if you support tariffs, you are a liberal in my worldview. If you support closing the borders, you're more liberal as well. You're taking on a nationalist view, which is pro-government, which again has always been liberal.
Listen, Dustin,
whatever.
It's a mind bender for sure. Like this is conversation that most folks can't comprehend.
No. I mean, again, Donald Trump is a liberal. He has always been a liberal, and he still is. He has taken some conservative things when it comes to religion and the courts, for sure. But his economic policy is very similar to Bernie Sanders. Like, they're both nationalists. take that as you will.
I think Bernie's more of a socialist.
I would agree, but when Donald Trump's alternative to higher taxes is massive tariffs, which is just another way of taxing the lower class and poor.
Well, we used to run this entire government off of tariffs and not taxes.
Yeah, when the economy was the size of like
Montana.
Missouri.
Yeah.
But that's actually probably an exaggeration. It's probably the size of like a small city in the U.S. today. I mean, cool.
It went well beyond that, but
when we actually ran the country on
we've come to the point that we have put such a tax burden on our people that it's hard for us to live.
Yeah, I mean,
what Trump's doing in the long term is increasing the tax burden. It's not decreasing it.
Well, but he's also trying to grow the economy at the same time.
Well, every president's trying to grow the economy. There's just different methodologies. I mean, again, let's just.
But Dustin, there's a difference between growing the economy on the government side of GDP and the private side.
Agree, but if you are essentially attacking the consumer side, which is the growth, the majority of the U.S. economy is the consumer side. Tariffs are an attack on the consumer.
Yeah.
So what you're basically what Trump's doing is he's picking winners and losers.
There's also an attack on the corporations who have most of their manufacturing overseas.
Again, he's picking winners and losers. So, for example, he's given a lot of benefits to the steel industry, but he's being very difficult on the technology industry.
Say pharmaceuticals.
I mean, so guys, if I can interject here for a second.
Nature of the deal.
I mean, my biggest issue with this current administration is I mean, as a true libertarian, and like a lot of people say they are, but they're not really. They actually are quite comfortable with the government controlling their lives. I am not at all. When I say I'm a libertarian, I mean it exactly the way that it was initially stated when libertarians started, and also basically the way that this country was essentially founded. We said, "Fuck the British. We're done with your thumb on us," and that's kind of where I never left there. So when I say I'm a libertarian, and obviously as you watched the whole show tonight, then you know how I feel about this government. Or if you watched me on Thursday, then you know exactly how I feel. And so when the whole Doge thing came out, as memey as it was, and it was very much a meme, which I was not a fan of the way that it was rolled out. I would have been much more happy if it was more serious, because this is a serious thing, the way that we deal with how our government spends money. It's probably the most serious thing to me as far as like things I'm concerned about, because we give them a lot of money and they just tend to do fuck all with it. So
United was done legally too, but yeah.
Absolutely.
The legality bothers me much less than the legalities of what they do with their money.
Well, the thing is, though, if you allow someone to break the law today, you allow the person who does it the way you don't like.
I get that, but you can sidetrack me in a minute. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Apologies.
I understand what you're saying, though. I'm not a fan of the way Doge was rolled out at all. And I think it fell short of what it could have been. What I was hoping for was like complete government spending reform. That is not what we got. I think we can all agree on that, regardless of what
we were sold a bundle of goods there for sure.
Well, it's like there's always expiration dates on everything.
Yeah, I mean, and
it was a PR stunt.
Exactly. It sounded good and it looked good for a little bit, and it was a lot of bullshit.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
But you do have some in Congress who are saying, let's make these permanent.
Yeah, well, in the
we make term limits permanent.
They're not going to win. Yeah, that too.
On Congress, yeah. Guys, I'm gonna hop. I've had enough. I'm beat.
Hey, Jonathan, appreciate you
brother.
Tonight,
always like talking to you,
Jonathan.
You too, guys.
Nice show up, John.
Hey, Jonathan.
Ben, you can take over, buddy. Later.
But his face scared him off. It always does.
I said this Thursday night, though. I don't know. I mean, I don't know where everybody's at. You know,
I got you, Joe.
But it just, I mean, my thing is, I don't know how you can look at the government that governs you and think to yourself, oh, yeah, they have my best interest in mind. They're trying to take care of me. They're trying to pass laws and bills that will help my family, help me in my life. I don't know how you can take an honest look at what's been going on for decades and come to that conclusion.
Hey, really quick, can I just say one thing real quick? Nice Glen there, Sean.
Yeah, I don't have a Glen handy, so we're just going with my water cup.
Actually, I had deleted a comment earlier. While you were
where there's a will, there's a way.
But to me, we have allowed Congress to become the biggest money laundering organization there is.
Yeah.
Oh, we barely allowed Congress to do their job.
Hey, cheers, buddy. Love you, Richie.
Like, one of the biggest flaws in our system is we've basically ended Congress, which is the actual branch of government that's supposed to represent us. Now, to your point, that they aren't doing a good job of it or even trying.
True.
But they're the only branch of government that we actually technically vote for.
Exactly.
And they're not doing that. They've basically been castrated. And again, not to harp on Trump, but he is continuing to shrink and usurp their role in government, and the Supreme Court is supporting him.
So I understand the point you're making, Dustin, but let's be fair. I mean, I don't know if we can say that Trump started it, but the
he definitely didn't start it. He's just
the executive order bullshit is getting out of control on both sides. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, Obama was horrible with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
I mean, literally. I mean, it got to the point where I think SNL did a skit about the executive orders and how ridiculous they got with Obama. So let's not make it sound like this is something like nobody else caught.
That's where
we're catching it.
That's where it started, was with Obama.
Oh, fuck no, dude. Bush was terrible.
Well, no, I'm sorry. The amount of executive orders was way beyond what anybody else had ever established.
But so was Bush, so was Clinton.
It's
been an exponential curve. You can't say he started it. It's just
no. I'm saying he started. He started the
guys. What we're doing?
Reagan started the exponential avalanche.
Guys,
it's not Johnson.
Guys, I love you both, and I mean that honestly. But what we're doing right now is what frustrates me the most about this country right now. Is that it feels like, and I'm not trying to call you guys out, but it feels like what we do first is call out the side we don't like. I don't give a fucking shit. They're all demonic garbage. Fuck them. Like, I don't care if you're a Clinton or a Bush. I don't give a shit. None of them care about us. Like, when are we going to figure it out that it's not a Republican that's fucking us? It's not a Democrat. It's all of them.
It's both.
No, but the thing is, you need to focus on the flaw of the current whoever's in power and talk about it. Why? Because that's what we had, because we voted for that. The last election, we voted for over 50%. One of the few times we've actually had a majority, not just a plurality, vote. So we have to raise it and say, look, this is garbage. And it's not about saying that Republicans are bad or Democrats are bad. It's about saying
is garbage. The last one is garbage. The next one is garbage.
Correct.
Yep. Well, but we have to acknowledge what garbage is. We have to acknowledge what's causing the garbage, and then we can start putting people.
We keep putting them in there. Year after year after year. People with 40, 45, 50 fucking years in Washington.
I mean, here's
we
the
never
other thing.
intended our government for people to be career politicians. They were to go and to serve. It's supposed to be a sacrifice, and then they go back and take care of their business.
Yeah.
Now they get up
Mitch
there,
McConnell and Pelosi and all these other
risk themselves.
freaking people.
As a Kentuckian, fucking McConnell, man. Jesus.
Oh my God. How the fuck has he not been voted out?
McConnell's horrid.
What a piece of shit.
You know? Freaking turtle looking crazy fuck.
They're all shit.
Yeah, well,
That's not been a single politician that's done jack shit for me and improved my fucking bottom dollar in years.
Yeah, the McConnells and the Pelosi's and the Schumers.
Pelosi just fucking, using insider trading and benefiting her shit.
Well, I mean,
we got a bill for that.
We got to at least give. I mean, there are things that have happened in government that aren't overtly all terrible. Like, for example,
obviously, it's not
for example, under Biden, we had.
I mean, occasionally when the person raping you is raping you, sometimes they use lube. So yeah.
Well, but if we start acknowledging good things, for example, we needed better infrastructure.
Really hate
investing in it. Cool. The penny was fucking retarded. Donald Trump said get rid of the penny.
That
Like,
infrastructure
Jesus
costs
Christ, how long did it
five
take
times
for
as
us to
much as
realize
it
the
is because they're
penny was
lining their pockets?
I mean, let's at least acknowledge where they're actually doing things that benefit us. Like,
yeah, I agreed on the penny thing. Like how we didn't get rid of the penny 10 years ago is amazing to me.
10? It should have been gotten rid of 40 years ago.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
We got rid of the half cent in like the 1800s, and it took us this long to realize, oh, the penny's also stupid.
Oh, ends up the pennies are useless. Okay.
But at the same time, again, our country was literally, our engineers said, hey, we have a D-. We have the worst infrastructure
Quick question.
in the
How
world.
many $2 bills have you used recently?
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, $2 bills.
I guess
How many strip clubs have you been to, Great Shot?
signing off now. Good night, Joe.
I don't think they actually make $2 bills every year because every one I had was made in 1976.
Ah, okay. Well, they're still around though.
Yeah, and they're used at strip clubs because they want to get us.
I'd be remiss.
Actually, they are still printed right now. They are just still the 1976 version of the illustration.
Is that what it is? Because every time I see the date, it's always 76.
Yes. Whenever they change, because the
$3 bill.
They haven't upgraded the artwork on it.
I'm guessing they don't make a lot of them. I'm just going to say that. I know they make them, but I'm sure it's very small.
A lot more than Alexa, how many $2 bills were made in 2024?
From NASDAQ.com. It also made 128 million $2 bills, obviously.
128 million?
Nominations.
Where the fuck are they then?
Who the fuck's even using them?
But no, I want to know where they are. Like,
That's right. Alexa,
the only place I get them is strip clubs. Are they all just being given to dancers?
bills will be made this year.
It's a strip club economy.
How to help you with that?
You're fucking useless.
How many $5 bills are made? I'm back. Who's still using cash? I haven't had more than $100 in my pocket, and I don't know how long.
I got one in my pocket right now. Because
I mean total bills. Like my wallet currently. My wallet. Here we go. I just have it.
I use cash as much as I possibly can.
I got nothing. I don't use cash.
You must be married.
It costs more money to use cash than it does to use a credit card. Credit cards give me money back.
Yeah. There's also all the processing.
I don't have any credit card debt.
Yeah, here you go. 100.
I don't mean debt. I just mean like a debit card. Whatever. I get cash back.
But here you go. They don't print $2 bills every year, but in 2023 they printed 128 million, and in 2019 they printed 160 million.
Okay, so every like 4 years they print. Okay,
seems like it. Oh, here you go. It's actually public. Big shock. The Bureau of Printing and Engravings information is public.
Oh, I assumed it was. I just hadn't.
There you go. It's a check.
Bureau of Printing and Engraving.
Yeah.
I'm still confused as to why they don't put. So it's the only bill they don't put the
Printing and Engraving is also known as the U.S. Mint.
That's crazy. They don't do that. That's wild. They don't put the year on the $2 bill. Again, everyone I have says 76.
The bills you have printed aren't necessarily the year on the bill isn't necessarily the year it's printed.
But like every other bill I've got, like I see bills with like 2020 and stuff.
I guess not like coins.
Yeah, that's wild.
Well, and keep your pennies because they ain't making them no more.
Well, keep your pennies that are copper. I don't know what the point of having the zinc ones is.
What would I do with the penny? I haven't used cash money and
put them in a roll and shove them.
Well, once they allow us to start melting pennies, I mean, a copper penny's worth like 5-6 cents today. The melt value.
True. Yeah.
That's why they're stopping to make one of the many reasons they're stopping.
Well, so for
the older ones,
the last 20, 30 years, they've been using zinc
and
with
crap.
a copper coating.
Yeah, they're crap. The newer ones are junk.
But they still cost like a penny.
It's 1982, I believe, actually.
So
that sounds about right. Yeah.
Here's 5 $20 bills, and they all say Series 2017 or
Series
2013.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh.
So I guess they're within a 4-year period.
I collected coins when I was younger, and I've never got into bills. That just seems silly, but
I've always collected like star notes and stuff. When I find an unusual thing or an odd cut or a misprint, I'll keep those just because they're odd.
No, that's fair. I never got into the bill side.
I actually got the bills. I have a couple silver certificates.
Yeah.
Coins for party.
Silver certificates.
Yeah, that's not a thing I ever have to think about, Richie Z. But
me neither.
Yeah, but I guess if you live in a place where that is a thing.
That is a thing in New York. I'll tell you that.
That's
most
why
of the parking meters by me take
have a couple of
all the parking meters by me take cards now. Like you have to go swipe your card.
Yeah,
so that's how it is down in Austin. You know, you stick your damn credit card or a dollar in there.
That I found in my change at one point.
Nice.
Man, I haven't seen the small heads in a long time. Man.
Well, this is a 69.
Giggity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
These are all 2013 and 2017 as well.
There's a star note.
I can't believe I'm still awake.
There you
I've been
go.
drinking 142 bourbon all night. So
There's another star note. Yeah, I keep the star notes.
This is actually me dropping the proof.
Money, I would spend them, but they're fucking cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I've had some like miscuts and other stuff I've kept.
I've always thought it'd be cool to get hold of like some of the $500 and $1,000 bills.
Them, I just think they're cool.
That's just a lot of money to have tied up in something.
They're worth a few more.
This size.
Oh, I got a shit ton of coins.
Yeah, I've got a lot of coins. I like coins.
From all over the world.
Honestly, I like
Actually,
I've got a lot of foreign coins that are worth basically nothing, but they're just cool. Like
Every country I was in, I would try to get a coin from that country. And a lot of those coins are obsolete in that country now. So
yeah, I was in Europe just a few months ago, and I honestly I didn't even bother to like try to get any currency. I should have done it just for the fun, but
they let you back in the country.
They did, yeah.
There you go, Richie. Yeah.
They did take all of my soap and like cleaning supplies that I brought with me because apparently they were in too large of a container to leave Europe.
Yeah, Richie, I have a lot of cash money in the house. Ben knows where it is. He's one of the few people that knows where it is. My wife doesn't.
Just behind you.
It's in this room. That's all I'll say.
It's lined up behind you.
Huh?
It's lined up behind you.
No, not that. No, I mean
all that investment.
Actual dollar bills. No, there's about 10 grand in this room. Yeah. But I don't mean the whiskey. Yeah, but it's in safe places.
I always thought of you more as a gold guy than a cash guy.
I would guess it's in a whiskey barrel.
I think that I'm gonna probably be turning it into gold soon.
I'm a silver guy personally, and one of the only good investments I ever made.
I like silver too as well, Ben.
At some point, I would like to talk.
Well, all at $12 to $14, and
Silver's been one of the worst return on investments over the years, but if you got in at the right time,
It's now almost 40 an ounce.
Yeah, it's pretty high right now. You're right.
I paid 12 to 14 an ounce. It's probably the most productive investment I've ever made because almost every investment I ever make tanks.
Honestly,
he bought Oracle about a week ago.
I would like to talk to you guys that have turned your cash into precious metals, and because it's a thing I've wanted to do for a while, I just haven't got around to it. But it's definitely something I want to do.
I'll tell you what, if I'm buying silver, I'm buying Canadian silver just because their silver coins look way better than ours.
It depends on what it is. Honestly,
does it smell like vagina?
I have all different kinds of my
Probably maple syrup.
Sean, my advice right now is not do it because
silver's kind of high right now, but also the dollar's really weak.
High right now too.
Well, the thing is, the dollar's incredibly weak right now.
Well, that's the thing. You got to buy the metals when the dollar is strong.
Yeah, Richie says gold, yes, women, no. Indeed.
Metal,
but the women want the gold.
Women is the greatest negative ROI there is.
Yeah, I mean, me too, Richie. It ends up that chivalry is dead and doesn't matter. But yeah, it's a thing that we have to keep doing perpetually until we die anyway. So whatever.
She's not paying, Richie. Don't take her out.
On the whiskey topic, Sean, did I hear you tried the Bushmills tonight?
I did. It's what I'm drinking right now. I'm keeping it low proof, even though it's not a dry week. I'm trying to not go crazy. Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's if I recall, these were $15 a bottle, something like that, right?
Yeah, out the door.
Yeah. So
Damn,
I mean, for that price, it's better than
They
most
were like $40 bottles. Now they're
Oh, it looks like Boonhaven.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than any $15,
I think it's
$20 bottle.
Where's the
I have.
Boonhaven?
There you go. Your camera has shit the bed there, Dustin.
Jack
but
Daniels 14. Oh shit!
Yeah, you keep trying to look at my ugly face instead of
it's getting more blurry. There you go. That's actually clearer there.
Weirdly enough, yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Oh man, can't wait to try that.
Yeah, now Mark, yes, this is
Boona
Did
12.
you see Ernest? The new 2025 Boona 12 cast strength has just hit the market.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about it yet. I mean, they've all been good, but the 2022
none of
was
them have
mad.
mattered since then. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem. Well, they didn't do last year. Last year they did a 21.
No, this is the last one that mattered. It's right here.
Yeah, that's magic.
Floor whiskey.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Dude, yeah, but you should just pour a little glass of there and put some water in there and just show everybody the cloudiness. It's just it's dirty sexy.
Yeah.
I heard Bushmill though, so
Oh,
I gravitated towards Boonhaven.
yeah,
Boonhaven.
I just spent way too much money on whiskey, and I'm like,
Where did you go overseas, and how much whiskey did you buy there?
I bought it from locally because I wanted to get a Hazelburn 8-year.
You said you went overseas.
Sherry. Oh,
Where
no, I
did-
didn't buy, when I went overseas, I just came back with a Balvenie 19-year. I bought that in the airport when I came back.
What country did you go to that you didn't find a single bottle?
I was working then, so I didn't really have any chance.
I
I was in Amsterdam. I went to 2 liquor stores. They had absolutely nothing.
No excuse.
Now, I did go into a beer store that had.
Hang on, though. Did you get high as fuck and buy some Punani?
Brother, I literally was
Say,
working the entire time, dude. I did not-
Amsterdam is probably not that good for whiskey, but it would be good for other things.
Yeah,
Dude, they had incredible beer.
I have a sound clip just for Dustin.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit.
At no point did I go exploring without female coworkers. So,
How many $2 bills did
I
you
know
use?
you. I believe you might not have got high. I do not believe you didn't go get some strange.
I literally was not like it. I'm telling you, I was with coworkers from 6 a.m. until midnight the whole time.
Bullshit?
Brother, I would share the stories. Trust me, if I had one.
You were only with them till midnight. I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah, and I got up. I was in the gym at 6 a.m. with with the.
Hey, if you were in JIM, that's all you.
Uh-huh.
Dude, it was that was not a fun trip, to be honest. But I did see freaking some epic beer at this one store. Like I was shocked. They had some crazy shit.
Well, you're getting close to Denmark, Germany.
That would be me, Richie.
The beer in Belgium. The beer.
No, I was thinking epic American beer.
Really?
Yeah.
In Amsterdam?
Yes.
Interesting.
Like I'm talking like crazy, like distillery only releases, like Black Tuesday and stuff. Like, oh my god, the prices were a little rough, but
there you go.
Which batch is that? Great shot. What's the year on that?
I haven't got a clue.
It'll be on the bottle. Like it'll be like somewhere down here
on the back.
Down the back. It'll be like a.
Actually, all you need is
like
the
a bunch
proof.
of dots back there.
All you need is the proof.
Yeah, the proofs they've only repeated
54.1.
Okay, that's a good one.
I mean, last 4, I got to get up at like 5:30, so it's
Yeah, so that's the
5 hours from now.
2023. It's
Sunday
60-40 bourbon.
Yeah, I gotta go help my buddy for a little while.
What do you help him with? bury a body? Like, why are you getting up on a Sunday at 5 a.m.?
Yeah, I got to do some skid steer work, and that's all I can. The only time I have to do it. I didn't work today. Basically, I went and got the skid steer, got it loaded up, got it on the trailer. It's in my yard now. So tomorrow I'll go over there.
But he has so much to do that you need to start at 5 a.m. or you got to finish time.
No. I'm going to get up at 5:30. I'm not going to leave the house till like 6:30 because I want to get up and have my coffee and relax for a little bit.
Pull your face out of the
Go back a little bit, Dustin.
Am I hearing that you have to?
Too close.
Yeah, back it up. Back it up.
Too close.
There you go.
Right there.
What is it? Highland Park 18?
Pre-Viking.
No Viking bullshit?
Mark, am I hearing that you have to be up at 5:30 on a Sunday?
Yeah.
That should be against the law. That sounds terrible.
I know. It's just fucking wrong, isn't it?
Apparently, it's semi-voluntary.
Yeah.
But hang on.
But this is the last time I got to do that.
It's semi-voluntary, but it does not involve fishing or hunting.
No.
What are we doing then? I don't understand what we're doing.
I hope this person's either.
I went over to my best friend down here. I went over to his place a couple of weeks ago and was taking out fences and stuff like that for him. So I need to go back over there tomorrow because I'm done with this job. I'm not messing with it anymore. I don't have the time for it. So I'm going to gather up all the fencing stuff that I rolled up and get all that stuff off the property. And then he has a seeder for planting seeds. You pull behind the tractor. I'm going to take that to the warehouse and a few other odds and ends. So
I should actually do a comparison with this.
What's that one there, Dustin?
Still a little
close. Richie asked if that was a Gunderstruck sample. Maybe you guys answered that and I missed it.
Very possible.
I like that one, Sean.
What's that? I can't. I still.
They behind the old line.
Still a little bit.
Dustin.
Right there.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, that was not Gunderstruck. Indian.
What was that? Indigo.
It's the Four-gate Indiana 14-year-old. 144.3. That Four-gate.
Jeez.
I'll save you some.
Couldn't read the writing.
Well, I think actually Blake's writing is pretty good here. It's just gotten a little some whiskey spilled down the side when we were pouring it.
It looked like indigo.
Yeah, no, it's
I haven't heard of that one.
It's quite good, but it just got this little taste left. So I'm holding on to it for it's actually been more than a year now.
Ben, I'm not going to drink a ton tonight. Are you at all in the mood for Pete?
I could do that after I kill off this bottle.
Okay, I'm not in a hurry. I'll be here for a little while.
What Pete are you talking about?
Whatever. I haven't even honestly looked through all the things you sent me. I just know you sent me a bunch of peated scotch. So
okay. We could do some peated scotch.
Yeah.
I'm into it already.
I'm just killing off a bottle right now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's from
I'm not Springbank's not that peaty.
Glory Time Distillery. I don't know if you guys are familiar.
Yeah, Glory Time. Yeah, I'm familiar.
Glory Time. Oh my goodness.
You guys familiar with it? They're global dildo.
Yeah, similar to Glory Hole, I believe.
Yeah, they have a logo.
Customized label.
For sure, Richie.
Yeah. It's called
Sexual Chocolate.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sexual Chocolate.
Yeah. By
I like this one.
Glory Time.
Nice.
Chocolate Rain. Different song, but anyway.
I tell you what, though, Springbank's not that peated, but it's got a good peat though.
Yeah, it's a nice light.
Oh, sorry. I'm slacking, Ernest.
Hello, Wisconsin.
Some Springbank batches
is
border
that
on pretty well.
Ernest?
What's that?
Is that a Kern pick?
Yes. Well, it was a pick last year.
Oh, so they don't have any more, right?
I don't think so.
Hey, Ernest, I know we've talked about this before, but my memory is dog shit because of whiskey. Where are you at again?
I am, actually, technically, I live in Clover, South Carolina.
Oh, okay. That's right. That's right. I remember earlier when we were talking about the young girl that got stabbed on the train.
Yeah, so I moved down here a few years ago when I was getting close to retirement out of Charlotte. So
Gotcha. Okay. I thought since you had
Yeah, I heard
that
what did you say? Flowville? What was it?
What is it?
Flowville or something? What was it? You said you're at?
Just Clover.
Clover. Oh, okay.
The town
I
with
completely
love,
understood it.
apparently.
I've not been in that part of the neck of the woods.
That hat was driving me nuts.
There you go. Yeah, no cowboy hat tonight. I just went with my
There we
standard. I mean, I was literally wearing this all day. We went to the gun range with the boys, and then some very.
America, fuck yeah! What?
Oh yeah, I do America stuff every day, man. No, I mean, I already said this earlier in the stream, but yeah.
I have my own gun range.
You weren't eating bacon while you were shooting guns. It's not American.
I have long range shit
There you
too.
Fuck yeah, Black Bauer in the house.
I,
Wait,
what, I have,
what is this? What is this location? Though?
What is this location and what is this headband?
Oh, I just had.
He looks like Hendrix. What the hell?
I got to say, Bill, you're looking a smidge bit Al Qaeda like right now, but
wait, is that hold up. Is that your bed with the good times arrow?
Mm-hmm.
Bin Laden would be proud.
It is.
very nice, Bill. Very nice.
Oh man, I'm getting close to where I'm going.
Cheers, Bill.
Wearing a
Cheers,
bumper.
What's up, buddy? How you been, man? It's been a minute since we've hung out.
Yeah, it's been a couple weeks.
Yeah.
What you sipping on there, Bill?
A Barrel King.
Okay.
It's like a 12-year MGP. It's pretty good.
There you go.
But I grabbed that Andalusia to pop.
Oh, nice.
The striker or the
Striker. Pop. I sipped it last night. I don't mean pop. I had a pour of it last night.
Does it suck?
Yeah, so much. No,
Yeah.
it's fucking fantastic.
That's why he's drinking it.
So horrible. He's going to send it to me.
Yeah.
Hey, I was thinking of a question when Ben said he was doing a bottle kill. Does anyone else go like through a cycle where you do a bottle kill of like 4 or 5 bottles?
Yeah, it happens.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody else keep them and refill them after, or is that just me?
That's just you.
I believe that's just you, Ben. I have a pilot.
In the last 48 hours, we refilled 12 bottles.
Refilled them with what?
Older whiskey.
Really?
Yeah, out of decanters.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, you find a bunch of decanters though. You're fucking good about that.
Yeah, like here you go. Here's a 19. This was 1920. Now it's 1979. Ezra Brooks.
I guess I could use these. I guess.
Yeah,
That's really cool looking, Ernest.
Ernest, that's just a glass bottle.
It is a glass bottle.
Yeah. No, all of these came out of ceramic. I keep the glass in glass. All of these came out of ceramics.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like that one. Was that this one? Might have been.
So I'm not sure if these other ones are.
Oh, wow.
Ceramic.
Camera should.
Is that Ric Flair?
Anyway, no,
It will be right.
Dude, that would be awesome.
Oh,
A Ric
okay.
Flair decanter.
I picked up the camera. I picked up the camera to show my empty pile here, and then for whatever reason, the camera shit the bed when I did that. But yeah, so
Here we go.
Ethan's breaking shit.
Ah, shut up.
Actually, also my camera doesn't look great now. Anyway, yeah, but I don't know. I have like probably 8 to 10 empties down there.
1,000 pieces.
Anyway,
I tossed all mine today. I tossed out like 10 to 12 of them.
I need to, Bill. I mean, once this trash can is about full, I'm going to throw all my empties in there. I've been meaning to for like a month, and I just haven't done it.
When I empty out the decanters, first of all, there were 2 that were basically chocolate milk that came out of them, so those are down the drain. But the ones that were good or semi-good at least to go into glass, and then I can get rid of the stupid decanters.
There you go. And Ben, damn you for sending me good shit because I drank way too much last night and I felt like shit for most of the day. I drank way too much of that.
You're so fucked up.
That's right.
Cheers, Richie.
I know one thing. I never drink like it's a fucking game. Yeah. So,
These are really starting to crack the paint.
Yeah.
The design.
I mean,
Dude, they look badass, like all crackled though.
I got the striker down to the shoulder anyway.
I like this one. It kind of has some gold accents to it.
Oh, that looks like what's that rock, dude?
What is that?
Lapis lazuli. You know what that rock is? Lapis
I'm getting there.
Lattice what?
Lapis lazuli. It's a
never heard of it.
It's a precious stone.
It
well,
is.
It's
semi-precious.
like semi-precious. It's sodalite that has pyrite mixed in it. It's
What's
supposed to be like
what's the bottle of?
Like what they line the
I decanted a bottle tonight that you're going to want a little bit of the lead out of. I'm just saying.
You know,
a little lead's good for you.
I might have had a bird on it like this, kind of.
America.
Fuck yeah.
A little bit of down here and gone gobble. You know.
Oh, that.
I'll tell you what, I tried Eagle Rare 12 year tonight. That was terrible.
It wasn't terrible, but it's.
I would rather have Eagle Rare 10 like every day of the week. It's so much better.
I think it's better than 10, but it's not better than the picks.
No, most of the picks are worse than regular 10s. I think.
I'm pretty sure these were all Beam's choice for
like 12 was
71 and 72.
Wow.
Well,
hate to interrupt the Eagle Rare debate, but Bill, did you pop your striker?
You can look them.
Let me. I got like a step left in this.
Okay, yeah, I can wait. Yeah, I'm not in a hurry. Actually, let me grab a Glen. I've been drinking out of a fucking giant cup all night.
Yeah, Bill's hand delivery.
That would be called a beer mug.
No, Shredder, you can't taste the lead. It's just I've had lead most of my life. It's fine. It's good for you.
That hat is so badass, Mark.
Thank you. It's comfortable. I really like this one.
Says he got.
I want to tweak it just a little bit, but I like it though. It's comfortable for me.
What is that?
Although I am gonna have to cut out of here pretty soon because I need to take my ass to bed.
Ooh.
Yeah, what time zone are you in there, Mark?
Central.
Okay, yeah, you gotta
get
up and.
So it's 12:30.
Is that the Penelope? Is that Penelope premix, Ernest?
No. I was just looking. This is actually a mead from Denmark.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Mead's pretty good, man. I've had some good mead before.
Yeah, you can't really.
I got a mead behind me. I just haven't popped the cork on it yet.
That's a special set of skills.
Based on a recipe from about year 1700.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Well, we got Whiskey RN in the house.
I was expecting.
Wait a second. Sierra.
She's lurking and changing bed pans or something. I don't know what nurses do this late at night.
Cheers, Sierra. Good to see you, girl.
Good to see you, girl.
Hope you were doing well.
She's doing good for people. She's helping people.
I can only say Sierra's name one way, and that's the way that Timberlake said it back in the late 90s.
Somebody's got some noise. Is that me?
Is this me? Am I crackly?
Or is it sound like a fan? Because then it would be me.
Are you wearing a lapel mic?
No, it's kind of crackling.
Actually, I do hear it now. Yeah.
I don't.
Sounds like somebody's smoking pot out of a bong, but yeah.
Yeah, it's got a kind of a bubbly sound to it.
Well, I muted myself and it didn't go away. So
yeah, me too.
It's not me.
Not sure. Anyway,
no, it's not me. I was muted and it's still there.
It's not that bad.
No, it's not. I just have I'm an audio engineer, so
there you go. I got you.
You're on the phone.
One way I muted myself for a second.
She says he's never seen that penelope.
No, that was a mead. That wasn't Penelope. Penelope makes like some pre-mixed old fashions now. They do like a peach, and I think it's like a black walnut.
Yep, and I think they're coming out with another one for the fall. They must be selling.
I've never been a big fan of Penelope, but I would like to try that new cognac finish. What do they call it? X?
Oh,
Project X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Uncle Larry, thank you for that, first of all. Also, I think, as I said earlier, I think we're going to be doing more of that. I mean, obviously, at this point in the night, we're just kind of chilling. So just kind of talking shit. But I think we will have more structured conversations going forward about more important topics. So yeah, hopefully you'll hang out here again. Yeah, cheers, buddy.
All right, Sean. What peated sample do you want to grab?
Well, so I think first we're gonna. Well, you have this too, right?
Somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I just poured mine.
Yeah,
Sean,
so
I do appreciate a good tune now and again, though.
I was going to say
yeah,
that.
I mean we'll do regular mash and metal stuff sometimes.
I have a Revenant Oak here handy. That one's over there somewhere.
I think our brains have come to a point where we're
I'll do
ready
the
to form coherent argument.
I'll do this one with you.
Okay.
That one there, Ben?
We're asking for a solo again
This
here.
is the Andalusia Revenant Oak. You'll want that peat inside you like Ariana used to.
That's hilarious. That's
Let her
fucking
tongue stick out there, man. She's down for some action.
Ariana is looks like a skeleton now, so there's that.
Yeah.
Dude. Yeah.
But so this is the this is just another one of their peated single malts.
Well, so Bill, is this fresh crack? Or you've already had some.
I poured like a half ounce or so last night.
No.
Gotcha. Okay. What do you think?
Oh, it's good. It's
Yeah,
really
man.
good.
I'll venture out.
Yeah, I'm very happy with it. I mean, it's
Very
just like perfect profile for me. But it's got a little bit of ethanol on it that I wish wasn't there. But I mean, it's fine. But I'm like really nitpicking when I say that. Overall, it's very nice.
We'll do that and see where you're at.
Yeah.
Speaking of bottle kills, I killed this one the other night, so I don't have
A little ethanol, like
Yeah.
end of the beginning of the finish, end of the mid palate, like
Yeah. It's not bad, to be clear. I mean, like, and also the finish, like, especially the end of the finish is incredible. It's just like smoky chocolate, which is tasty as hell.
how do I make this thing stop fucking doing that?
Oh shit!
Oh, yeah,
Troy's
I
here,
throw
I
up
didn't
my
see him.
How's it going?
Well, here I'll kick myself.
No.
We zoom up a little bit to avoid his
John, I need to take my ass to bed, brother. So
Right.
I'm out. Peace, love, whiskey, y'all.
All right, Mark. All right, cheers, buddy. Have a great night, buddy.
Later,
Hey,
Mark.
I'll see y'all next
Anybody
time.
had the RD
Love ya.
Walnut Zanara and French Oak finish?
No, but we're having a little bit of the Bill Bauer stem
Let's bring
show.
the Troy man in. What's up, buddy? Cheers, man. Sorry, I hope you weren't there terribly long. I'm sorry I didn't see you sooner.
Like 20 seconds.
Okay, all right, cool.
We had
You're
the Bill
good.
Bauer stem show just now.
Bill Bauer, what?
What
Stem-
was Bill
Stem
hanging
Cell?
dong and we missed it?
Dude, I was speak up the shorts, man.
Hey, look, Shredward.
Here's James Morgan.
Dude, that's the best thing Charlie Sheen ever said, dude. He was like, I told her I hang 10 and she thought I was a surfer.
Shred, yeah. I mean, so as I
Nice.
said at the outside of the stream, I did not drink while I went through the 9/11 stuff. It's too important to do so. But yeah,
I got to go back and watch the beginning of the stream.
But now I'm back to the Sean that you're used to seeing.
Yeah, we had to drink to make our way through it though, while he was doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to drink. It's just for me, it's way too important of information to do while drunk. So, that's true.
I got some further thoughts
Seeing-
that we'll have to explore at another time.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's the thing. I was hoping folks would hop on, like, kind of after I finished up and kind of give their own thoughts, experiences, etc. I mean, at this point in the night, we've all had a few drinking.
I mean, we got on, but then the
I
conversation.
mean, I can only tell you what it was like.
And into,
I mean, I can only tell you what it was like living here after it and during it. You know what I mean? Being in New York, it's like I'll be completely real. I don't really care about the conspiracy, whether or not it was something crazy, whether or not it was all to cover up money or anything else. Here, it was just straight up loss of life and horrible damage. I've lost friends to, I lost a friend a couple of years ago from it, just from the breathing in the air. So it's like, yeah.
Could you see that CJP?
The 10, man, the 10 that's my favorite of the core line.
Yep, me too.
Yeah, and Shred, we don't know. I don't know if we've narrowed down who has the crunchy sound.
Well, let me turn off my fan to see if that helps. No,
Sean, do you know what the gunpowder plot is?
Without the fan, I now hear the crunching too. So I'm putting the fan back on.
Yeah. So what was that, Bill?
Do you know what the gunpowder plot is?
Yeah. I'm a huge fan of V for Vendetta, so yes, I know exactly what it is.
All right, so I'm muting.
I think that's when all the conspiracy kind of started, or like the earliest you could track it, right?
Are you talking about the original gunpowder plot in England, or do you mean the movie?
No, like 1605. It was like,
yeah,
Catholics were going to blow up like the Parliament building to take out King James and replace them with like Catholic regime.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how much the rhetoric, I guess you would say, around that movie has changed over time. Because I mean, very clearly when it came out, it was definitely designed to mimic the supposed behavior of the Bush administration, which honestly I could give a shit about because I don't like them at all.
Globalist.
I mean, if we're talking about the Bush administration, the only thing that really matters is that's my Bush.
What?
Yeah, that show came out in 2001 before 9/11.
Yeah, right before
Yeah, dude, I'm so mad that show got canceled. It was such a good show.
Yeah, that's my Bush.
It was hilarious.
Hey, Shredward, I did mention black helicopters earlier.
Black helicopters, yeah.
Yeah, but that was just a large, dark gentleman spinning his hips around.
Dude, that was a funny show. Then the whole 9/11 thing killed.
Yeah,
it.
and that was it.
Yep.
Hey, Jeremy Dirks, thank you for checking in, man. Appreciate you. Cheers, man. Hope you're having a good one. Hope the party's going well.
Yeah, I mean, Bush has actually, in terms of like TV shows coming out, like That's My Bush, King of the Hill was absolutely a response to George Bush getting in office. Like he definitely got pop culture in like a very fun way. Like it wasn't mean spirited. Some might take it that way, but I never thought
it wasn't mean spirited. It was just completely pointing out what a fucking idiot he was.
Here's all I will say is that the comedy that came out because of W is some of my favorite presidential comedy of all time.
Shedward apparently has the same ear that I have.
What's that?
There's a Mad TV skit when it's like George Bush rapping, and it's like one of my. It's still I watch it like a couple times a year, probably. Still, it's hilarious.
Although the Obama anger translator is one of the greatest things ever made.
Other Sean, hello, how are you doing?
Oh,
good to see you. Okay, Ben has other feelings. What a surprise!
How would you feel about it?
I honestly don't remember the thing, Ben. But anyway, we're going to move on.
I hear you, Shredder.
Well, somebody was saying a thing before I was saying hello to Sean. And
also, so glad King of the Hill's back.
Heck yes, man. One of my favorite shows of all time.
And you know what? I think they did a fairly okay job bringing it back.
I actually have not watched it yet. I'm just glad it's back.
Do you like the new episodes, Dustin? Have you watched it?
Yeah, I did watch them. I would give it a C+, B-. Okay. They did a good job. They didn't get into they got political, but in a very not. They didn't get into the hot topics. They got in subtopics in a good way. So they got in the manosphere stuff, like Cotton's other kid, who's now Tank's half brother, like joined some like
his Japanese brother,
some crazy ass like alpha male thing, and Hank would kind of like debunked the whole thing, and it was kind of funny. I mean, it was like again the worst version of the alpha male thing, but yeah, it worked.
Was it the Japanese brother?
No. So no. Cotton's got a white son.
So he's got 3 kids.
No. Sorry. He's got a white. Cotton has a. Yeah, you might be right. Actually, yeah.
Because he had the Japanese. Was he Japanese? I think it was Japanese, not Chinese.
Yeah, it was whatever his last wife was like before he passed. So the kid's like,
oh, that's right. I remember they had the baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Bobby's apparently banging bitches left and right. It's a little.
Hell yeah. So he didn't marry Connie.
No, so he and Connie. So he's not married. He and Connie are we're talking. He was kind of trying to get back in touch with Connie during the episode, so we see that. But he actually has his own restaurant.
Yeah, he has a hibachi restaurant, right?
Yeah, but
he uses charcoal.
You're discussing this like
he doesn't use it. But so,
like a clip where he was like using charcoal.
But no, he's not using charcoal. It's a whole thing. But yeah, so it's good. Like if you like, it's definitely worth watching. But like don't expect to be blown away. Like every episode's a B, C kind of thing. It's nothing epic. It's not the best, but it's fun. They did a good job.
There you go.
It falls into the problem that we have with all modern like series is that it's too short. Like it used to work that like we could have like you had 20 episodes, so like you got like 5 fillers, 5 meh episodes, and as long as you had 10 good ones, you're like, oh, it's amazing. But when you do 10 episodes, it's just it's hard. Unless you serialize it and like you have an arc and you have a plan, like it's just. But King of the Hill, man, it's a sitcom.
Yeah,
it needs more time. Same reason Star Trek has not been great.
Okay, Sean, what the hell is that?
Which part?
That's food.
What you're eating?
So it is pan-fried pork chops with Spanish-style rice and beans.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
And that just got delivered by DoorDash, or
no? Delivered by my wife.
Delivering tinfoiled fucking covered Tupperware. We got a problem.
Delivered by my wife that I don't live with.
Hey, that's cool though.
So she's working for Uber Eats now?
No, I actually, technically, it was delivered by my boys. They were over at her place tonight. She made this for everybody, and then they brought some back.
Nice. Does she make good rice?
Yeah, I mean, she's Hispanic, so.
Okay. It doesn't guarantee it, though, man.
Oh, gosh.
What does?
She should.
On the stream, we know she poisoned it for you, Sean.
I could care less. Given the fact that I poison myself on a regular basis, it would be nothing new. No, I mean, I trust my boys. I don't trust her, but I trust my boys. So,
right? Let them make the plate. Yeah, this fucking Andalusia is good, dude.
Yeah, man.
Think she's ready to kill you at this point, Sean?
I mean, she could try. I'm pretty tough. Other people have tried. Popcorn from the 1940s. What? Is that what it looks like?
No, it just looked like a tinfoil covered fucking to go.
No, so in fairness, it is in a strange container.
Jiffy Pop.
Oh shit, that is a weird container.
And I couldn't microwave it, so I had to put the whole thing in the the doggy. My boy's here.
Shredder's on
How's
top.
he doing? Is he doing? He's better.
Oh, blue spot.
First batch.
Shawnee's doing better.
Yeah, he's trying to get food right now. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
Back when it was affordable.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've said this before, but he's always had stomach issues because he wasn't nursed. So he's always had gut problems. So we always just, we try and deal with it. But yeah, he's been better like the last 2 to 3 weeks.
What do you usually feed him?
Oh, well, I'd rather not get into it because it's ridiculous. But we literally cook him fresh meals every day.
I was making my dog's food for a while. It just got so tiresome.
Yeah. So he gets organic chicken breast, organic carrots, organic rice, or organic quinoa, or organic sweet potatoes. The carb that is in his diet changes out pretty much all the time, but organic chicken or organic beef is usually the protein.
So he gets marketing bullshit with meat?
Georgie LaForge.
Yeah, basically. I want to be clear. This is not my doing. I didn't have any choice in the matter.
My dog had stomach problems for a while, and I couldn't figure. I was making his food. I would give him like livers and fucking gizzards and chicken feet, and then like because I wanted him to have bone and stuff, and mix it with a grain. And finally, dude, I found like a salmon kibble that just like does the best. Like it's I just give him salmon kibble now, and it's like because he would get like yeast infections in his ear, and his stomach was always fucked up.
Crazy.
And the salmon kibble is like it seemed to do the trick.
There you go. Yeah,
I have to check that out. I went through I don't know how many different foods for these dogs, and they continue to have issues.
Yeah. I have an old English bulldog, and he's fickle, man. Like I can't feed him everything, or else it's fucking ear. Like you could smell it, dude. It's like I forget what it's because it's been a while since it's happened now.
Yeah, I know.
You smell it in the air in the house, and it's like, what the fuck is that? And it's the dog's ears getting infected.
Well, my pit bull has stomach issues. Now the Ridgeback, unfortunately, she's allergic to grass. So every summer it's
don't look at me.
Ears and paws.
Yeah, he would always lick his paws, and his stomach was always fucked up. Like he would vomit like once a day, and it's like,
ugh,
it sucked.
I feel like, luckily, when I've had dogs and my family and stuff, it's always been the mutts. Mutts are really easy to deal with, man.
Some of them are, yeah.
Fact.
The best dog I had was a collie. It was like a purebred collie, but it was victory. Excellent. That dog was the easiest dog to ever deal with, other than like brushing her hair out. But that was like my favorite dog.
I mean, so although I agree, Justin, that they are the easiest to deal with as far as health wise, like he is the best. Like he is the best dog I've had. He's my 14th dog.
Damn.
Yeah, he's the best, man.
Hey, man, I ain't trying to talk shit on your dog, man. Everybody's dog. No, I've never been a bad dog. I'm just saying, like.
Well, I've known some bad dogs.
Oh, dude, there's some that suck, dude. My dog sucks. Like half the time I don't like him, but he does his job.
What I'm saying is everybody's dog to them usually is pretty good, but to all.
No, I've owned some shit dogs.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, if my grass is too long, he doesn't want to go in the grass. If it's wet, he doesn't want to go in the grass, and it's like. But then when it's time to like do some shit, like he's like, I'll fucking go beat the shit out of that dog. What are you doing, barking?
Yeah.
I like my Ridgeback.
No, Cerberus he's the best, man. He is the dude.
He tries to pee in my daughter's rabbit cage.
I mean, to be fair, why is there a rabbit?
Because she fucking loves the rabbit.
Yeah, me too, with a side of fucking rice.
So fluffy.
Yeah.
Ooh, rabbit stew.
She will hate people make jokes, and that's like her instant shit list. Like, there's like no coming back from making a rabbit joke. She's like, "You're done for me."
It's funny. My niece and nephews, they actually have 2 rabbits now. They've like adopted, saved, whatever you want to call them. The first one was named Waffles, and it's extremely like neurotic and all, kind of like
first off, saved is way too much.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever they were literally was like kept in a house, fed and watered, but like was not taken care of at all. Like,
no, I get it. It's just saved is a little pretentious.
Yeah, well, whatever. And the other one is much more like my nephew, and it is docile as crap. And his name is Pancakes. And somehow these rabbits actually came with these names.
I mean, they don't know that though.
No, but it's just ironic. They were all breakfast foods. I'm waiting for bacon and eggs or something.
There's zero chance those rabbits know their name.
I have no clue what the rabbit. I think its name's Bun Bun. I have no clue what the rabbit's name is, actually.
In fairness, the rabbit doesn't know either.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's chill. And then it's like, once it gets overstimulated, it's like, I'm just going to bite you and go run off.
Yeah, that's what they do best.
Yeah, I stayed over there and decided to bite me, nip me. I said, "You keep it up, you're going to be still."
What?
Dogs are gay.
Hey, mods, you have my permission to permanently ban Shred.
Well, the problem is you gave him a wrench.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
I mean, now if you want, I actually don't know. Do I have a super wrench on here?
You know what? Actually, Richie Z has the super wrench, I believe. Let's solve this problem.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Richie.
All right, let's see here. No. Where is it?
You done fucked up, Shred.
I do not have a super wrench.
No, like, to be fair, dogs are not as in like dumb. Like, they're a little gay, dude. They do some gay shit.
Yeah, but
I think Shredder needs to come on and explain himself.
Dogs
it's,
they do
it's
some
not
gay shit.
gay to lick your own prick. I mean, every dog does that.
Every guy would if he could.
You would too if you could.
I don't know about the prick, but definitely the nuts.
My dog humps anything black, like a broom, a fucking dustpan, a backpack. If there's like a black item in the room, he's gonna fucking hump it.
I don't know how do you edit your moderatorness?
It looks like I was able to block. Apparently, I was super modded. So
you have to remove standard moderator and add.
If I'm not mistaken, I think I blocked him.
Okay.
Yeah, for yourself, but
well, no, don't boot Shred for real. That's fucking dumb.
Yeah, I mean, he actually did that. I feel like everyone knows that was a joke, don't I? I mean,
I don't think it's permanent.
It's fair. I don't think it's permanent.
No. If you blocked him, if you blocked him only for you, and now you can't see him and he can't see you.
Oh, that's
yeah.
useless.
Oh yeah, if you go out to the right and do that, yeah.
Wait, where are you, Ben? Let's see here. Say something in chat. I'm not going to.
How do I unblock him?
Trap. I'm not going to scroll up to the last time you said something. So
you got to go to like a blocked list inside of like your YouTube profile.
Oh dear God!
How's that?
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I have remove a standard moderator.
Yep.
Is that what I need to do? I guess so.
You have to do that.
Okay.
I thought we were all about free speech, dude. What are we doing?
No, until you say dogs are gay, and then
that's where Sean draws the line.
Yeah, that's the only line I have is when you say dogs are gay.
I mean, to be fair, every dog will lick a dick if you put something on it.
How do you know this, Dustin?
I don't know that makes it.
Yeah, I feel like Dustin has done his own case study on this.
I don't think I have to study. Dogs lick anything, no matter what, man.
And yeah, that's why I had no time.
I think this is America.
What is that? A road trip? It's like it's not gay if it's your dog.
Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing to Sierra. Oh no, she is a managing mod. Okay, never mind. She's already a managing mod. All right.
That's wild.
So Ben, Sierra, and Richie Z are managing mods, I believe. Let me double check. Richie? Yeah, Richie's a man. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Good enough. Shred, you don't get that privilege because you said dog.
Are you ready for another Peach, Sean, or are you still on the Andalusia?
No, I'm still bringing the striker.
All right, because I just killed mine. That's what I'm asking.
You know what, Shred? You're just asking for it.
What is he saying? I gotta look.
I'm fine. I'm fine with all the liberal hate speech or Democratic, whatever the thing. But when you say dogs are gay,
he just doubled down on it. For it.
Yeah.
What if you
I
call
don't think
Jeff
he means
Gordon
he
gay?
dislikes
Is that
them.
okay?
I haven't heard him say he dislikes dogs. I just think he thinks they do gay things.
The way he said it doesn't sound like a normal, just like thing.
Yeah. So there you go. Direct question, Shredward. Do you like dogs?
Yeah,
You like
there
dags?
you go. Let's get to the heart of the matter.
Romantically.
Yeah.
You like dags?
Because if you don't like dogs, so you're unequivocally a communist. There's no way
I
around
work with one dude that says that, and he's just fucking.
Either you like dogs and you're not a Nazi, or you don't like dogs and you are a Nazi. There's only two sides here. So
Wait, who's?
Heads up when it tells you lose.
that's just the fucking rules. I didn't make them. I'm just.
Wait, did someone time out Mark?
I hope not.
Mark? I thought Mark was going to sleep.
No, Mark just deleted one of Shred's comments. But I mean, to be fair, but you didn't say you like dogs.
He said some dogs are cool, some dogs suck.
What he said
He is skirting the line for sure.
Well, no, what he said. To be fair, what he said is not entirely wrong. Every dog I've known humps other dogs. I don't dislike dogs. Some dogs are cool, some dogs suck, and all dogs are gay. I mean, they're humping out of dominance. They're not actually shoving their dick in the hole.
Yeah, it's not sexual. It's just dogs being dogs.
Yeah.
At least that's what I told my probation
If the
officer.
lipstick's not out of the tube, it doesn't count.
I mean,
Fist bump, dude.
in fairness, he is a Californian. He knows a little something about being gay. So
He's the authority around here.
Anybody who's had a male dog knows what they mean when the lipstick's out of the tube.
Dude.
Oh yeah.
My
Red
dog
Rocket. Red Rocket.
He's
Red
sick.
Rocket.
That
Red
thing is
Rocket.
out all day, dude. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
no, I mean
Yeah.
this.
I'm gonna point out, Shred, most dogs are castrated.
No, I mean, this guy here. I mean, I love him, but he's a humper. I mean, not now because I've taught him to not. But
Hey,
I thought you were pointing at Troy for a second.
Hey, don't rule out female dog.
Troy
Female
doesn't like
dogs.
somebody who pulls their micropenis out in public, so it is what it is.
Female
Hey,
dogs
it happens.
hump your leg too.
oh yeah, that's true. Females will hump as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they will.
My
When they're-
mom
when they're in
daughter
heat.
will do that. She just humps everything,
Yeah,
especially
but-
pillows. For
Yeah,
whatever reason.
Pillows get the worst usually.
Yeah. Thank
It's,
God we have washable covers on them.
Dustpans and backpacks are what gets humped around here, and it's like, what are you doing, dude?
Like the backpacks, huh?
I'm getting bored.
Anything black, like if it's a black object, he's fucking humping it.
I don't think
No,
that.
you know, it's funny. I've known chubby white girls like that.
That's the Lisa Lampanelli joke. She's like, remember the good old days when a black guy would bang a refrigerator because it was white?
Yep. I mean, honestly, in fairness, I think we're imposing things on dogs that we as humans do. But
are we still live?
What's got you on?
Oh yeah,
we are. Yeah,
whatever sample Sean pulls, but he's busy. He's busy eating X rice.
that's true. I am doing that. Well,
Pick
okay.
this up over there in the corner.
Huh?
What are we pouring next?
Oh shit! Look at this. All right, now I have to dip myself. I'm just eating rice anyways.
Yeah, we know. What the hell?
No.
Cheers, sir.
Yo, what's up, sexiness?
What happened?
Where does John go?
I'm gonna hop off. I got some other stuff to do on, but I'll keep watching that. So, cheers.
Cheers,
Dustin.
But
what's up, Mark?
So Ben, this reminds me, you need a eagle call button.
Thank you, Dustin. Appreciate
Anytime
it.
like Mark or someone that's just a badass American shows up and it's just
I have it already. It's right here.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't gonna let Mark sit in the backstage, so I put myself in the backstage.
But you know that eagle call that just that
Mark opening.
I'm opening your box, Ben, because you just messaged me asking me to let you know when I opened it. So I figured I'd come on and open it.
All
There
right.
you go.
step one,
Hey,
put a hole
hey,
in the box.
the noise went away.
It was Dustin the whole time.
It
Yeah,
was.
that's right. Top shelf whiskey, bottom shelf everything else.
Bottom shelf mics.
Special delivery.
Well, Dustin, at least I got to see you for a minute, buddy.
There you go. Yeah, I'm sorry, folks. I'm not paying StreamYard any money, so we're stuck at 6.
Oh yeah, that's why you got the powered by StreamYard.
Yep.
I've never seen a blue one of these before.
Oh yeah. I got a whole bunch of those on Amazon. Like I think I got 100 for $25.
That might have been a reuse.
John, even if you pay, you only get 4 more.
Ben has like collector's edition packing stuff because he has so much of it.
Yeah, well, the dumpster may have been a little overfull this weekend.
Oh, Ethan, I've seen the pile of packing stuff. It's
There's no more pile.
Ooh.
Did you get rid of it?
He was tired of accepting bottles.
Wait,
got
Ben,
rid of all the
did you get rid of the entire corner of your house that was packing stuff?
No.
Almost.
No.
It's depleted down to 3 or 4 bins now.
Okay, well that's improvement.
Mark, you didn't have one of those, did you?
No, I've never seen one.
What do we send Mark? I'm sorry, I'm talking shit and not paying attention.
A couple of samples.
So 15.
And I got Steakwurst.
That's right. I got mine on either side of me here. Yeah, let me give Mark the solo here so he can show off the stuff.
That's a
Hell
young
yeah.
Forester.
Is it mirrored to you?
No,
it's fine.
No, you're good.
It's just mirrored to me.
Yeah, I believe that's 2007. I figured out.
It's a sweet Doc Swinson shirt, dude.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Did you find all the stickers, Bill?
I found one.
There's definitely more than one, dude.
All right, I'll go back and look. I threw the box in my dumpster, but I'll go
What is
check.
that? A new
I
riff.
haven't done it yet.
New
I'll go
riff.
check tomorrow.
Nice.
Is that the
Malted
sherry?
rye and sherry?
Yeah, that's delicious.
Z Smoke Wagon.
Oh yes.
You can be there a while.
Knob Creek 12. The cast strength.
Hell yeah.
Oh, nice.
I've been
that's
wanting
a
to try.
good pour,
Dude, I've been wanting to try this one for a while.
That's a good one, man. I've had that once at a buddy's house, and it's fucking good.
Wathen single barrel. Dude, I've heard of this.
That's dark. Is that a brown bottle or is that just dark?
I think it's.
I think it's
I can't tell.
It kind of looks like it might be blue. Just yeah, that's blue.
Yeah.
Old line port finish double barrel single malt. Oh, it's a pick.
Nice.
It's an old line pick. That's dope. Thank you, Ben.
You can be here a while.
Yeah.
New Riff Rye Sherry 112.7 proof.
Yeah, there's 2 different years editions in there.
I'm gonna go grab a bottle. I'll be right back.
Pen Hook 9 year. Found North Bourbon pick. Dope. Nice.
There you
go. Jeans Weeded Wiener.
Nice.
Because he did wiener. Yeah. New rye, or I'm sorry, new riff single barrel rye McFry pick.
Yeah, I picked that also.
Oh, really? Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is the last 2. Bell Mead cast strength. Oh, dude, this is the coveted one, right?
Yeah.
And then Backbone, Justin's House of Bourbon, 8 year, 1 month.
Nice.
Nice. So do you want me to try one of these right now, Bourbon?
You do whatever you want. You grown ass man.
I know. I've been here the whole time. But I meant, like, is there one that you would want me to try right now, right out the gate?
I don't know. What have you had tonight so far?
I've got a blend aging in a barrel that I tried because I'm entering it into a blend contest. So I tried that, and I think it's ready to bottle. So I had some of that, and then I had a glass of my Infinity after that.
Oh, so you've been playing it a little weird. Well, you know what? You're generally not an MGP fan, right? We got a power stem back. All right.
My bad, dude. I'm just over here surfing.
Let them fly. Let them fly.
All right.
I was going to ask about those aging barrels, and Mark just kind of brought it up. Is there? I hear they always leak. I kind of want to like do something. Mark, what barrel brand are you using, or anything like that?
So I've had 3 different ones. The first one I ordered off of Amazon, and I did probably 12 different blends in it, and then I didn't have anything in it for like 6 months, not water or anything. And now it's separated to the point where I can't repair it. And so it's not useful anymore. So I had a 1 liter, a 2 liter, a 3 liter. I've made a bunch of blends in all 3 of them. And all 3 of them are from different brands. The main thing that you have to do is do a good job treating it when you first get it. That's the main thing.
Fill it with water and let it soak for a while.
Hot water. Yeah. Fill it up, close it, and then rinse the outside of it with hot water. Then let it dry. Then do it again. Then do it again. Then dump out the medium hot water that's in it. Then fill it with really hot water again. Do that multiple times, like 5 or 6 times, and then you're not supposed to let it completely dry out after that, because then the wood will start,
shrinking down,
condensing.
You need moist wood.
So what you're supposed to do is after you do a blend in it, you pour all the whiskey out. You're supposed to fill it with water after that and let it stay full of water.
Yeah, preferably water, citric acid, and sulfur dioxide. But for that scale, water is probably just good.
Yeah,
clear water, like treated water. So.
Hey, Mark, question for you, buddy, before we get any farther. I don't know, because I know, when I started, it was early your time, so I'm not sure how much of the show you caught. But whatever you did see, I'm curious your thoughts, man. As a guy that was over there doing it, I mean, Ernest was here watching me most of the time, so I feel like I didn't terribly offend him. So I feel like I did okay. I mean, I did my best to be as respectful as possible. I hope that's the way it came across.
Yeah. But I am, like, if you look at where you were coming from and where Ben was coming from, I'm pretty much in between you guys, but a little bit more on Ben's side. If there was a spectrum between the two of you, or your point of view on that.
Oh, there's a spectrum there, that's for sure.
But to just emphasize Ben's point, there's a certain amount of however much the government was involved, however much they knew and didn't do anything about it, however much the inconsistencies or discrepancies with Tower 7 or the guy's passport or the skill of the pilots or there's a certain amount of that I absolutely don't care about, because at the end of the day, there was foreign terrorists killing hundreds of people on an airplane, flying it into a building, killing thousands of people that were Americans, and then the cleanup after that and all that stuff. There was a bunch of heroes, first responders, firemen, and policemen running into those buildings to save people that never made it out. And that is the biggest point of that day.
For sure.
By far.
Absolutely.
And so all the other bullshit about what actually happened at the Pentagon, because that seems absolutely unrealistic, I'm with you 100%. Agree. The passport that was found, I don't see, now that it's so far after the fact, did they really find his passport like down the street on the ground, or is that something that has come to be believed after the fact because they have a scanned picture of dude's passport? And so is a lot of that other shit just made up?
That one was always weird to me because it's like everything burned up, but they found this fucking passport like in.
Well, I mean, so
damn good.
Well, no, all of us are old enough to remember when it happened.
Yeah.
So from what I remember is when they identified the terrorists, they had pictures of their passports. Nobody at the time was saying that they actually found one of them in the rubble. Nobody was saying that at the time 24 years ago.
That's true.
That's the dialogue now, right? That it's they found
Right,
a fucking passport.
that's what I'm saying. I think is horseshit. I think the nowadays social media kind of society is making up bullshit like that to put more questions on it. Just like what we saw, earlier in the week with Charlie getting killed. Now all of a sudden there's all these conspiracy theories coming out. It's like nobody can accept anything nowadays. They have to try to say, "Oh, did you see the guy behind him adjust his hat? He was giving a signal." No, he wasn't. He was fucking adjusting his hat. Shut your mouth.
Yeah, there's like all these people putting up like they know sniper fucking hand signals now, and they're like, "Look, he was doing this," and it's like, dude, you guys don't know.
Yeah, I mean, so Mark, I don't know if did you see the first part of the stream, because I talked about the Charlie Kirk situation briefly at the beginning of the stream, mainly just to kind of delay the 9/11 talk, because I know how YouTube algorithms work, and they love to throw up their official narrative bullshit that I fucking hate on every 9/11 anything. So to delay that, at least, I tried to talk about other things at first and not say the words out loud. So my issues with the Charlie Kirk situation are not hand signals or whatever gestures may have been signs to shoot now or any of that kind of stuff. My issues are that the official narrative currently, to the best of my knowledge, unless things have changed in the last 12 hours or so, is that the rifle that was supposedly used by the shooter was a Mauser 98.
What?
Yeah, that's the official reporting as far as I know.
30-06.
I heard it was a 30-06.
Yeah, 30-06.
It's a Mauser chambered in 30-06.
Right.
Yeah.
It was a heavily modified Mauser 98.
Yeah.
But, well, yeah. So the thing is, Ben, the picture you sent me, though, is not the gun. It can't be. There's no way that that's the gun.
Not? The bolt is a Mauser 98 bolt.
I don't think that it is. Mauser bolts, the arm on the bolt goes down at an angle. The one you sent me
it's curved. On a 98, it's curved.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
On a Mauser 8mm, it's bent, I believe.
What I'm saying is the picture you sent me, the bolt arm comes straight off the bolt and like at a right angle. The one you sent me, and that's not the way that a Mauser bolt arm is.
Oh, okay.
You have modifications on a bolt action. So.
I mean, unless he got like a modern bolt assembly, I guess that's possible. I don't. But why would you go through all of that?
Well, chances are he didn't go through all that. Chances are he bought it just the way it is out of a fucking gun shop or a gun show
or a pawn shop.
I guess here's my overall point: is that if your goal is to
think of taking old Mauser actions and modified them to older bolt action rifles.
Fair enough. Either way, this gun does not break down quickly and efficiently.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the problem: we have zero pictures of this person, the supposed shooter, with any evidence
with a rifle.
Yeah, with a rifle, holding a rifle, with a rifle on his person. The narrative that's been put forward.
He has a backpack.
Yeah, he has a medium-sized backpack, and the narrative that's been put forward, which is complete speculation, there's no evidence to prove it, is that the gun was somehow in his leg, in his pants. Well, you would notice that because we can see his legs in the pictures we have of him. You would notice a rifle of that size in a person's pants. Like, there's no way you would not see this.
Well, not only that, I mean, it's not like.
But this is exactly what Mark's saying. It's instant conspiracy.
Yeah,
is there a chance that this is all bullshit and it was a military sniper or whatever else?
Well, I'm not getting to the speculation part. I'm just talking about the facts that we have.
We don't know. You weren't there. You've seen some video surveillance, supposedly.
There's a lot of video out now.
There is a lot. There is a lot, and I've watched a lot of it.
How much of it is real and how much of it is AI generated at this point? We don't fucking know. That's what you were saying earlier.
About what?
Especially Mark was saying that a lot of this crap you see now, we don't know if it's real.
Well, but
there was a lot of cameras.
I mean, the 9/11 stuff is old video. Then, like that. I mean, and we all saw that when we were young.
It doesn't matter. I could make a video right now of you sucking 3 dicks, and it would look completely real.
Completely irrelevant to the 9/11.
No,
that would be something you would probably do, Ben.
It is, but it isn't. You can generate a video that shows anything you want in seconds for free.
Man, this is a thought process that we've disagreed on multiple times across various different topics. Is this just dismissiveness of any facts because things can be manipulated?
No, I'm saying that you can't go by honestly, almost anything you see nowadays may or may not have actually occurred. I'm seeing it every day at work.
But here's my issue with that statement, Ben. By that logic, then everything could be a massive conspiracy because everything can be edited.
Absolutely.
Also, the doc is in the back. So, is anybody?
You don't want to hear what I got to say, so throw me in the back.
No, I'll put myself in the back.
Well, we need you.
Do we?
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of. You can
You're
kick
the
me.
only one wearing a hat. I mean, come on.
Wearing a hat.
Oh, I can go. I've been here the longest.
No, Ernest,
No, you could just go in the background for a little bit. We can rotate.
Here's what I'll rotate. No, I won't ask anybody to go. I will put myself out. Well, okay. Damn it, Ernest. You didn't even give me a chance. All right, fair enough. Doc, how we doing?
I didn't have anything important to say. Good.
Get fucking rid of him.
Except,
in fairness, none of us have anything that important.
Where was I when I started to show up in here? Okay, I forget what was going on at the time.
All right, am I drinking a sample?
Oh, Weeded Wiener. When I saw the stream was still on, Mark, it was showing Weeded Wiener. Are you drinking the Weeded Wiener? It's a good bottle.
Oh.
Speaking of Weeded Wieners.
The Weeded Wiener.
More people are showing up in the back.
Where'd you got that from, Ben?
Yeah. Did you just pour that one? Is that what you said?
No, I didn't, but I have a bottle. I was considering it when you showed the samples. Like, oh yeah, the Weeded Wiener, that's good stuff.
Okay.
This cigar moth's pretty good, Ben.
Yeah, I asked Ben which one I should try first.
There we
He
are.
told me that
I mean, this wouldn't have been the one to try first, but
Guys, I hate to interrupt the. We'll go ahead and finish the Weeded Winter talk, and then we'll. Go
my picture's right there under Ben's finger.
Yeah, right there.
Nice.
Yes, good stuff.
I'm gonna do a thing here.
I'm gonna pour a little bit of it.
This will probably go off the rails. I apologize for what's about to happen.
Conspiracy
I'm
theories, you are
hopeful,
correct.
I'm hopeful that we can work some things out here. So.
What the?
Good evening, everybody. Oh man, you see that? How you doing, Bubba?
Ben, use your words. Sean, I expect you to take the. I expect you guys to do the same. I'd like you guys to come to a peaceful conclusion here. Work it out. I'll be in the background.
There's nothing but peace here, Bubba. How you doing?
All right. I'm just saying, I've never taken Ozempic.
Oh, sweet Jesus, man. You're still on that shit from 7 months ago, man? Come on.
Yeah, there ain't been no apology. There ain't been no going back on it.
Well, and I understand that, and I understand
And
that.
honestly, a lot more than me. It's you know what? Making fun of me for being fat is one thing. Talking about digging up somebody's mom is a whole nother thing.
Oh my sweet God Almighty, dude, you're living in the past, man.
Absolutely. How do you move beyond that when nobody says a word other than yeah, I said it.
I mean, yeah, I said it. We've all said some wild shit on these live streams, there, sweetheart.
That wasn't on a live stream. That was in writing, and that was in hard writing.
Again, we've all said some wild shit, right?
Did you ever apologize for it? Did you ever say why you said it? Nope.
Well, I'm sorry that I haven't sent you a dozen roses. If you need them, just
I
send
don't
me
need
an address.
roses. I need to know why you felt the need to go to that level.
Well, I mean,
he wants us to work it out. I'm going to air it out.
100%, absolutely. And I mean, you've taken digs too, Bubba. You know what I mean? Long before the Ozempic jokes.
Really?
You know
What
I'm
did I
saying?
do?
Talking shit about me and my fucking relationship with Lee. You know what I'm saying? Talking about if
Talking
I
shit
wasn't
about
friends.
it? What are you talking about? Give me an
Absolutely, man.
example.
This came from Lee, man.
Give me an example.
Talking crap about my collection that I have nothing of, man. It fucking pales in comparison to the 700 fucking bottles behind you.
I wish I
Tell you
had
that, partner.
700.
I mean, come on, man.
No, I never
and,
said
and,
anything
and that,
about
and
your
that stems
collection.
with the shit with Joe too,
No.
man.
No. I
You-
never said a word about your collection. I said that you had to show off.
No, sir.
That's what you did.
Here's the thing, man. Yeah, at the beginning of my whiskey tube career, when I came around on the live streams, yeah, I used to fucking flex some bottles, but fuck all that stuff. You know why? That's because that's homosexual. Just like that man that you're talking about, that I fucking talk shit about his mama. And I'm sorry about that, okay? Anybody that's dead and gone has no fucking right to be talked shit to. But I will talk shit to Joe.
Why?
Because he loves the fucking flex, man. Anytime he gets unsecure, that fucking Booker's Rye comes out, dude. It's like clockwork. It's like fucking clockwork, man.
I would disagree on that.
But
we're allowed to disagree.
And just like some idiot got, you know what I mean, shot Charlie Kirk about opinions. We all have opinions, right?
Of course.
So I'm going to bring the boys back in here. I don't want this to be like the whole show, but I did want to like at least give you guys a few minutes to talk it out, because I mean honestly, you know, I'd like to see less drama in the whiskey tube sphere. I feel like probably
100%.
everybody agrees with that.
100%.
So I thought,
Let's not draw lines. Let's not draw lines in whiskey tube. You know what I'm saying?
And let's not pull our dicks out.
Oh, sweet God. My,
here's the thing. Like we could all keep
I jumped on here to fucking drink this with fucking Mark, man. He gave me this.
So then let's do that. Here's my thing, guys. To everybody watching, like we could Sean, give me a second here. We could take digs at each other until infinity over some shit for sure. If that's what we want to do, I don't really want to. But if we want to just like talk shit about people, you can find a reason.
No, but there's a difference between talking shit and just.
I know, Ben. I know
realizing that you're just not going to see eye to eye with somebody.
I know what we're talking about. I'm just saying.
I could never see eye to eye with either of you, man. I'm over 6 foot. I mean, come on, let's be realistic.
I'm 6'3", Sean. But anyway,
no, I'm not talking about you. You tall asshole. I know you're tall.
Anyway, all I'm saying is it'd be better if we could at least maintain some level of civility. So
I just like Bill's shirt. Can you just show off Bill's shirt?
okay, let's there we go.
That's true.
Look at me, I'm a snake. Anyway, I'm gonna rotate folks out here because we have 7 total. So yeah, so once the doc is back, I'll throw him back in. But yeah, Mark, Northwest Bourbon Mark. I guess Sean wanted to have a pour of a Woodinville is what it looked like there. So
only because long before on that live stream, man, I can't believe I talked shit to Brent. I had no idea that this was actually a thing.
Indeed.
Cast strength Armagnac finish. You gave me this a long time ago, buddy.
I've never even seen that one before.
Starting a new channel called Rock.
And leave it to Mark to have the, you know what I mean, the homie hookup on the Woodinville. It's local whiskey. You know what I mean?
Sneaky snake. That's right.
No, I got it at the distillery. They had a day. One of the days that they did the same kind of thing, I went with you, Troy, man. Another day was when we went there. You remember they had like 3 different single barrels. You could try each one.
Yeah.
It was the same exact thing, but it was the time before you and I went together.
Gotcha.
And they had the Armagnac. They had like a Muscatel, and they had something else. And I got the Armagnac one. And so I interviewed the owner and founder of Woodinville. And Sean jumps on and was like, give us the cast strength Armagnac. And I was like, I have one. But he kept yelling at Brent, telling him to give him one.
That's all I kept saying was cast strength Armagnac finish.
Hmm.
Well, let's try it here. God damn it. I can
Doc,
smell.
Doc, is that the wiener?
It is my wiener.
All right, I'm drinking that with you.
I can
Doc, you
smell
pulling
the-
out a wiener?
Just. Yep. Can't you tell by the pink wax?
There's a pink tip on that wiener, huh?
Hey, let's not get the pulling out wieners thing trending again. All right.
Oh, jeez.
111 proof? Jesus.
You people, and I say that in the most kind way possible.
What do you mean, you people?
Oh, bourbon, you got one
You
too.
people are dicks.
It's 123.
Well, I hope I have one, Mark. Yours came out of this bottle.
Yeah, magically.
How the fuck did
I meant like you have one in your hand right now, dude. Like,
whoa.
Like,
Oh, I
you're
might.
dicks?
I had to zoom the camera out for a reason.
Oh,
I
man,
meant
you
that you're
can't
pouring
bullshit.
it, as in you have one. Sorry, that was
Hey,
phrasing on my
Ben,
bad.
did you ever pop this one on your live? I'm always lurking on your live streams, Bubba, just to let you know. But
All right.
did you crack that one?
Oh, the baller batch?
No, because we're gonna do a bowler stream where I have at least 5 picks to crack it.
Very nice.
Ben, do you have the bottles or just samples of those? Because I've sent you a few bottles of those.
I have the half bottles of the 2 toasted Elijahs that are technically sealed.
Yeah. Wait, you haven't tried those yet?
No.
Hey, Ben, real quick, are you empty right now?
I've been waiting for Bowler, and he wants me to wait for you. So there's those 2. There's the Knob. There's the Knob Creek, the Remus, and the new Elijah Barrel Proof.
Okay.
Ben, are you empty?
Fucking text me.
Can you guys hear me?
I'm around.
We can hear you.
Okay.
He asked if you had anything in the glass.
He has been not been able to do it either.
Yeah.
Ben,
Oh, that's
Ben,
true.
Ben, do you have everything poured right now?
Yes, the weeded wiener.
Oh, that's right. Okay. All right, never mind.
Because I was waiting for you for a peanut pour for like the last
know,
hour.
we got
While you were putting X rice in your face.
That's true. All right.
X rice.
Yeah.
So we are currently holding Mark's wiener in our hands.
Yeah, you have to use 2 hands for Mark's wiener.
Well,
thank you.
This Mark's anyway. Actually, I don't know about his wiener, but his balls definitely.
3 hands for the balls.
And speaking of, I came on this live stream to ask Mark Northwest a real question. So from a perch, obviously you're a fucking killing machine, and you could probably do that. But your average everyday Joe, could they make a 200-yard shot center mass?
That was one of my. It wasn't center mass. That was one of my comments earlier. But go ahead, Mark. Yeah.
Dude, there's a lot of stuff with that shirt moving up, man. I think he had a plate on, dude.
No, that's a bullshit video.
You don't think so?
No.
Then where was the exit wound on that 30-06, Bubba?
So first off, by all standard accounts now, it's about 150-yard shot, and that's a pretty easy shot by anybody.
Especially with like a deer scope on it.
Yeah. Yeah, like this was a debate in one of my other whiskey text groups the other day. Because there's a few folks that aren't.
But I mean, yeah, me and you guys could go plink at 150 yards, 200 yards, whatever you want to call it. But the added adrenaline of trying to take somebody out, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, he's laying. I mean, by everything we can see, he's laying down on a roof in the prone position, which is the easiest position to shoot out of.
Stable.
He had. I mean, he's shooting down into a bowl, so windage is almost a non-factor. And plus the distance as well. I mean, 150 yards is nothing. I mean, I'm not saying this in a bragging way. It's because this is not like a far shot. I've shot deer at like 330 yards and double lunged them pretty easily. Like what I'm saying is this is not that difficult of a shot.
And he may even have been aiming at his head and hit him in the neck. I mean, you know.
Yeah, my questions are not that. My questions are.
It's not a tough shot.
No.
My questions are: why do we not see a rifle in this person's hands ever, in all of the footage that we have of this person?
There's a video. Actually, if you look, there's a video of him jumping off the roof from the backside, where he's got the rifle wrapped in a towel, and you see him jump down. It's obviously a thing about this long wrapped in a towel, and then he starts running with it. So
my question, Troy, is that the rifle or is it his backpack? It's hard to make out what it is because the footage is so grainy.
I know, and everybody complains because there's 4K security cameras. Look, I run 4K security cameras on all my sites across my entire city. You can zoom in on anything and it's going to be fucking grainy. It's not like a 4K video like you're watching a movie. Yeah. It's bullshit.
Yeah, it's a 4K image, but the sensor is this freaking big.
And it's a $90 camera.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess my question is that all the video of him going up to the roof, we do not see the rifle. So how did it get there? Is what
you don't think he was walking funky with it on his pant leg?
But that's what I'm saying. We can see
he can't bend his knee, and he's like limping.
But we can see his pants. Like you would notice a long rifle in someone's pants.
Was there a zoomed in close up view? Because the one I saw was kind of far off, and he's walking with his leg looking weird.
I mean, he is walking. Pants, I'll give you that.
Baggy pants in the shirt down the pant leg. You could hide a rifle to about your knee up to the middle of your torso.
Scope, I mean, I feel like the rifle and scope is going to make a significant bulge in your pants.
Well, the scope may not have even been in his pants. Or from the front of the scope, the forehand down to the knee.
There's zero chance he mounted that scope on that rooftop and it was perfectly zeroed and he makes that shot. There's zero chance that happened.
And I mean, don't get me wrong. I've gone shooting with my buddies and I've shot a target at 100 yards with a 44 Magnum, but I've never been in
receiver, scope on top, forend, muzzle. I mean, you can put the scope end.
I've never had my iron sight
I guess
down
all I'm
on
saying
another
is,
human being. You know what I mean? That's why I'm trying to get Mark.
I guess all I'm saying is if the story that we're going with is that he reassembled this rifle on the rooftop, the idea that it's perfectly zeroed after that seems wild as hell to me.
That's not what I considered, but I guess that does bring up.
My thought is he was aiming for the head and he didn't have it zeroed, and it was 140 yards.
It's possible. Yeah.
And I know that you guys do that with iron sights, you know what I mean, during basic training and stuff like that. But when you're aiming down your sight at another human being, like stuff kicks in, you know what I mean? And I don't know, only because I've never been in that scenario. So you know what I mean? Mark and Sean, I mean, you guys could give more insight to that. I don't know.
I'd rather not.
Do you think a pro or do you think an amateur made that fucking shot? You know what I'm saying?
Amateur.
I think that if you do not care about the humanity of the person in front of you, then I think that anybody can make that shot.
Yeah,
fair enough.
I 100% agree. Here,
But
Sean,
that's not my contention. My contention is not that. My contention is how was the gun gotten up to the rooftop? Because
see, and Sean, I'm not worried about that part at all. There could be a slew of different ways he could have done that. And
the day before,
to me, that's not important. Of how he got a rifle up there. Did he carry it with him with the butt of the rifle under his armpit? And so just the barrel was down there by his thigh. That's why he was walking a little funny, but he could still bend his knee because the barrel wasn't going over. All that stuff doesn't matter to me. Is that a dirtbag killed a guy trying to make a difference?
Yeah.
Like, if you think of all the places that you could go to try to minister to people and disciple the people and try to convince them that the way that they're thinking is wrong, modern day college campus is one of the most volatile places you could go.
Absolutely.
I don't even know if I would say he was doing that versus having a conversation with people, answering questions, putting a point of view out there, not trying to convince somebody of anything, really. You know?
Well, I didn't say convince. I said talk to them about
just have a legit conversation.
Having the conversation.
It's
like that's
simple.
one of the
Exactly.
one of the hardest environments you could go to right now, where people were just uneducated, misled, and are full of confusion in their adolescence.
Well,
that was a hard task that he was taking on.
I'm not too concerned, Uncle Larry.
I mean, Mark, the only reason I'm questioning is I hope that we have the right guy. That's what I'm trying to get to here. I hope that the guy that we have in custody is in fact the person that did this.
Is that the Texas School Book Depository or the Grassy Knoll?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, because
back to JFK and all the other stuff, you're never going to get a straight answer from going back for all this year.
No, you're not.
Yeah, unless he straight up confesses to it 100% and tells the full story.
Is he even caught?
Oh yeah, we have him.
His name's Tyler Robinson, but the problem is, like, he also was very active on Discord and Reddit and probably other sites I don't even know about, but that's one they're talking about. They have, like, the FBI has his actual text messages between people. He was talking about having a person pick up the gun from the drop zone. So obviously there's somebody else that's involved with this. They know exactly who these people are. I have no doubt that they know that this is the guy.
Was that today? I didn't hear.
Then I'm going to switch you out for Bill.
And
sorry. I was like, what the fuck? I was just talking.
No.
Yeah, that was today.
So he's in custody? He's in custody.
Yeah, he's in custody. His dad turned him in.
He's in custody, yeah.
His father turned him in.
Well, that or his roommate / significant other.
Well, they say they have text messages between him and the roommate talking about it, but his father's the one that turned him in, to my understanding.
Yeah.
And you said something about Reddit. What I heard about that was
turned it in.
Reddit, not Reddit, Discord. Discord could not reproduce. They didn't have any of that conversation on their servers, is what I heard today. Like, if they say he said all the stuff on Discord about this or that or this or that or whatever, but Discord didn't have any of that record. And they keep that shit on their servers for, legal shit like that.
His father turned him into the FBI.
That much I heard as well.
Why are they not popping drones up? After Butler and the stuff with Trump, right? Why are you not popping?
Because the Secret Service doesn't protect a guy talking on campuses. He's not a political figure.
You can survey rooftops fairly easy with a
he would have to do that.
drone.
He would have to do that of his own accord or his security team or whatever. But he's not Secret Service protected.
Mark, you took it down. I'm sorry. I actually want to highlight the diagram that you threw up. My question from the outset, as soon as this diagram of the university layout was public, my question was, why was this the place that was chosen? And I'm maybe Charlie chose it himself. I don't know, but I mean, for security reasons, it's the worst possible position.
Here, I can put it back up.
I mean, you're in a fucking bowl, surrounded by higher positions. It's
that's how all outdoor
the theaters
are
kind of thing.
Yeah, you want it?
They've been building them like that since the Roman times because that it accentuates your volume, makes you easier to hear for massive people.
Yeah, but so Troy, can you spin that around? So see, if I'm Charlie, I want to be in the field on the other side.
Over here
with my back to the buildings.
But that wasn't the thought. He wasn't.
All of the threats that have come to him have been like physical threats, like somebody coming up close. It's not somebody 150 feet or 450 feet away. And actually, if you do this, so sorry for the shit here. Hold on. So you do the measurement. You go from where Charlie was to where the rooftop was, and you're at 412 feet.
Yeah.
Damn.
412. Yeah.
That's it. I mean, that's
that rooftop.
I mean, I know some people, police officers, can do that with a pistol, but with a 30-06, that's an easy shot.
With a deer scope on it.
With the scope on it, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, rifle, rifle, whatever.
So, I mean, the reason he was doing it here was because this is a public forum kind of place. Like, you look at where it is, he's got a place here. He's kind of physically secure because he's got, if you can see my pointer here, but he had 2 rows of barriers there to prevent people from charging him. And it gave him a little bit of a thing. But I mean, I don't think they have the same level of security as like the president does with the Secret Service. They're not monitoring the communications of everybody that's talking in the area. It was just a stupid piece of shit guy that decided he wanted to kill somebody who thought was a Nazi, which obviously he's not.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, for sure, Troy. I mean, I guess my thing is in the modern day, it just feels like these are things you would consider because of all the reasons we mentioned already tonight.
I would agree. Yeah. So, oh shit, damn it! Don't go there. Don't go there.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is it feels like a failure by his security team. I mean, it feels like I could have done better, and I don't get paid to do this.
Yeah,
they weren't even considering all that shit.
Fuck it, whatever.
Obviously, it wasn't a thought really. He's going there to talk like he does all the time on every campus. It wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, he was literally just like 2 hours from me. He was in Pullman. He was at WSU just not too long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a bit tournament. I just want to know how much was the line of sight reduced and like what was he actually seeing from sitting far back in that tent, right? Because
God, I can not without showing the horrible video. But
you know what I mean? Because he was at least halfway back to a little farther back in that tent, so it's like I'm not saying that the shot didn't happen from there, but it's like there's a lot of factors that
see over the top. Mm-hmm.
Hold on, 1 second, Sean. Here, one more time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is the roof view. That's where Charlie was. And
what roof? Oh,
this is the roof behind
that's
him.
like above him, above where he was, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you can see
looking out into where the Robinson kid was.
It's more to the left, isn't it, Troy? Where he was.
No, I think it's pretty much right here.
I think it's more to the left.
Well, either way. Hold on. Let me go.
If you look at the overhead view where those white steps are, you can sort of.
We're getting all CSI in this shit. Hold on.
Yeah, that building.
Enhance.
Yeah, that gray rooftop is where.
I'm trying to figure out. There we go.
So this is how Derek Patton triangulated my position. God damn it.
Oh no, that's how I do that year. I know exactly where you are, Sean. I got a predator drone right over your head. You just don't know it yet.
Send it, buddy. Send it.
Son of a bitch.
Okay,
You
so
son of a bitch.
this, if you can see where my pointer is, that is where the shooter was.
Yeah.
You can see this other rooftop right here, and you can see exactly where Charlie was. So he was on the very edge of where he could be
Okay, so
seen.
yeah, you are seeing back into that tent more.
Yeah.
Because initially
And
I'm
of
like,
course
dude,
he's gonna fucking
he's
do this.
undercover of a tent. Like, I don't know.
Oh God, what? Google, stop it.
At the end of it, I guess the semantics of it don't matter as much.
No, I mean it's just
someone's gone for voicing an opinion, dude, and it's just
Yeah.
like, what the fuck, dude?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring Ben back here. I'll
Hey, Sean, drop me for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Are we gonna drink some Pete or what, Sean?
Sure. Yeah, I'll have one more pour.
Yeah, I've been drinking Ardbeg, so
I mean, you know, I guess my overall point for me is just I really hope that this is the guy.
Whether it is or it isn't, that's the guy.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna run with, man.
Well, I think they have more than they are releasing to the public. because
Yeah,
they
you
wanna
can't.
take
We can't
security.
know everything. Yeah, we can't.
I
Well-
can tell you from the experiences I've had with my personal job, I can track people all over city facilities, and I know exactly where people go in and out, and all these different. I know exactly what clothes they're wearing, but if you have a person who is committing a crime, you can't release everything to the public because it's going to taint the jury pool, because they will say, oh, I've seen that. I know this is they're going to be all over the internet. They're going to say, oh, well, I saw this. It has to be done the proper way. You have to make sure that the jury pool is not tainted in a way that they say, oh, well, I saw that online. And then some fucking lawyer is going to say, well, I'm disqualifying that person. You know, there's legal things you have to worry about. And I guarantee you they are not releasing everything to the public because of that reason.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that part. I think you know this, Troy, but you have to fundamentally understand that I do not trust our government at all. So
You sound like my son.
that's my baseline all the time. That's my starting position, and I go from there.
Yeah. And I'm in government, and I don't trust myself. So, you know.
Yeah, for sure. You shouldn't trust yourself.
No,
I wouldn't trust me.
We don't.
All right, so Ben, what I've grabbed, I just kind of grabbed the first thing on top. I was looking. Well, that's not quite true. I was looking for something lowish proof because it's kind of my nightcap.
Yep.
And I went with a Glendronach peated 46%. So that's
Okay, there you go. I know where that is.
Oh. Well, Ben and anybody else who knows Pete. So the Costco that opened recently near me, they have a Ardbeg 17
The Glendronach peated.
and a Bruichladdich, whatever's in that teal blue bottle.
Classic Lottie.
That's what I thought.
That's not peated. Classic Lottie is not peated.
Had a little.
Okay. Well, I mean, is it any good though?
Classic Lottie is good. That's a good starter
Yeah.
scotch.
I like that bottle, Matt. I'm not a big Scotch. I'm getting more into Scotch, and
I mean, for $150 a bottle, though?
Body is solid.
That's much. That blue bottle better be less than that.
That's
the one that
Sean.
The classic Lottie is like $75 or something.
Oh no, it's not. It's not that one. Hold on,
Here's the bottle in question.
Oh, gross.
Yeah. To my knowledge, I don't think they make this anymore. Or if they make it, they don't import it to the U.S.
Gotcha. All right, well let's see about it, man.
And I can tell you that the master distiller that is on this bottle now works for Glendronach. So he does not work for
I can't drink
Glendronach.
classic Lottie, but here we go. We'll go with a little bit of this.
I gotta say, tasty smelling nose on this.
This is a This bottle's from 2017.
Ooh.
Here you go.
I opened this old particular, Ben. This is fucking delicious.
Yep. As hell, but
sorry, Mark. It's a Bruichladdich 18-year single malt.
Okay, that's bigger than the classic Lottie. The classic Lottie is
no, the bottle looks like this.
That
it
is
does
just
look like the other one. I can't get it out the back. It's like wedged between bottles.
the only way I can describe that, Ben, is just like simple perfection.
You can rotate it if you need to because I got to go pee.
There's nothing complex about it.
It is matured in bourbon casks, followed by a second period of maturation in the finest Oloroso and Pedro Jimenez sherry casks.
I'm sorry.
All right.
I mean, with all that said, the palate itself is quite simple. Like, there's not like a ton of crazy flavors going on, but it's just very nice. It's just very nice to drink.
Mm-hmm.
It's fairly simple, but it's just you're not going to be sad.
It may still be overseas, but this is an old bottle, and I do not believe it is in the U.S.
Yeah, that's solid, man. I'm happy with that.
This one's got a lot of.
I mean, sad to hear that they're no longer available because I'd like to get one, but
I mean, I think they're obtainable. I just don't think they're easily obtainable.
Right.
It's very much a barbecue peat on that one, like an Ardbeg kind of peat.
Yeah, that's why I dig it. Yeah.
It's a Brown Foreman peat, so there's not been a lot of those.
Brown Foreman peat?
Brown Foreman owns Glendronach.
Oh, okay, but I mean,
yeah, I guess so.
Why, you got a problem with that?
Yeah, your face.
Your face. What's up, Ethan?
Your face.
What's doing, Bill?
Yeah, that's excellent, man.
Yeah, have some.
No.
So Ben, do you have that Bruichladdich 18-year, or have you tried it?
I think I have a sample. I have not tried it.
Okay. I mean, it's been sitting at that Costco for a month now, but I almost pulled the trigger on it today because I've seen.
Wait, was it the regular Bruichladdich 18 or was it the Port Charlotte 18?
Sean, bring back Mark while
it was $150, and it was the I think it was the regular Bruichladdich 18.
Yeah,
he's away also.
They've tried it, and it's just either I've not tried it and wasn't that impressed, or I heard enough people say that it wasn't that much better than the regular classic Lottie that, yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's a solid bottle right there, dude.
For 150, I mean, after tax, it's going to be 183.57.
It's solid, but I don't think it's going to be anything that impresses you. I think you could get better scotch.
I mean, Ardbeg 17, maybe.
That's a nice shirt, Doc.
Thanks.
It's not as nice as yours, Bill.
It's my
that is the Ardbeg's. No,
flying back from Florida shirt.
Hold on.
Oh, there you go. Okay. You just came back from Florida, Doc? Why?
Same thing.
We're there a few days. My son he bought some vacation package kind of thing.
Nice.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice place to visit. I've never lived there.
He didn't buy the timeshare.
Sean's like, I would never live there
It was a nice
again.
place.
Yeah.
A little 2-bedroom like suite thing. It was nice.
Hell yeah.
Florida can suck it.
Yep. We went to a crazy expensive steak dinner for his birthday.
Where'd you go?
And,
Actually, what area of Florida were you in?
Oh, did you go to Charlie's?
Orlando. No, we went to Del Frisco's instead.
Okay.
Did you get a face tattoo?
Probably should have chosen the other thing because it was ridiculous.
You fucked up.
What's the question?
What area of Florida were you in? I mean,
Orlando.
Oh, okay. Well, then I can speak very, very lowly of that place.
And
that's where I moved from. Yeah, I'm
had,
quite familiar.
Dinner one night, afternoon, basically a day at the pool at the resort on the next day, and we went to the beach for a little while on Friday, Cocoa Beach, which was
It
pretty
doesn't
nice.
look like you got any gold caps or any face tattoos. So I mean, you made it out of Florida, okay? Good job.
Yep. Well, I mean, at least you went to the good beach. Most people go to Daytona, and Daytona sucks.
There was a lot more wave action than I remember from being on the beach in Florida there. It's kind of a workout trying to fight the waves and body surf a while. It's good. It's fun.
Yeah, East Coast gets decent waves. Gulf Coast doesn't get hardly anything.
That's what last time I was there was like at Panama City Beach, and the waves were like bloop, bloop.
Yeah. Yeah, Coco's still nice. More people are going there every year, so it's slowly being ruined by humans as well.
It was
But
overcast and chance of showers. It actually started spritzing a little while. We were only there a couple hours in the afternoon, but
yeah, it sounds like Florida.
The beach was like deserted. There wasn't a bunch of people around here or anything. So.
Oh yeah, so like you went like basically week after school starts. So yeah, good time to go.
Yeah. Shitty part was using some app to try and park into the road.
Oh right, yes. Yeah,
but we had a good time.
Well, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like I said, great place to visit.
Came home this morning. Yeah,
makes for a good vacation. and also, you went at the right time. Like it's hot, but it's not like hellish hot right now.
Yeah,
buddy. No.
It doesn't seem much hotter than when I got back here.
Come here. Come here.
Now I'm curious because, like, what the fuck is the temperature in Orlando right now? It hit 90 here today, so.
It wasn't that hot, especially in the evening. It's probably like 70.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, but it's fucking more humid.
Oh, yeah. It was pretty sticky.
That's when you wish you put deodorant on your balls.
It's been pretty humid here.
The right guard spray is the way to
you
go.
wish I did.
You got to get it without alcohol, dude. Don't get the fucking right guard with alcohol.
That shit will.
Spending fucking almost 2 decades in restaurants. I can tell you, fucking right guard spray is the cure all, dude.
Good to know.
No, the cure-all is a fucking shower.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even a shower afterwards, you're still going to be a little fucking chafed and raw. That fucking right guard fucking will do it.
Yeah. Yeah, the one with the alcohol. Yeah, that shit'll burn you up.
No, not the brown bottle, the black bottle. The brown bottle has alcohol, dude. The brown spray can.
Yeah, the one with the alcohol, that shit'll burn your ass up.
Dude, you will fucking be dancing around like motherfucker, dude. What did I
which
do?
bottle of spray should we get?
It's right guard with like a green. It's a black bottle with the green writing, dude.
You know what? That's why he called Black Power, because he needs a black bottle of right guard for his sack.
That's it.
Yep,
we got it.
That's exactly what. That's the only reason.
Yep.
Boys, it's been a long couple days. I think I'm going to check out. I'm going to throw Mark back in. He's still not visible, but maybe he's here-ish.
Bring my watch back to Central Time. That'd be good.
And then you guys can continue doing the things you're doing. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out tonight, even though I did a very different thing tonight than I normally do. But yeah, good time.
It's a little dark, dude. What is that?
Yeah.
What's up?
Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah,
Sean, he just...
What was that, Bill?
No, Sean, he held up a Glen. It was a little dark. What was in there?
I mean, it's dark. It's pretty dark where he's hanging out. Oh, there you go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, everything's dark in Sean's room. There's like a one light. It's like a rape.
Well, because he hasn't replaced that goddamn light right above his head. It's right there.
Don't you?
He's only being lit by the screen of his computer.
Yeah, god damn it. There is a
No,
light right
yeah, no, right. I see the light bulb. It's literally.
Yeah, I see the dead
Troy's like, I can see it. I see it right there.
Apparently, because it's dark.
Right there.
Yeah, change your damn light bulb out.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that hard. How many Seans does it take to replace the
I'll
light
come
bulb?
over and do it for you.
Oh, just one of this Sean could do it. But anyway.
God damn it.
You can't reach the light bulb, Shorty?
Dropping popcorn.
Yeah, what happened to you being tall? What happened to you being tall?
Oh, there it is.
There you go, dude.
I can fucking turn all the fucking lights on. Yes.
Back
But
in
then
the
it looks
studio
like
now.
I have an idea.
Was
You know
that so
what?
hard?
I got
Was
an
that
idea.
so hard?
Maybe you should turn the lights off because I
have
can
an
see your
idea.
face now.
Yeah. Let's go back to light.
That's a good point. Turn the light back off.
Thank you. It looks like I have an idea right now.
Right. I'm gonna kick both Sean's and
you never
Mark
do
back
have an
on.
idea.
I'm going to bed.
Thank you.
All right, Troy. Well, I'm gonna add
Good
Mark
night,
back
Troy.
regardless, and maybe Mark will come back. I'm not sure.
All right.
Get rid of the Port Charlotte 10-year in the glass tonight.
All right, Troy. Cheers, buddy. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Try to brush this shit. off my face
Here's
after
Mark
that.
back. I'm not yeah.
I'm
I don't know if you can hear us or not.
Might be.
Are you going to end the stream, or are you just going to keep letting it roll?
All right, I forgot that we have not killed the live. For some reason, I thought we were backstage.
Hey,
We're
Sean,
not.
I'm just going to point out you have 5.5 more minutes till you hit 6 hours.
So
You might just
Do it. Just do it.
be out patrolling the neighborhood.
Dude, I've done 9 hours a couple times. Like 6 hours is nothing.
I'm aware.
That's something.
Yeah, we're not setting any records tonight. That's for sure.
No,
Anyway,
but it's go for round numbers.
I can't believe there's still well. There was 14. We're down to 12 now. I can't believe we still had 14 people watching this. That's incredible to me. We haven't said anything that made any kind of real sense in like 2 hours.
There needs to be a platform where you can transfer the fucking like who's in control. You know, like if you wanted to dip, like, all right, dude, I'm going to transfer control over here.
Yeah, for sure, man. Well, either way, hopefully no one else. Well, actually, if somebody does want to join, now is your chance. I will take myself out and throw you in. This is your absolute last chance to do so. So if somebody wants to join the backstage, now would be the time to do that. I'll give you guys a few minutes. If anybody does want to do that, link should still be available. And then I'm going to check out and go to bed. Yeah, so, but again, thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. Honestly, 9/11 is a big thing for me. It's always a rough week. So, and it was a rougher week this week for obvious reasons. Yeah, and you know, regardless of what your beliefs are as far as 9/11 goes, either way, a lot of people unfortunately lost their lives on that day. So
I do find it interesting. This is a last note, something you didn't touch on at all. The super conspiracy theories is that that all these people were that were killed are actually living somewhere, that they were unloaded off the planes and out of the towers. And
oh no, I mean, you know, if there's one thing
that's the super conspiracy theory.
I mean, there's one thing the government's good at, and that's getting rid of people. So yeah.
So why would they go through the effort to save people to get rid of?
Yeah. I mean, the idea that you think that the government gives a shit about human lives, so it would be
Are they all in witness protection?
No, I'm not saying that's my theory. I'm just saying it is one I've heard.
Oh yeah, I have to. I mean, there's not. I mean, you know, if you go really down deep in the rabbit hole of 9/11, there is conspiracy theories like that the planes at the towers are holograms, and there's all kinds of like really deep.
Oh,
yeah.
That goes back to what Mark was saying, because it just makes shit up to just discount it or just trying to make it not so bad. Oh no, it's fine. It's just this or that.
Yeah, I mean,
don't believe the obvious. This is what happened. There it is. That's what happened. Well,
I mean,
because of this or that, it doesn't. That's what happened.
I mean, my main issues with, as I tried to highlight tonight, my main issues with a lot of the 9/11 stuff is just the math is not mathing. So, you know,
And if you all didn't know, Sean was a professional mathlete.
I mean, actually, Ben, I wasn't in advanced math until I stopped giving a shit about school. But
I don't know if third grade advanced math really counts.
Hey, sir! I was in advanced math in 10th grade, and then I started selling drugs. So,
okay. Well, that's because you can add up the numbers.
Yeah, No, I was in calculus in 10th grade, which is actually a 12th grade.
Yeah, it is. That's pretty good.
Math. But anyway, doesn't matter because I didn't apply any of that. So whatever. Yeah, but yeah. Nonetheless, thank you guys for hanging out, regardless of how you feel about the things that went over tonight. But either way, what does matter is that a lot of people lost their lives on that day and the days that followed. So yeah, never forget.
Building 7 didn't kill itself.
That's true. Like Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Never forget that either. I'm never going to let the 9/11 or the Epstein thing go until the shit comes out. But either way, I'm signing off. So you guys keep on rolling.
You got 1 minute, dude. Just wait the minute and then hit 6.
Yeah, just give it a minute.
We can drag this out. We can fucking find a reason.
Look at him. He's a snake.
Oh, that's true. Bill's a snake.
No step on snake.
Speaking of whiskey tube beefs that we need to solve.
Step on snake.
You know, Sean, some can't be solved.
That's we tried. We tried, Ben.
We didn't.
Oh well, it is what it is.
This was civil, dude. This was civil.
And that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Things will never change.
I don't know what I'll do next year on 9/11. I'll think of something.
Wasn't today Tupac's death date?
Yes. No. Well, yesterday. Yeah.
The 13th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yesterday was.
Yeah.
The cosplayer.
Bill, don't get me started.
Damn, bro.
That is another thing that you're taking social media nowadays and applying it to something we know in our heart from 20 or 30 years ago.
No, I like to call him a cosplayer, and then I realized recently he was pretending to be a Crip, so he's a cosplayer.
Oh my god, man!
I mean, the last time I saw Tupac was, I want to say, about 5 years ago at a 7-Eleven. He was in a low rider.
It's washed out, Mark. It's the light got the label washed, or the light got the white.
Yeah,
you've got some Doc Swensons. God damn.
Oh
it.
yeah,
That's
dude.
Some MGP.
Is that the that Amberana blended thing?
Oh no, this is the French toasted.
Okay.
French toast. I like French
you
toast.
Need to crack
Swensons
that
are solid,
brand.
dude. Yeah. So yeah, I've been looking at barrels, dude. I see the best reviewed one I see is called Redheaded Barrel. It's supposed to you don't really need wax for the leaking and all that shit. I don't know. I want to get like a 2 liter and play around with some shit, you know. But there's a brand called Redheaded Barrel that's supposed to be one of the better reviewed ones. Like that, a lot of people
I haven't had one.
Doesn't leak or whatever.
Am I at 6 hours yet?
Yeah, you are. You're over, dude. What are you doing? Why are you still here?
I gotta go. Here's the thing. The main reason I've been trying to check out is I ran out of water like a half hour ago.
6 hours.
No. Cut the live.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the only reason I left the live is because there's a few people still hanging. 13 people still hanging in chat. What are you folks doing with your lives?
Got to refill Buck Nasty's mother's water dish.
It's because nobody else is live right now.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, cheers everybody for hanging out tonight. Honestly, love y'all. Thank you for tolerating me tonight and however you feel about it. And yeah, either way, never forget. And yeah, it's been a tragic week, honestly, in American history, regardless of 9/11 or otherwise. Yeah, it's been a rough one, but hope you guys are doing well out there. Stay positive-ish, and I'm hoping in the future we can have more discussions about real things, and if nothing else, maybe bring Whiskey Tube closer together. We can't control the whole nation, but maybe we can do something positive. So yeah, cheers everybody, love y'all. I'm gonna sign off the live. I'm sure these guys will probably continue going in the back stream. Again, the link is live if you want to hop in. Yeah, cheers, we're out of here.
Cheers. Good night, Sean.